for the red truck.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-707-6152. 800-707-6152. 800-707-6152.
Listening to building for the first time after the shooting, it was crippling, but it had to be preserved.
In response to the Pulse nightclub shooting that affected the LGBTQ community, Barbara Poma, owner of Pulse, founded the One Pulse Foundation to honor Pulse victims and survivors.
If you're an ally of this community, speak out. There are more of us together than apart. It is the power of love in its rawest form.
Join the fight for LGBTQ acceptance. Learn how at lovehasnolabels.com. Brought to you by Love Has No Labels and the Ad Council.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Ready for the ultimate red and gold game day? Laughing Monk Brewing is the place to park, party, and ride. Skip the traffic. Forget the expensive parking. Park for free and dive into an epic tailgate with mouth-watering food, ice-cold Laughing Monk beer, and every game on TV. Catch 95.7 The Game's pregame show with Lorenzo Neal and Evan Giddings. Then hop on the free shuttle minutes away from the stadium. Shuttles are first come, first served. So head to 957thegame.com to sign up and join the party.
Something special for your outdoor living is on sale now at Dolan's. It's fiber-on decking for easy, carefree living. Why choose this durable composite? There's an amazing choice of colors. The rich look of multi-chromatic exotic hardwood. It resists splintering, rotting, and cracking with really low maintenance. See the colors and learn more at dolanlumber.com. Fiber-on decking. On sale at Dolan's Home Improvement Centers.
Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Are high-interest credit cards or personal loans weighing you down? Unlock gives homeowners a smarter option. With a home equity agreement, you can tap into your home's equity for cash today. There are no monthly payments. Here's how it works. Unlock provides funds upfront and in exchange, shares in a portion of your home's future value. That means you keep control with the flexibility to use your equity your way. Pay off bills, invest in home improvements, or set aside savings for peace of mind. For thousands of homeowners, Unlock has been the key to moving forward without the pressure of another payment. Put your equity to work for you. Visit unlock.com to learn more about a home equity agreement. That's unlock.com to learn more.
Terms and conditions apply. Not all homeowners will qualify. Not available in all states. Actor Portrayal. Home equity agreements are offered by Unlock Home Equity Solutions, Inc. In certain states, NMLS number 2657081. Visit www.consumeraccess.org for more info.
Hey, it's your boy Guru. Every time we put a rat on the table during our show, it's brought to you by Atco Pest Control. Atco Pest Control is a family-owned local business proud to provide pest control in the Bay Area for over 35 years. Atco uses natural methods to give you a peace of mind and keep your family out of harm's way. Quality pest control doesn't have to empty your savings either. Don't wait. Go to atcopestcontrol.com for all your pest control needs. They got you covered.
Don't watch the game alone on your tiny screen. Ghostwood Kitchen is the ultimate destination for every major sporting event. They have huge screens, energetic atmosphere, and ice-cold craft beer. Their bar is ready to pour your favorite drink, and the menu is packed with delicious game day food perfect for sharing. Bring your team spirit, rally your friends, and catch every single moment with us at Ghostwood Kitchen, where the game is always on. And when the game is not on, we have the arcade to keep you going. Ghostwood Kitchen, 911 Main Street in Redwood City.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10, $20, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-894-7722. That's 800-894-7722. Again, 800-894-7722.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call now, 877-CARS4KIDS, or go to cars4kids.com. That's cars with a K.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with AutoPay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just one cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025, Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Fourth and 5. Throwing for it and intercepted. That's Dean. Jamel Dean with the interception. There is a flag back at the 44-yard line.
Jim Nantz on the call, CBS Sports. 30-19, the final down in Florida. Tampa Bay Buccaneers improved to 5-1, but the San Francisco 49ers now 4-2, and leaving with a lot more questions than answers, unfortunately, and that is an all too familiar feeling this season. I say good morning to all you lovely people, just getting off work, getting ready for work, getting ready for the weekend. It's supposed to rain today, so please be safe on those roadways. No crazy driving, no do any tailgating, anything like that. No. Please be safe on those roadways today. There was a huge car crash and collision on the Bay Bridge that I'm sure all the people are feeling the ramifications of that. So, again, please be safe. I say good morning to Shasky, Carter, Sam, and I say an all too familiar feeling too, Joe. Just when you thought you couldn't lose any more players, just when you thought you had been punched in the gut enough, punched in the face, the black eyes, you're battered, bruised, and beaten, it got worse. Fred Warner. Seriously? That guy, after already losing Nick Bosa on the season, you've been without George Kittle since game 1. You've missed Brandon Ayuk all this season and most of last season. You haven't had your stud starting quarterback Brock Purdy for most of these games. And on top of all that, you lose Fred Warner and just a horrific injury that he had in that first quarter, Joe. Dislocated ankle. It was hard to watch. I'm glad they didn't really show the replays on that in the broadcast. Just terrible, man. And that's how I'm feeling today. Just the loss of Fred Warner's outweighing the loss in the standings for me.
I mean, Fred's an all-time warrior, gladiator. I mean, he's one of the most important players in 49er history, and I don't say that lightly. And to see him go down like that, it reminded me of Bowman going down. It reminded me of Bryant Young going down. Both, like, before him on friendly fire. This one on friendly fire. The game is just brutal. And just to see him with an air cast and then getting lifted off was just absolutely horrible. And he lost the game. And it feels like the season's kind of slipping away. And the wind is completely out of my sails this morning. And I know we've had like this like 49er fan base civil war about the quarterback. And the reality is that it means nothing. Like the quarterback means, like right now, we could argue all we want about Purdy and Mac and Purdy and how well did Mac play and what would Purdy have done. And no one is succeeding behind this offensive line currently. You have a defense that before Fred Warner's injury had 8 different starters that were brand new. 8. And now with Fred Warner out, they couldn't even get lined up. And on the play he went down, they had 10 guys on the field. Not 11. They had 10 guys on the field. And because you only had 10 guys on the field, Fred's supposed to, cover a gap. And you cannot have Kendrick Bourne being your most explosive player on offense. Now, is CMC still productive? Yeah, he's still really productive. 7 catches, 54 yards, but 50-some-odd yards in the run game. Brian Robinson doesn't even tote the rock once in this one. You can't run the ball at all right now. You can't block for Mac Jones. He turned the ball over, not once but twice. That's inexcusable. You're kicking 4 field goals. Thankfully, you found a field goal kicker. Too little, too late. Too little, too late. Yeah, you can pump your fist all you want, but should have got this guy last year. Right. I'm glad you're able to convert field goals, but right now, stalling out in the red zone is a problem. You had to get all the way down to the 1-yard line, and finally on 4th down, you run one in with CMC. Thank God you finally ran one in, but this offensive line is terrible. And it doesn't matter who the quarterback is. If you're going to get sacked 6 times, and he's getting rid of the ball quickly. We all acknowledge, right? Mac's getting rid of the ball pretty quickly. Yeah. Okay? Maybe Purdy, when healthy, can move around and evade some of those. He's going to go down, too, behind this offensive line. Trent Williams, this guy Trent Williams, he actually had a really good game last week. And I thought this one, he was whatever. But the play of the day for me is obviously the 3rd and 14 for Baker Mayfield, being able to scramble out and not get sacked. And it feels like Mykel Williams is getting double clutch held in the middle of the field as Baker's running right near him, no penalty, and he goes off to the left-hand side, multiple missed tackles, he reaches out 1st down. If that doesn't metaphorically explain where this 49er season's at, they finally get pass rush from a bunch of guys we've never heard of, okay? Your 1st-round pick is getting cobra clutched in the middle of the field, no penalty. You don't wrap up Baker Mayfield. He scrambles, multiple missed tackles, a safety and a cornerback miss him. Your linebacker who's subbing in for Fred Warner, he misses him. And Baker Mayfield, of all people, gets a 1st down on a 3rd and 14 play where you could have got the ball back in a 1-point game. What happens the very next play? Boom, the straw that breaks the camel's back. Tez Johnson over the top, touchdown. That's one play. The other play that I'm going to go to is on the play Mac Jones threw an interception. Final play of the game, essentially, for this team. Down 8, you're trying to make a play happen. Multiple guys open underneath. He reads the wrong thing post-snap. They go from single high to double safeties, and so he throws one in, and Todd Bowles' defense is waiting for him, and he intercepts it with 2 guys wide open. That's not even the biggest mistake on that play. Then they've got the ball. It's like a punt. You turn the ball over on downs, okay? Not the end of the world, not ideal, but not the end of the world. You know what is the end of the world? Trent Williams, who had to get the bag multiple years in a row, holding out, fighting after the play's over, giving a 15-yard penalty, and essentially giving them unbelievable field position. Your veteran, he wants to come out with the boombox and pretend like he's all that, as he's got Malik Mustafa next to him. And God bless Malik Mustafa. Maybe one day he's a player. You want to talk about the vibes being low? Trent Williams coming out with the boombox. Retire the boombox, buddy. Retire the boombox. Trent Williams getting a penalty on that play as a leader on this team was completely inexcusable. as he stood or sat down at his locker and he's shaking, his legs shaking, he's answering questions, and clearly he's ticked off. Well, he should be pissed off at himself. He came in and he front ran all during training camp, didn't practice with this team against Denver. Boy, you could have used some of those reps so we could see what we have. They don't run to the left side like they used to because he's a shell of what he used to be. And then he loses his composure and gets a penalty, which gives them unbelievable field position. Little things for me like that make me irate because this guy held out back-to-back years, was an unbelievable mercenary, talks about how he got to the mountaintop, and no, you didn't get to the mountaintop, Trent. Now when the team needs you and you're suited up, you're losing your composure when we can ill afford it. How are you going to look at Connor Colby and Dominic Pooney, who are struggling right now, and say, follow my leadership when you're losing your temper? It's just ridiculous. I'm being real when I say this. Trade this guy at the deadline. I don't care where this season is going. I'm done officially with Trent Williams.
888-957-9570. That's the number, Niner fans. We want to hear from you all freaking day. It is a Monster Monday here on 95.7 The Game. 888-957-9570. So same number to call or text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. And we are on YouTube. You can get involved there and join in the program. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union for a low-rate auto loan. Apply online or just ask for First NorCal Finance with the dealer. And Joe, I thought you put it well right there. Lost composure. I think the entire team did after that Fred Warner injury.
No doubt.
They
fought hard.
But they did fight hard.
I was like, a part of me was very proud of the young guys fighting hard. It was Kendrick Bourne.
It was a one-score game in the fourth quarter. What more could you ask for right there?
Mac Jones is throwing to guys who were literally on practice squads and cut from other teams. Valdez-Scantling, Jake Tonjes. Jake Tonjes is playing his butt off right now. Look, CMC maybe doesn't have the juice in the run game. Like, he's a gladiator. He's trying hard. Kendrick Bourne is your number one? Kendrick Bourne. DeMarcus Robinson, can you catch a cold? You're wide open. Max dropping dimes. Now, he had some bad turnovers. You just can't turn the ball. The margins are so thin they can't turn the ball over.
No.
They're throwing to guys who wouldn't be the fourth receiver on the Detroit Lions.
Well, that was the tail of the tape yesterday for both these teams. And that's why Baker is on such a different level than everyone else right now. He really is.
No, Baker,
he is playing on a different level as 100%. A quarterback.
He's throwing to some guy Otten I never heard of.
Cameron Johnson, Sterling Shepard. I literally texted you guys like 2 plays in the game.
Retired.
I didn't know he was in the league still.
Baker was outstanding.
He was outstanding. Tez Johnson, and then their best player, the star of the season, the rookie Egbuka, he left the game with a hamstring injury, didn't even come back. So he was throwing. It was the same thing on both sides, but that play, that third down, 3rd and 14 scamper that he had.
The metaphor of the season.
It was the play of the season for Baker, too, and juxtapose that. Unfortunately, the play of the season for the 49ers in that regard, it killed him. And the momentum, if you had any in that regard, you got the touchdown right after it, and it was brutal to watch. And Mac didn't have his best game. And we're going to hear from Mac. We're going to hear from Shanahan. We'll hear from everyone. We'll hear from all the people. 888-957-9570. The loss, Joe, though, it feels bigger because of the loss of Fred Warner, but just all the good vibes that you had. And I know, and maybe we're just trying to talk ourselves into it for Niner fans. Hey, you lost Bosa.
Dude, they were 4-1 heading into the game.
4-1
It's remarkable.
It was.
Even today, look, today, you're 4-2, right? This was probably a loss, even if you were fully healthy. Okay, that being said, you're 4-2. The season's not over, but I get understanding from people dude, it feels like the season's over. You can only withstand so many injuries. Look, Joe, they paid $277 million in guaranteed money this offseason to Brock Purdy, George Kittle, and Fred Warner.
It's incredible.
They've played like a quarter together. And then Juwan Jennings, you're running a 2-minute drill, and Juwan Jennings is screaming at Kyle Shanahan on the sidelines. And then after the game, he's saying,
very odd.
I've got 5 broken ribs, and I'm playing with this and the shoulder. And, man, this is why I'm so hyper-focused on Trent Williams, because when you pay these older guys, you expect veteran leadership. When I pay, it's not just for the play. I'm expecting you to act and demonstrate leadership. You have not demonstrated leadership. You know what leadership is? What Fred Warner was as he's lying on that ground, and he comes into the locker room after the game to address the team with his foot in the air cast, knowing that he might not be the same depending on how the ligaments heal up.
Yeah.
All right? That's leadership. That's class personified. Giving your all. Trent Williams in this front runner act Get him off my team. I want him off my team. I am so tired of this pass we have given guys like Trent Williams. And I think that this contract crap has permeated the entire locker room. I get everybody wants to get paid because of seeing what happened with Fred Warner lying on the ground. There's a way to go about it, Joe. There's a way to go about it. And to see what has happened with some of these guys holding out and the way that they react to it, it honestly... It's the ugliest side of the sport, and it's hard to not be bitter this morning.
Well, it's hard. No, I understand.
It really is. It's hard for me not, and I'm looking for people to blame. I know I sound like a lunatic, but I'm telling you, when you hold out year after year after year, and you lose your leader in Fred Warner, and he's lying on the ground with his ankle sideways, and you're getting a stupid penalty after we turn the ball over, and the game's still not over.
Listen,
I mean, come on.
I try to be, you know me, I try to be an optimistic individual. I try to be a glass half full kind of a guy, cautiously optimistic by nature. I'm having a very difficult time after that loss yesterday in the totality of everything, like trying to spin this forward. I try to do, no, seriously, like I'm having a very difficult time trying to do it. And I guess people could come and say, hey, you know, if Brock was there, maybe he's better. But I'm kind of with you. I think if Brock quarterbacked yesterday too, and if he was even 90%, that offensive line, you're not doing anything.
Joe, we could have this huge argument about, you know, what does Mac do well?
At times.
What does Purdy do well? Guys, this offensive line is going to get everyone hurt who plays behind it. There's no arguing. Look, Connor Colby and Jake Brendel and right now Colton McKivitz and then Dominic Pooney and Trent Williams, it's not a great unit. Conversely, your defensive line is getting very little pressure as well. You know, they lost this game in the trenches. There's no other way to put it. They've lost this game in the trenches.
I honestly thought they stick with the running game way too much. I mean, 17 carries. I didn't need that many. Like, no, seriously. You just, like, air it out. And I want to give credit to Tony Romo here on the broadcast. I know he's kind of lost the set, people think, and, you know, his old shtick might be out the window. I thought he was putting it very bluntly and just like, hey, man, this is how you attack this team. If you don't have a running game, just air it out. Spread them out.
Look.
Dink and dunk and dink and dunk. And Max didn't have his best game. And you know what? He's earned not to have a good game. We talked about it last week. He's the backup.
I thought he played admirable, but you just can't turn the ball over.
Like you can't lose the turnover margins on the road.
Exactly.
National game, that team, you just can't.
You just can't.
Everything went for everything that went correctly last week against the Rams on the road. You didn't get that this week.
No.
You just didn't. You didn't. And there is something to be said about the familiarity within a division opponent. You know, Kyle knows Sean McVay. Robert Saleh knows Sean McVay, that whole team. They know them very well. And juxtapose that, you actually do know Tampa pretty well because you've had Onich. This is Baker's first ever win against the Niners in the National Football
incredible.
League.
But let's be fair. He's also throwing to a bunch of nobodies.
That's
like Ebuka came out like he's their third. Well, heading into this year, he was their third string wide receiver.
You had Chris Godwin, you had Mike Evans.
They're out.
Yes.
All right, and he's throwing to Otten and Sterling Shepard. And there's no Bucky Irvin.
Cameron Johnson. Cameron with a K.
But you know what they had? A better offensive line.
Yes.
You know what they had? A better defensive line.
They had a better person. The one guy name, and we talked about it last week, Joe. Vita Vea.
I mean, he destroyed them.
He just killed them.
He destroyed them.
God bless Connor
You know
Colby.
what? Like, I'll be real here. Like, the team fought hard for Kyle Shanahan. What I'm not here for is Kyle Shanahan criticisms on like play designs and things like that. I'm angry with Kyle over like personnel, big picture, like not investing on the offensive line. That is a philosophical thing that he has got to adjust,
and
right?
You've been on that for a while.
I have. I've been on that for a long time. But in terms of play calls, did you see DeMarcus Robinson is wide open, just dropping balls.
Just hit him right in the chest plate. The worst thing that could happen.
And now, like, why are they slowed down in the red zone? They have no playmakers.
No.
Playmakers are what gets you touchdowns in the red zone. They have no playmakers. You know what I'm not mad at? I'm not mad at this young defense that's trying that's not good. Like, Marquise Siegel, he's a rookie. He's getting cooked right now. He's getting cooked right now as a free safety. Jair Brown is not a good football player right now when he's not playing nickel linebacker, essentially. Not nickel slot because he can't cover a soul. When he's basically a linebacker, he's okay. Gifford stinks, all right?
I saw him out in the very first series.
Nick Martin.
I was like, oh, my goodness.
Suit up Nick Martin. Like, Michael Williams, trying really hard, not an outside rusher. He's an inside guy. Alfred Collins, CJ West, not seeing enough from them. They don't have edge rushers. But they're trying, and they're playing hard. Renardo Green playing hard. Multiple big missed tackles, right? Like, I'm not mad at the effort level of the young guys. That's who I'm not mad at. Dominic Pooney, I think, is playing on a hurt knee. Yeah. Like, he's taken a step back this year.
That was a brutal.
I'm willing to give him a little bit of a pass. He's clearly playing hurt right now. But the offensive line, to me, it's about two things. The D-line and the O-line got dominated in the trenches, and their inability to find safeties is staggering. It's staggering.
Dominic Pooney had a brutal false start.
It was 4th and 1, 4th and inches, and it goes to 4th and 6.
That might have been the play. Like, just you're talking about like losing composure.
So bad.
That happens, and then on that same play, the play afterwards, that's when Trent Williams, after they have the turnover on downs.
Trent's a front runner. I'm so done with Trent. And then, like, just to give you the signal of how crummy of a season it is, how snake bit we are, our kicker, we finally found a good kicker. He nails a field goal.
And it doesn't matter.
And he gets stepped on by an offensive lineman, and he almost breaks his toe. Yeah. Like, if that doesn't tell you this team is just completely snake bit, and I just throw my hands up in the air and I go, I don't even know. Like, I know you want to blame training staffs. I know you want to blame the coach. Like, dude, what the hell is going on?
And after all that, they are 4-2, 3-0 in the division. We're not saying the season is over.
It just feels crummy this morning.
That was a letdown performance given what we saw last week against the Rams.
I'm demoralized.
Now all eyes this week, and it's not for today. It's going to be, is Brock Purdy going to be available for Sunday Night Football against the Atlanta Falcons? That's going to be a conversation we're going to have all week. But
he better wear a flak jacket, and he better be ready, like legitimately ready to get pelted.
I'm talking Kevlar vest, Joe. We're going bulletproof vest. Can we get one of those on him?
Look at
everywhere.
I thought Mac played admirable. Whoever is quarterbacking behind this O-line is in for a long day.
We'll get to the calls on the other side. I see you, 888-957-9570. Niner fans, how we feeling after a loss to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, falling to 4-2 on the season? It was a tough one, and you lost Fred Warner on top of it. We're going to be discussing it all today. And we're coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios, Laughing Monk, Righteously Brewed in San Francisco. Plus, we do have a special giveaway we are doing all week long. I'll tell you about it on the other side. And it's going to be brought to you by Fremont Bank, which is here for you, here for good.
Sports, man.
The Pettinelli Financial Golf Tournament raised over $100,000 for our organization. Thank you, sponsors, players, volunteers, and thank you, Pettinelli Financial.
Golden State Lumber and Showroom, with locations across the Bay Area, can supply your plan to customize your home to multi-million-dollar projects. Golden State Showrooms can deliver precision-crafted windows and doors that elevate every project. While they specialize in luxury and ultra-luxury upgrades, Golden State offers options for any budget. Their brands include Quantum, Western, Marvin, and Milgard. Golden State can manufacture custom orders that won't attempt like 15-foot doors, that others won't attempt like 15-foot doors, live edge designs, oversized pivot entries, and much more. You can count on expert installation support and specialized delivery with trucks designed specifically for window and door transport as they partner with builders and homeowners to ensure project success. You'll also find options that can increase energy efficiency, as well as fireproof options for your home or business. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com and scroll through their image gallery, and you'll realize Golden State Lumber and Showroom makes the extraordinary possible. Since 1954, Golden State, when you succeed, we succeed.
When your coffee game isn't strong, people can tell. Good morning! See what I mean? But at McDonald's, your coffee game is always strong. A medium caramel or mocha frappe, just $3.89. A medium iced coffee, only $2.79. Big flavor, cool refreshment, and your morning's back on track. Don't risk a weak coffee game. Keep it strong at McDonald's. Order ahead in the app today. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Prices and participation may vary. Cannot be combined with any other offer or combo meal.
I found out that one of my players was vaping. And I said, hey, right now is the time to be honest with me. He said almost everybody in my team was vaping. The next day, all the parents came in. I said, how many of you guys think that your kids are vaping? Not one of them raised their hand. There's a joint fight to make something better. We don't sit back and let it happen.
Coach Sanchez is exposing Big Tobacco's playbook. Learn how he and other Californians are beating Big Tobacco at undo.org.
What if you had the smartest Wi-Fi? If you did, it'd be Xfinity, of course, and it'd come with their best state-of-the-art equipment. It would boost speeds to the devices that needed them most, prioritizing your most important connections, whether you were streaming, gaming, or gaming while pretending to work. And it would let you stream 4. That's right, 4 games on one screen. It would even power your mobile connection so you could bring faster, secure Wi-Fi speeds with you where you use it most. It would be proactive and fix problems before you knew you had them. Impressive, right? And it would have security features that protect you from threats at home and online. Kinda like a force field for your life. If you had the smartest Wi-Fi, well, everything would work together seamlessly to keep you connected, no matter what. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply.
This is Larry Flick, owner of The Floor Store. Leaves are falling, and so are our prices. Welcome to The Floor Store's fall sale. Now through October 14th. Get up to 50% off store-wide on carpet, hardwood, laminate, waterproof flooring, and much more. Plus 2 years interest-free financing. And we pay your sales tax. The Floor Store's fall sale. There's just one thing. It ends Tuesday. Go to floorstores.com to find the nearest of our 10 showrooms, from Santa Rosa to San Jose. The Floor Store, your Bay Area flooring authority.
Shopping for a new car is fun. Shopping for financing, not fun. Luckily, First NorCal Credit Union can help. With rates as low as 4.75% APR, you can save big by skipping the dealer financing and applying their rebates to your down payment. Visit firstnorcalcu.org to apply. Must qualify for membership. Rates subject to change without notice. Loan subject to credit approval. 4.75 annual percent rate based on 36-month term and 780 FICO score and 29.86 per $1,000 borrowed.
When back to the office means back in traffic.
2 left lanes are blocked off.
Turn to the traffic leader, KCBS.
A motorcycle involved here.
Your NorCal Honda dealers have a huge selection of new Accord hybrids. Trade for the best and get a great deal today. Brought to you by your Northern California Honda dealers.
When your name's on the paint job, your primer better hold up. Painters trust Kills primers for serious adhesion, stain blocking, and a finish that lasts. Now, the full Kills lineup is available exclusively at the Home Depot. Need it fast? Get same-day or next-day delivery, or order online and pick it up in-store. Kills primers. Pro results. Faster. The Home Depot. If you're a pro, you know.
Oh, how's that flu, babe? Did you take Dayquil Intense Flu yet?
Nah, I got this. Ugh, okay, I don't got this.
You stay on the couch, and I'll grab the Dayquil.
Undo your flu symptoms with Dayquil Intense Flu. Dayquil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms.
I'm ready for that to-do list.
Wow, you do got this.
Dayquil Intense Flu. The daytime coughing, aching, fever, under your flu medicine. Use as directed, keep out of reach of children.
Kind of put off with all the talk about no rush touchdowns. They're ready to end that. Here goes McCaffrey. There it is. Touchdown, San Francisco.
Hi, I'm Patrick Willis, and welcome back to the Morning Roast.
And of course, they snapped the drought of the no rushing touchdowns, and we got one yesterday for Christian McCaffrey. But they do have the longest streak in NFL history. I don't know if you guys saw the graphic on the television broadcast for CBS, as that was Jim Nantz right there on the call. Most games consecutively without an interception. Is it 13 now? 13? Because heading into it was 12.
If you told me it was 1,000 games, I'd believe you at this point.
Pretty incredible. Like, you have to almost try not to get an interception at that point. And I'm sure they've dropped ones.
Joe, they can't dial up any pass rush. And that's why that 3rd and 14 play, which to me was the game. But you had him wrapped up, but you didn't. And then he scrambled, and he made a play, and it's just...
I know.
Seeing Bryce Huff's reaction where he undoes the chin straps, he's like, and he's super angry. And you could just feel it was such a huge play. Very next play, boom, touchdown.
Yep. And obviously not even talking about in the first quarter when you have the emotional loss on the field loss like a Fred Warner. It's just, it gets to a point where you can't next man up, everyone. We've talked about it. You can't next man up a Nick Bosa. You can't next man up George Kittle, although Jake Tonjes has been admirable in that place. You can't, just next man up a Brandon Ayuk. You can't next man up Fred Warner. You just can't. By the way, We are taking your calls, 888-957-9570, 30-19, the final in Tampa as the Bucs improve to 5-1. 49ers now 4-2, and they will be taking on the Atlanta Falcons next Sunday night. It is Sunday Night Football at Levi Stadium. It's going to be a big one. Is Brock going to be starting? Is he not going to be? We'll be discussing that all week long. We'll also be discussing this all week long, and it has to do with the Golden State Warriors, who actually had a preseason game yesterday, Joe. I know you're probably locked in on Lions Chiefs, but at the same time, there was the Lakers Warriors down at Crypto.com Arena. No Steph, no Jimmy, no Horford. But you see JK. You saw a little QP, Quinn Post, Draymond Green, Buddy Hield, Pods in the starting lineup. Brandon Pajemski, 23 points. Look at him getting those shots up.
Not today.
Not today. I know. I just had to. It's me leading to a read is why I'm talking about it. Dub Nation. Warriors basketball is back. And don't miss your chance to see the Warriors take on the LA Clippers at Chase Center this Friday, October 17th. The first 10,000 fans in attendance will get a Best Buddies bobblehead. And if you haven't seen this bobblehead, it's pretty funny. It's on our social media. Go to @957, all the social media, Insta, Twitter, whatever. We have it posted there. It's Jimmy Butler and Buddy Hield sitting at a desk together like they're calling a game. It's hilarious. Buy your tickets at Warriors.com. And for your chance to score one of those bobbleheads, listen all week long between 7:30 a.m. and 8:30 a.m. for the Sounder.
Why they pick him?
That's pretty good. And when you hear that, you got to be caller number 5 to the contest line at 415-523-4652, and you'll win courtesy of the Golden State Warriors. But back to the Niners, 888-957-9570.
The injury Fred had, we'll see, today, but
brutal.
It was something like,
dude, his foot was going the other way.
Well, there's something like 21 guys have returned to play from that injury, and 9 have never played ever again.
You mean return to play at some point, not even that season? Okay. Say that one more time.
21 or 22 guys have had that injury and have returned to play. Another 9 have had that injury and have never played another snap in the NFL.
Oh, my God. That's not what I wanted to hear.
Yeah. So, you just don't know. To say it's career-altering is probably an understatement.
I'm never going to bet against Fred Warner, but again, these you never know with injuries, which sucks. A dislocated ankle, and Doc Pondia, maybe we could do an emergency doc. I don't know if we could reach out to him, what the recovery process looks like. You don't know when the ligament damages you're talking about, but you knew it was bad, and I saw the Baldy's breakdown. We'll have Baldy in studio, not in studio, but on the airwaves tomorrow at 7:30. When Tristan Wirfs, the opposition, sees it immediately and says, get over here. Get it, like he's telling his bench to get over here. You knew it was bad.
Think of all the extensions that they've handed out over the last couple of years. Ayuk, career-altering injury after the extension. Fred Warner, career-altering injury after the extension. I'm not blaming anyone, by the way. I'm just saying it just sucks.
Yeah.
Bosa, career-altering injury. Now, it's a couple years removed from the extension, but still. CMC, extension. Career-altering injury. I think we can say it now. Like, he's still productive, but he's not the same player.
No.
Brock Purdy got the extension.
We'll see.
I don't think it's career-altering just yet, but it ain't good.
No, the more athletes and former athletes talk about it, they're making me feel like, not that it's career-altering, but you better take this more seriously than some of the fan base has, including me.
And then I look at, the Trent Williams extension, and he's had the high ankle sprain, and he just doesn't look the same.
He's old.
Yeah, there's no 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 guys. That's 6 guys. Think of how much money they've wrapped up in all these extensions. Really, the only guy that's kind of been unscathed after the extension is Deommodore Lenoir.
Mm. And that's really...
And Colton McKivitz.
Say that sentence out loud. Deommodore Lenoir is your trusted veteran now on that defense. He's like the low-key kind of leader back there now. Just by happenstance.
I'm just giving you the facts.
No, I know you are.
It sucks. And I'm not blaming anyone. I just think this is just... Yes, it's part football, and it's like... I think this is the other part is second, third, and fourth contracts. Second, third, and fourth contracts are just tricky because the longer you play, the more likely you are to get hurt.
You said something yesterday, or it might have been this morning in the text message. You had a 1,000 thoughts, and one of them was very interesting. Not saying the other ones weren't, but it was about a Niner or I should say a former Niner that's no longer on this team anymore, and whether or not this current season they're really missing him. And we're going to get into that after we get to Doug in Wichita, who wants to join the conversation. 888-957-9570. I want to hear from all the Niner fans today. How are we feeling? There is no wrong way to answer that today. You could be mad. You could be frustrated. You could be sad. Hell, if you're still optimistic, I would love you to speak on these airwaves. Shasky needs it. Hell, I need it right now. 888-957-9570 is the number. Doug, Wichita.
Hey, Doug.
What's up, man? Kick us off. You're on the Morning Roast.
Good morning, fellas. And let me tell you what, I am the man to tell you I'm still optimistic. I am so optimistic because we lost to a good team yesterday. And not only that, but we lost going down, if you take my meaning. We lost Fred Warner. Sucks, man. First and foremost, we ought to just say, I love Fred Warner's game. I hope for him and his family he's all right in life after this. I got confidence he'll be back eventually. No problem there, I don't think. But listen, I was advised on this. Joe, my man, do you like Salt? The one, I think it's Spadoni. You're the one that is all upset about Trent Williams, right? Do you like Salt?
Shasky's upset about him.
Yeah.
Sassy.
Yeah.
But do you like salt?
Yeah.
Do you put it on your popcorn?
Who doesn't like salt? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, obviously.
Okay, there you go, my man.
Within reason.
Every once in a while, some salt gets thrown in your coffee. You spit out the coffee, not the salt. Trent Williams is our salt, man. We got to take him good times and bad. This is him. Whether we're winning, he's getting in scruff. We're losing, he's getting in scruff. We got to take him both ways, man. He needs to be reprimanded. Coaches will handle that. And I'm still optimistic about the season. We only got upwards to go, man. If we don't, okay, next year. But I think we're going to be fine. And we're hanging. We lost by, 11 points yesterday? And they say the game wasn't that far out of reach. Just like when a team comes back at the end, the game wasn't really that close. It wasn't that far out of reach yesterday. We were right there. Things happened. On to next week in Atlanta. We got this, man. I am so optimistic. We're still rolling. We're going to get it back. Have good faith. Have good cheer. And just keep soldiering on, brothers. Bang, bang, Niner gang.
Look at that optimism from Doug in Wichita. He was like having some cheer. Well, it's a couple more months, then we're going to have the December cheer because it's Christmas time. But for now, it's spooky season.
As I'm retiring certain things, the boombox needs to be retired.
Oh, no. Why? What happened?
I'm sorry, dude. Like, you lost the aura when Debo left. Like, that's okay. Like, you have to start something new. The boombox looked ridiculous yesterday. Ridiculous. It did. Like, guys, look, I love Malik Mustafa. He's a young player. He's just got back from an injury. How many safeties in the league are players around the country naming before they get to Malik Mustafa? He is walking out with Trent Williams. I mean, come on.
Eminem, baby. They should have been bumping some Eminem for Malik Mustafa. By the way, he said like this was still a close game. Actually, when it comes to these two teams, that might as well have been a blowout because all they've played in is games that have been decided by 6 points or fewer. Both these teams combined.
Well,
so the fact that it was 11 points, like I know it's not a blowout, but it might as well have been given how these two teams have been playing all season long.
The Bucs now are plus 30 in the fourth quarter.
Plus 30. They know how to win.
They're plus 30 in the fourth quarter.
Winning time right there.
The other thing that I want to retire is Bang Bang Niner Gang. I want it buried so deep.
Damn.
I want it buried so deep into the ground. I don't ever want to hear it ever again.
I just had told Carter to have that as the rejoin too.
No.
Maybe we got to pivot off that, Carter.
Sir, we need to move on. It's the same thing like Quest for 6. Bury it. Just bury it. I'm tired. We got to start new.
You're not burying the Niners, are
No,
you?
I'm not burying the Niners,
good.
but like...
All right, I'm just making sure.
You know who I'm not mad at? The young guys. The young guys, like, look, Marquise Siegel's going to get a lot of grief. And rightfully, he hasn't played great, especially in the pass game deep down the field. He's not a free safety. I thought we found a free safety. No, he's not. He's not. He missed some tackles. He just can't judge the ball. He doesn't know where he is in relation to the man. I mean,
I'm not optimistic.
He's playing the post, and they still beat him to the post.
I know.
But, like, he's trying really hard. I am not mad at the young guys for trying hard. Kendrick Bourne this morning. You know what? There's times he's going to drop a ball where he's wide open. But you know what? That guy tries really, really, really hard. I'm not mad at him this morning. This team fought hard. I'm frustrated with some of the veterans who either wanted to get paid, tried to get paid. Like, what is going on with Jawan Jennings?
You know what?
What is going on with Jawan Jennings?
Leave that right there because
what the heck?
We need to dive into the entire Jennings-Shanahan saga that took place on the sideline. If you missed it, we'll break it down on the other side. 888-957-9570 is the number. It is going to be brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. Quo, formerly OpenPhone, gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. Quo lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? Quo automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With Quo's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions and use those insights to level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with Quo. Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's quo.com/sports. QUO.com/sports.
Looking for lifelong financial guidance? Look no further than Pettinelli Financial Partners, your dedicated financial coaches for every stage of life's journey. Whether you're planning for retirement, starting a family, or buying a home, we're here for you every step of the way. Visit PettinelliFP.com. The financial consultants at Pettinelli Financial Partners are registered representatives with and securities offered through LPL Financial, member FINRA SIPC. Investment advice offered through Stratos Wealth Partners, a registered investment advisor. Stratos and Pettinelli are separate entities from LPL Financial.
Neuropathy is a debilitating condition that is sometimes misdiagnosed. Symptoms can include pain, numbness, and tingling in your hands, legs, and feet. Neuropathy is a progressive condition that only worsens unless you get effective treatment. SF Bay Wellness is a leader in neuropathy reversal and uses FDA-cleared, non-invasive electric cell therapy to restore nerve function with no injections, no drugs, and no surgery. The treatments have a 95% success rate. If distance is a factor, ask about our virtual consultation option. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE for the $99 neuropathy evaluation and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Don't wait another day. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE. Why keep suffering with the painful symptoms of neuropathy? You deserve to live a pain-free life. Start getting the treatment you need for your neuropathy symptoms. Call today.
It's here, Lazy Boy's Mega Sale. Take 25% off store-wide on sofas, sectionals, recliners, and more. Transform your home with the comfort and quality of an American icon. Hurry, when the Mega Sale ends, so do the savings. Only at your local Bay Area Lazy Boy store.
Shop top brand tires at Big O with the lowest tire price guarantee. Now through October 19th, get up to $100 instant savings on 4 select in-stock Nitto, Nexen, or Toyo brand tires. Installation required. Disposal fees extra. Not good with other offers. See Big O dealer for details.
Hi, I'm Michael from the War and Treaty. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. Only Novo Nordisk makes FDA-approved Ozempic. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5 milligram, 1 milligram, and 2 milligrams.
The holidays are here, full of joy, family, friends, and yes, a little hustle and bustle. That's why you need Aleve. Between cooking, shopping, and all those extra errands, aches and pains can sneak in. Aleve is here to help with long-lasting body pain relief. Don't let body pain slow you down. With up to 12 hours of body pain relief per dose, you can keep up with the season's magic and all that awaits. Pick up Aleve and get back to what really matters, making memories. Use as directed.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here. Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying. Just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Let's go! You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
We have an injury. It's a Niner defender down. And it's Fred Warner.
Oh, no.
This is San Jose Jazz fan, and I wake up with the Morning Joes, Spadoni and Shasky on 95.7 The Game. They're doing a great job.
And so was Fred Warner all season long. Tony Romo, Jim Nantz on the broadcast yesterday for CBS, and we've seen Fred go down in the past, Joe, and, he gets up, it's a stinger, and he's a gladiator. This guy's so damn tough. He's literally the best defensive player in football. I don't care. He's the best defensive player. You want D-end, whoever you want to take, what? No. Fred Warner is the best defensive player in the game. And I know he doesn't have the hardware, but not like he wasn't deserving in the past. And yesterday was different. When they refused to show the replay, that's when you know it's bad. And that's when you know it's probably season ending. Again, I'm speculating with the season ending part of it. I hope it's not the case, but anytime you have a dislocation and a fracture, as Kyle Shanahan put it after the game yesterday, it's tough to overcome. And you just gave me the statistic of guys that have had this type of injury, like 9 of those guys that had it and the 20 plus people that have dealt with it at this level. Some of them didn't even come back. I'm not betting against Fred Warner when it comes to that stuff, but that you saw, the emotion from the team, from the opposition. Hell, Todd Bowles was asked about it afterward. He was, he thought it was horrible to see and watch. He's just a champion of the game too. And when you lose a guy like Fred Warner, not just for the 49ers, but like the league, I look at too. And I look at and that's another takeaway from this. Like the league is losing when we lose all these players, which sucks. Like when I see Joe Burrow go down, it's like, man, like as a fan of football, that sucks. When Nick Bosa goes down, when Fred Warner, like these are some of the best players in the game, Joe. And it sucks, man.
There was a guy that they lost in 1998 who was younger into his career than where Fred was, but similar to Fred, I hold in high regard for class, respect, leadership, sportsmanship personified. That's Bryant Young. And in that play, they were playing the New York Giants. It was a primetime game. And I was at the game, and I remember you could hear the leg snap in half. You could hear it. And it was an accidental one by Ken Norton. I actually sent the audio to the crowd, to Carter back there. And the crowd groaned when he went down. And the whole team for the Niners and the New York Giants were like, come over. And it reminded me of the Fred Warner play, because when Fred goes down the way he did, it's the heart and soul of the team.
Kyle Shanahan spoke to the media after the loss yesterday on the obvious. Losing Fred Warner is a big blow.
It's big. Anytime you lose one of your best players, also a huge leader. So obviously a huge blow. Feel bad for Fred right now. He was in good spirits, though. He's got a good foundation, and got a lot of faith in Tatum, and he's the next man up, and he's going to have to do it throughout the year.
Carter got in my ear, and there's a part of me that kind of agrees with him, but you can even hear like him getting choked up a little bit there. Like, he's done this so many times, Kyle Shanahan. He's probably becoming numb to it, which sucks. Like, he's like, oh, yeah, Bosa, we'll see. Oh, yeah, Fred Warner, yeah, he's got this. Oh, George Kittle. Like, it gets to a point where it's like, are you freaking kidding me? Like it's literally, it's unreal. Like, I'm not laughing at at the pain of everything, but like, you kind of have to laugh through it if you're a fan, because what else are you going to do? Cry? Be mad? Be angry? It's like, it's just ridiculous.
Well, you start to question, are you snake bit?
You question everything.
I mean, are we cursed?
Yeah.
Look, can you be cursed if you're this good, but you keep losing at the end? I think yes. Like, are the Raiders cursed?
We talked about this last week, Joe. It's like, no, Raiders aren't cursed. The Browns aren't cursed. They just ran horribly. Just bad organizations.
Look, nobody wants to hear this morning. I have friends who truly believe that there's a candlestick curse. And ever since they announced in 2011, during the middle of that season, that they were going to move to Santa Clara, that we have been cursed and we will never win a Super Bowl.
Curse of Levi's?
No, curse of Candlestick.
Oh, okay.
Meaning you swore you were going to leave out and get out of Candlestick and move basically to Silicon Valley. And look, some people will roll their eyes. Some people are going to roll their eyes at that and think it's ridiculous. But I'm telling you, a lot of people believe that. I don't know if I necessarily believe that, but there is a part of me that, this is why I hate Gavin Newsom for a variety of reasons, but no, he also lost the Niners. No, he did. I mean, he's what?
Not that I didn't say anything.
He was mayor of San Francisco, and he refused to negotiate with the Yorks. We could argue about how good or bad the Yorks are at conducting business locally and politically, and they weren't good at it, and that's why they had to bring in Gideon Yu to actually finish the deal and basically hoodwink Santa Clara into paying $100 million to put together the joint authority that would own Levi Stadium, because the Yorks do not own Levi Stadium. That being said, Gavin was the one who ruined the whole thing. So this is why I hate Gavin Newsom. Like, forget all the real politics of homelessness and, rebuilding the Palisades and all the things that you want to say. I hate him for what he did during the negotiations, keeping the Niners in San Francisco. That's the start of my hatred of that man. And there are many of my friends, and I know it sounds ridiculous, they truly believe of the curse of Candlestick. I know, it sounds absurd. It was our Fenway. It was old. It was crappy. The toilets weren't working. The elevators and the escalators sucked. They were terrible.
Love the troughs.
You know what? I miss the troughs. Yep. I hate waiting in line for the bathrooms. The troughs were actually like express urinal.
There you go.
Like those were good. I'm being real, dude. The troughs were real. It's where real men went to go to the bathroom.
Spray Thompson. There we go. For 3. Yes.
But it needed to be rebuilt. It needed to be renovated. There's no doubt about it. And they've made a ton of money and all this. Great. There is something that I do feel snake bit.
Joe, the Super Bowl's there this year, though. Niners are 4-2. They can get there.
They sold us, and I was one of the season ticket holders. They sold us on, you'll be able to get to the Super Bowl. Don't you want to be a Super Bowl? I don't know one person who's a season ticket holder that I know who was eligible and won Super Bowl tickets in 2015. Carter, do you?
Really?
No.
Not one.
It's like 10% of real season ticket holders.
Damn.
It's all a fugazi.
And if Carter can't get it, then it's really tough to get.
And look, I've argued about this before, and today's not the day, but like, there is an element when I watch all the old highlights. Dude, we play in the desert compared to playing in the fog. There was something about that mist in the afternoon.
It is pretty incredible that you put it that way, because it's true, and it's like 20 minutes away from each other. It feels
they're 48 minutes away from each other, and that's if you're doing 110.
Well, that's the traffic.
Okay,
and all
they're
that.
literally an hour away.
Yeah.
So like, it's just.
I know.
Today's not the day. Now here's who I do want to. You brought up Jawan Jennings. What the hell is this guy doing?
We got to get into it.
No, like it's the Niners have done it now twice. And I think they tried to learn from their mistake the first time. And now I've come to a conclusion on these holdouts. You either give the guy what he wants or you trade him right away. There's no in between. So, because the guy's going to be disgruntled. Jawan Jennings held out this offseason. He didn't get what he wanted. You gave him some incentives. He's not going to hit him. He's truly ticked off and pissed. But you didn't pick a lane. And I think you did this with Brandon Ayuk. And look, he got hurt, which is unfortunate, but he didn't play well before that. Pick a lane. You either give the guy what he wants on the front end and just get it over with and move on, or you move him away. It's one or the other.
888-957-9570 is the number, Niner fans. What Shasky is referring to is the 49ers wide receiver, Juwan Jennings, who's been dealing with a lot of injuries, dealt with the hold in, hold out, whatever the hell you want to call it in training camp, missed the entirety of training camp. And as I've mentioned, has been dealing with a whole hell of a lot of injuries and more that I guess we're finding out about after the game. We'll hear from both these guys. But this is what Cam Edmund-Barry News Group tweeted out during the game, because if you're just watching the broadcast, you didn't know any of these things were happening on the sideline. Again, Cam Edmund tweeting out, Shanahan again yelling at Jennings, who was standing behind him. Jennings says something back. Kyle shoots look at him. Staff intervenes. Kyle trying to call plays in frantic 2-minute drill. The 49ers have the ball at the Tampa Bay 24 with 11 seconds left in the half. Here's more. Kyle and Jennings still going at it. Kyle covers his mouth with play card, while Shanahan's security detail, Mike Anderson, keeps Jennings away. Meanwhile, Eddie Pinheiro makes his third field goal, but appears to get hurt on hit. Bucs 20-16.
So he's yelling at the coach.
We didn't see any of this on the broadcast.
Yeah, so he's yelling at the coach while he's trying to call plays.
Yes,
guys,
and they had to get separated.
I'm gonna be real. He's got to go. He's got to go. No. His stature on the team. Look, I loved him. He was a fan favorite. Look what he did last year.
Yeah,
he was everyone's favorite, and it moved so quickly in the other direction. You cannot yell at the head coach while he's calling plays in the middle of a 2-minute drive.
Let's just call it what it is. The guy's pissed off. He didn't get his contract. Threw a pity party, missing training camp the entire time. He's mad because he's missed time because his body failed him. Oh, why? Because he missed the entirety of training camp. And he's been replaced by Kendrick Bourne. Yeah, Kendrick Bourne, who you got off the scrap heap.
That's a good
has
point.
been outplaying you.
And he's got more juice than him right now.
He's got way more juice. He's faster. Kendrick Bourne isn't even fast. He couldn't break away. It should have been a touchdown if it was anyone else but Kendrick Bourne, right? But he's mad. He's mad because he got replaced, Joe.
You're saying that, and yet Kendrick Bourne is the most explosive player on offense right now.
And that says all you need to say right there.
He might not be the most productive, but he's clearly the most explosive.
5 receptions, $142 from Kendrick Bourne yesterday. And Juwan, you had 1 catch for 7 yards and 1 third down conversion. You had the audacity to do a little third down extending dance.
That wasn't even the worst thing he did yesterday. Like on the field, forget the yelling at the coach. No, the play that really did them in, when they were on that drive, first drive of the third quarter, it's 1st and 10 from maybe the 12 or the 15, and Juwan Jennings, okay, 1st and 10 right here. It's a CMC screen, and Juwan Jennings blasts this guy Parrish, the rookie who played really well, blasts him out of nowhere before the ball is caught, while the ball's in the air, down the field past the little buffer where you're allowed to block, which is close to the line. I thought it was a dirty play.
Yeah.
And he messed this young kid up, and it was a horrible penalty that put them on 1st and 15. I might have even been 1st and 20. I'm not even sure. And basically set them up for a field goal in that situation to start the third quarter. So as much he's screaming and yelling at the coach during the 2-minute drive right before halftime, and then has one of the dumbest penalties of the day, as well as had multiple pre-snap infractions.
And you mentioned it, the very first play of that drive was a false start.
He's got to go.
It was a false start from Juwan Jennings.
He's got to go.
Yeah, you're not Travis Kelce, bro. Travis Kelce can get away with that with Andy Reid in the Super Bowl, going against the Niners. Remember, he's freaking out and they bump chests and everything. You're not Travis Kelce on this team. He doesn't understand who he is in the pecking order. You're not Brandon Ayuk. You're not George Kittle. You're not Kendrick Bourne. You're not, dude.
But control your emotions. If you're going to be a veteran on this team, which he is, control your emotions. And again, your point about know who you are. You can't get those kinds of penalties after you were screaming and yelling at the coach, because that ruined that drive. Did it not?
It did. Brought to you by Golden State, serving the Bay for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Jose and Oka will get to in a second.
And then after the game, can you play what he said after the game?
I want to right now.
After the game, he's sitting there in a scrum, and he's talking about he's got broken ribs and this and the other, which he might have. What, you don't buy it?
No, it's ridiculous that I don't want to hear about that after Fred Warner might be out for the season. I don't want to hear about you're playing through all this pain.
Well, it feels like he's on a side quest right now. He doesn't feel like he's part of the team.
You're listening to 95% of the game, KGNZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app, coming live from the Laughing Monk Studios. First, let's hear from Kyle Shanahan, the head coach, on the Jennings sideline interaction?
Just intense competitive conversation between two people, and at the end of the second quarter, but we were good.
Okay, so Shanahan's poo-pooing it. And this is what Juwan Jennings had to say on the dialogue with Kyle Shanahan.
Oh, man, you had to ask him.
As we said, it was just a competitive conversation between two people.
Probably, you had to just ask him.
Okay, so one of those guys clearly saltier about it than the other. That would be Juwan Jennings. And this is what Jennings had to say about playing through 5 broken ribs.
Yeah, I got 5 broken ribs.
Is your plan to just pain tolerance?
Oh, yeah, it's football. I love pain. I wouldn't be playing this sport if I didn't. You know, it's part of it, man. You got to enjoy every little thing that comes with it, and pain is one of those.
5 broken ribs.
Did you hear Trent Williams?
Oh, we got Trent Williams.
Yeah, everybody's hurt right now.
Yeah, everybody.
Play the Trent Williams
Let's
part.
see. I got it over here. I'm all over the place. We got it right. That was my bad. I was actually trying to find the number 5 for the 5 broken ribs to play. Number 5
Dude,
for Juwan Jennings. I got it right.
If you're okay, play it.
Or do they not cut? Right here. Got it. Yeah.
That's heartbreaking, especially. I mean, Fred is not only is he one of the best linebackers to ever play the game, but he the heart and soul of this team, not just heart and soul of this defense. So, you know, it's one thing to see somebody go down and go to the blue tent and there nobody really knows what's going on. You know, when you see a guy that's injured like that, it's really like a gut punch, you know, and it's truly is really hard to continue the intensity and, you know, and playing that game like that never happened.
So Trent's saying that about the Fred Warner injury, but he follows that up talking about the Juwan thing, saying, hey, yeah, man, like we all got stuff we're dealing with right now. Like, everyone's hurt. And it's like, you know, it sucks for Juwan. It sucks for all that. It's football. Not everybody's going through broken ribs and ankle sprains, but we're all going through something. And this is the quote from Trent Williams after the game. I mean, Mac just had to get a shot in his ribs. You hear Mac Jones talking
Mac's
about?
on one leg. And he has an oblique injury.
And now he has ribs on top of that.
And look, Juwan's might legitimately be injured with 5 broken ribs. 5 is a lot. That's crazy if true. Dude, then why are you playing? What are we doing?
Yeah, well, you know why he's playing. Because he needs to be out in the field because he knows he's not going to get paid if he's not out in the field. But by the way, you played yourself then. You should have been out there on the field. When, Joe?
At the beginning of training camp, like I said from the jump, I said I draw the line right at Juwan Jennings. Like, he's not good enough to be able to pull these shenanigans. And look, the reality is that Kendrick Bourne's been better than him by a long shot this year.
Better. Kendrick Bourne has been one of the feel-good stories of the last couple of weeks. Back-to-back 100-yard games. The Mac Jones, Kendrick Bourne connection had Tony Romo on the broadcast saying that's reminiscent of Troy Aikman and Michael Irvin. He had that as a comparison for one of the completions yesterday.
He said he got hurt in the Jacksonville Jaguar game. Was that on that 2-point conversion where Brock threw the ball to him a little high? I'm not blaming Brock.
Yeah.
It's football. I'm not blaming him, but that just sucks.
Yeah, he did get popped in that play. That's a good call.
Yeah, he got big time popped. But the way that he was standing there and after the game, they gotta move off. I'm gonna be real with you. They have to make a decision on JJ. Either you deactivate him or you remove him from this roster. You can't have him yelling at the coach and then guys in the locker room talking about who's more injured, who's this. I don't know, man. I don't know, man.
Jose's in Oakland wants to join the conversation. Richie Rich will get to you as well. 888-957-9570 is the number. Call or text all show long. We have no guests. The people are the guests on a Reaction Monday here on 95.7 The Game. Niners go down in Tampa, 30-19 the final. They're 4-2, and they lose Fred Warner. Feels like probably for the rest of the season. We don't know for sure. He's going to have surgery. Hopefully all that goes well. But on top of the Nick Bosa loss.
No, but this is a bigger one than Nick Bosa because he's the heart and soul of your team. He's the podium leader. He is the leader in the locker room. He's the heartbeat of this organization.
Not offense, not defense, the entire organization. Everyone looks up to Fred Warner. Kittle,
I'm telling you,
CMC, all these guys look up to him.
This is the closest to losing Buster Posey in the middle of the season. This is the closest to losing Steph Curry in the middle of the season. Bryant Young, when they lost him, they lost Navarro Bowman, but they had other leaders. But he was a heart and soul type of a player. There are some guys you can't replace. Now, I'm not saying that you can't replace. Bosa's replaceable in the sense of you could find a pass rusher, right? He doesn't bring all the leadership qualities, Find me a guy in the league, in the entire league, who represents the franchise the way Fred Warner does. And I'm talking quarterbacks included.
Yeah. Well,
it's a short list.
Another guy, too, as we're talking about, like, losing a heart and soul, like the guys that, like, just give you all that energy and burst, like a Dre Greenlaw a couple of years ago, like in the Super Bowl. Like, but we're talking about this being bigger because this is the guy. It's not the tag team partner. This is the main event. This is the heavyweight champion you're losing in Fred Warner. Heavyweight champ.
And then you got Jawan Jennings. And then you got Jawan Jennings.
That's why it's...
I mean, barking at the... And look, Jawan was such a fan favorite. This sucks. No, like, this really does suck. If you're a fan of the Niners and you just take a deep breath, you're like, dude, you were one of my favorite players just like a year ago.
For all the composure that they kept last week in a win against the Los Angeles Rams, they lost all of it.
All of it.
Lost all of it on the road.
And
a little bit of adversity. And I won't say a little bit of adversity. It's a lot of adversity. You lost Fred Warner in the first quarter. That sucks. You got to try to overcome it, though, dude. But this isn't new. You lost Nick Bosa. You've lost George Kittle. And it sounds heartless, but you got to try to move on from that mentally. And Jennings with the temper tantrum on the sideline? Come on, man.
Yelling at the coach while he's calling plays.
Come on. It's a bad look. Jose in Oakland. What's up, Jose? You're on the Morning Roast.
Good morning, guys. With all the things that were going on yesterday, honestly, the Juwan Jennings issue with Kyle Shanahan, that was just like the cherry right at the top of that cake. And to be honest with you, I think that's the least unimportant, mainly because if he's injured or he's having attitude, either trade him or, make him inactive. Whatever, Honestly, I do like the guy. I think that he did a lot for the team last year. But when you start doing things, all about yourself in the middle of a game like that, it stinks. Okay, you got to read the room. There's so many ramifications from losing Warner. Okay, to begin with, it just got much more expensive to get a replacement for either Nick Bosa or Warner. Why? Because it's kind of like you're getting a flat tire in the middle of America where there's only one gas station. They're going to stick it to you and charge you $300 for a tire that costs only $100. Why? Because you need it and there's no other options. There's no way they can replace Warner, not even with somebody currently in the team. Why? Because there's no one with enough experience to run, the defense like he does. He's pretty much the quarterback of that defense. It's going to get very difficult. I think the Niners team right now is at a crossroads. They have to decide what they want to do. Either, let's play it the way it goes. We might be looking at a season that is lost. Or they, have to man up and say, okay, let's just go all out and see what happens. But Kyle, John Lynch really is going to have to pull out that one out of his magic hat because I don't think that he's going to be able to get anybody to replace either Bosa or Fred Warner without giving up at least 2 first-round trades.
No, for sure, Jose. I got to cut you off there because we're up against it. It's a good call. 888-957-9570. You don't replace those guys. You can't. You have to multiple for both of them, and that's not even going to cut it in what they've meant to this organization. We'll pick it up on the other side. Juwan Jennings going at it with Kyle Shanahan on the sideline. Niner fans, how are we feeling about that? And that look, after losing Fred Warner, you got Juwan Jennings yelling at the head coach on the sidelines. They don't really speak about it. It's he said, she said. We'll get into all of it, and it's going to be brought to you by Fremont Bank, which is here for you, here for good.
Comcast Business can help turn your small business into a connected, secure, modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How healthcare offices become the data-protecting caregivers that we all depend on. And how wealth management firms become cyber-securing guardians of your information. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, and Wi-Fi backup, your business can stay connected and get threat-ready with Comcast Business. Powering possibilities.
Now through November 16th, new Comcast Business customers can get started with 150 megabit internet plus security for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig package. Call today. Restrictions apply. Requires enrollment in paperless billing and auto pay with bank account. Early termination fee applies. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
It's Spadoni here, and I know Carter knows his roots. I know Shasky knows his roots. Nahigian might. Sam Lubin definitely does. And the Oakland Roots have their final game at home at the historic Oakland Coliseum. That's right, Saturday, October 25th, against Lexington SC. Come on out, show your Oakland pride, and enjoy the energy of an Oakland Roots game for their final home game, again, at the Coliseum for the rest of this season. We've already done football. We've done baseball. You got to get into soccer, people, if you haven't already. And what better way to do it with the World Cup coming around the corner next year? Start going to Oakland Roots games. And you got your final chance at the Collie, October 25th, Saturday. And following the game, there's going to be fireworks and a performance by Ruby Red. Go to oaklandrootssc.com to get your tickets today. You can also watch the game on KTVU Plus or ESPN Plus.
A lot of Bay Area banking customers are faced with a choice. Which financial institution best fits what they're looking for? It might make sense to consider a bank's history. Take Fremont Bank. For 60 years, we've provided stability and consistency with an emphasis on relationships. We've grown one customer at a time, not through mergers or acquisitions, because that's how you can do business when you're independently owned and community focused. Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Hey, it's Mark Willard from 95.7 The Game. Look, when life hits you hard, and it happens, could be an accident, an injury, you need to hit back harder. You need a fierce team that knows the insurance game and refuses to back down. That's why I trust Omar Habas and the entire Habas Law team. For over 40 years, Habas Law has gone head-to-head with insurance companies, winning medical care, financial support, and real justice, and Habas doesn't get paid unless you do. Visit habaslaw.com. Habas Law, they'll fight to make it right.
It's almost here, budget season. Are you trying to do more with less? You're not alone. Thousands of companies from $10 million to $300 million in revenue trust My Outdesk to solve staffing gaps, control costs, and accelerate growth. Whether you're scaling, cutting overhead, or battling turnover, My Outdesk's elite global talent helps your team move forward with confidence, fast. Book your strategy call and find out how much you could save. My Outdesk, where momentum meets results. Visit myoutdesk.com. That's myoutdesk.com.
Jumpstart MD is your Bay Area expert in weight loss and hormone care. And October is Menopause Awareness Month. Let's be real, one size fits all doesn't work. That's why Jumpstart MD created a personalized program that combines weight loss and hormone optimization, all for one low price. Even better, you'll save $200 this month when you choose the plan that fits your life. With 13 Bay Area locations and online visits, expert support is always within reach. Call 855-JUMPSTART or visit jumpstartmd.com to reclaim your energy, your balance, and your confidence.
Hey, it's your boy Guru. Every time we put a rat on the table during our show, it's brought to you by Atco Pest Control. Atco Pest Control is a family-owned local business proud to provide pest control in the Bay Area for over 35 years. Atco uses natural methods to give you a peace of mind and keep your family out of harm's way. Quality pest control doesn't have to empty your savings either. Don't wait. Go to AtcoPestControl.com for all your pest control needs. They got you covered.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Every morning, we rise and shine, make breakfast, and brush away the night's rest. These routines help us start the day off right. Nature-Made vitamins are a simple step in that daily care regimen. Multivitamins with daily essentials, clinically studied probiotics for gut health support, magnesium to help relax the body. Nature-Made is made to care for you every day. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Get 5 quarts of Valvoline Full Synthetic Motor Oil, a Wix filter, and a $15 gift card after rebate at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Let's go! You still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Red and Gold Game Day starts at Laughing Monk Brewing. Park for free. Enjoy amazing food, ice-cold beer, and every game on TV. Catch 95.7 The Game's pregame show. Then hop on the free shuttle straight to the stadium. Sign up now at 957thegame.com.
as Jones throws it. What a throw. What a catch. He's taken off. It's Bourne. Bourne all the way down to the 33-yard line of Tampa Bay. There is a flag. It went for 56 yards. He had a 41-yarder in the first quarter. Let's see if it holds up.
Thought it should have been a horse collar tagged on top of it, but they didn't call it. They threw the flag, picked it up. And that was the play, as Jim Nantz on the call right there for CBS, that Tony Romo said on the broadcast, he's like, that throw and catch right there, it's reminiscent of Aikman to Irvin. It's like, I think that's the first time in NFL history someone has compared Mac Jones to Troy Aikman and Kendrick Bourne to Michael Irvin. But I'll say this, Mac Jones had some dimes yesterday.
Yeah, I thought he looked good. Look, he's on one leg.
He was throwing dimes to Marquez Valdez-Scantling, and I know, you got to catch those. You're a receiver. It's a tough play. To expect MVS to make that catch is going to be tough, let alone a guy like a Ricky Pearsall or something.
I'm trying to find silver linings, right, for today.
Please.
And I'm like, all right, let's say you were Detroit, and Detroit lost their best wide receiver, Amon-Ra St. Brown, and they lost Laporta.
Damn.
And they lost Hutchinson. And they lost, pick whoever you want else.
They had their offensive lineman retire in the offseason. They're their future Hall of Famers.
No, but I'm just saying, imagine if.
Yeah.
Okay, and Jared Goff's down. And your second wide receiver, Jameson Williams, is also down. That's what the Niners currently are facing. Yeah. Now, Detroit's so loaded, they've got 2 running backs, and so those guys have a little more juice between the tackles than the Niners do right now as a running duo, and their offensive line is very good. What did Detroit do? They invested in Penei Sewell.
Yeah.
And it's been a grand slam hit for them. So,
who's the Lions' backup? I don't even know who that is.
Most people don't.
Yeah.
But, that's what happened yesterday. We went up against, and look, Tampa's injured too. So, I don't think you can, sit here and play the woe is me, because Tampa's also very, very banged up.
They are.
But you were out Kittle, Bosa, Ayuk, Pearsall. Jennings is, I don't even know what's going on with Jennings. And then you lose Fred Warner in the middle of that game.
Everything.
I was thinking about this too.
Everything is going wrong, injury-wise.
I was thinking about this too. The real magic elixir for the Niners in the red zone was when you had CMC and Debo. Not one or the other. Without CMC, Debo didn't look as good. Without Debo, CMC hasn't looked as good as a runner. When you do all these motions with the fullback, I've told you, no one's moving. No one's moving to guard Juice. Juice is the equivalent of Draymond Green in the half court. Teams are like, we'll let Draymond shoot all day. Yeah. And I'm not trying to dog Juszczyk, but teams are saying, of all the guys on the field, we have no problem with Juice catching a ball underneath and trying to break some tackles. Right? And he's a useful player, but he's not a threat.
It's like walking Buster Posey to get, I don't know, who's my guy? Austin Slater or something like that.
Exactly, right? He's not a threat to get to Lamont Wade. Just not a threat, right? And so where they really miss Debo is on all those motions where, we don't see a lot of movement, but there is movement, and there's all this communication from linebackers and safeties, because even washed, fat, injured Debo last year, you had to think about him. You had to honor him. You had to respect him. And the other element, when Debo did get the ball, if you watch it, he'd always make somebody miss. He'd either run through their soul, or he'd whoop, and then just boom, fall over and get a touchdown. Now, I think CMC misses him. I think the offense misses him. He's having a heck of a year this year with Washington, and it feels like, you'll see him tonight. I'm sure he'll make a play tonight. I was ready to move on. I just thought that stylistically, I thought emotionally, I thought everyone needed to move on. But similar to Juwan Jennings, you didn't re-up him. You didn't trade him. You kind of kept him in limbo. He knew it was probably his final year, like Juwan does now. And he got restless and frustrated and angry.
Lost his composure going at Tabor Pepper, the long snapper, at Jake Moody last year. The lack of leadership from Debo was galling. Kind of like what we're seeing with Juwan Jennings. It's a good point.
And he watched Juwan Jennings get all these targets and all this love that maybe he wanted in a walk or contract year. That being said, he had built up way more equity than Juwan Jennings. Not that we don't like Juwan. Juwan was very useful.
He was never an all-pro like
Debo was. Yeah, exactly. Right? And so, look, I was ready to move on, and I think the team was ready to move on. I think everyone rightfully moved on. but they do miss the gadget guy. They don't have a gadget guy. And I think it's hurting the offense as a whole, and I think it's hurting CMC as a whole. And I don't know how you solve it midseason.
If you're just joining us and you missed what we're talking about when it comes to Juwan Jennings, Shanahan and Jennings not going at it because that includes, Kyle, like getting physical or getting anything like that. But there was a lot of shouting from Juwan Jennings, who was standing behind Kyle Shanahan yesterday, and the staff had to intervene on the sidelines in the last seconds of the first half. And this is what Kyle Shanahan had to say after the game about the little conversation and a spat on the sideline.
Just intense competitive conversation between two people, and at the end of the second quarter, but we were good.
And this is what Juwan Jennings had to say about it.
Oh, man, you had to ask him.
As we said, it was just a competitive conversation between two people.
Probably, you had to just ask him.
And we're efforting the sound, but Trent Williams was also asked about it, and in regards to Juwan Jennings' injuries, because Jennings, according to him, has 5 broken ribs, and was talking about all those injuries, and Trent was like, "Hey, we're all going through something. It's football. Not everybody's going through 5 broken ribs and ankle sprains, but we're all going through something." I mean, Mac just had to get a shot in the ribs. So
let me ask Niner fans.
It sounds like not only with the coaching staff, but the other players that Juwan Jennings, the complaints are falling on deaf ears.
It's ridiculous that we're having this conversation regarding Juwan Jennings, and we should be, after they lost Fred Warner for the year, after they lost a game that they were in till the end. Now, could have gave up 40 in this one. There were a variety of Tampa Bay mistakes, and they didn't do anything in terms of pass rush. And I just look at their offensive line, and I ask you, Joe, when was the last time the Niners had a great offensive line?
Great?
I know the answer.
Oh, it was probably Harbaugh era.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Where they invested a first-round pick in Anthony Davis.
Yeah.
They invested a first-round pick in Joe Staley. They invested a first-round pick in Mike Iupati.
Yeah.
They found Alex Boone in the 7th round. Okay? They signed John Goodwin from the New Orleans Saints. They invested in that offensive line and had 3 consecutive unbelievable seasons running the ball when the entire world knew they wanted to run the ball. It takes years to get those offensive line picks to gel and get rocking and rolling, all right? 2007, they took Staley. I believe they took Upati either in 2009 or 2010, and then Anthony Davis the very next year. And it paid unbelievable dividends. And for 4 years, they had a great offensive line. A great offensive line.
Joe, did you watch Sunday Night Football last night?
I was so distraught yesterday, I could barely watch it. I had the baseball, I had multi-view on YouTube.
Okay, fair enough.
And I had the baseball and I had the Chiefs, and I was just
casually watching, not even like casually.
Exactly.
Okay, but the Chiefs looked good, right?
Of course they did.
What did they do this offseason that was a clear detriment to them not winning the Super Bowl last year? They reshored their offensive line. They went out, and how you feel about Jalen Moore as a starter, as a backup, doesn't matter. If they paid him to be a backup or start if they needed him to. They made sure to protect their long-term investment, which is who? Patrick Mahomes.
100%.
He is the golden goose of that entire state. Miss me with the franchise and with the offense. The entire state of Missouri is Patrick Mahomes.
I have a 6-pack. It's just under the dad bod.
They needed to protect that dad bod, and that's what they did.
And to the point where people are like, where are all the playmakers?
Exactly. And look what happens. You protect Patrick Mahomes, good things happen in the offense.
Yeah.
Whether it's Pacheco, whether it's him, and now Xavier Worthy's getting out in space.
This guy Thornton, who no one knew, looks incredible.
Travis Kelce looked good yesterday. He might be revamped, rejuiced. And then obviously you're going to get back Rashee Rice at some point. So those are the longtime champs. I know they didn't win last year, and that was the clear detriment of that team because Patrick Mahomes had no time to throw. And Andy Reid, offensive guru, offensive genius, said, no. Let's double down on the offensive line. That is going to have to be the top priority of the 49ers. And we got some fans that want to join the conversation.
I know we're going to talk to them, but that's why this morning, Mac, Purdy, Mac. Look, the reality is this. I don't care who's back there. Joe Montana, Patrick Mahomes, Tom Brady. Pick your poison. if you get hit the amount of times, and Mac was getting rid of the ball quickly, if you get pressured and hit as often as he did, no one is staying upright.
I thought Mac had a good game, all things considered. Now, did he have a great game? And maybe people say good as a stretch because he did have 2 interceptions. I thought one of them was really on him. The other one, miscommunication. It was a hot route. It was blitz. He had someone right in his face. And yeah, it looked awful. It looked like, I think I tweeted on real time, that looked like the worst decision I've seen from Mac Jones all season long. But they lost the turnover battle ultimately, and that you can't win games on the road doing that. You just can't. When it was in your favor last week against the Los Angeles Rams and everything, you were just dominating the controllables. That's something that Robert Saleh said in the past. They were not able to do that yesterday.
Not only is Mac on one leg, not only is Purdy on one foot, like your kicker got hurt by one of the linemen stepping on him.
Stepped on.
That's got to be like, how do you even quantify that?
That's how I felt after the Fred Warner one, though. Like, I just felt immediately like, you got to be kidding me.
Panero's like hobbled, and I'm like, we finally found a kicker, and you got hurt by getting stepped on?
Well, Joe,
snake bit doesn't even begin to describe it.
Hold on. I thought, and then, not only that, there was running into the punter, and the punter got up, Morstead.
Poor Morstead.
And I was like, oh my God, they might have to go for it every time going forward because they don't even have a punter. Mac's going to have to do the pooch punt with his left leg because his right won't even extend that high. Oh my God.
Mac had a great scramble, and then he's like going to the sideline, and we're watching the highlights this morning just to kind of go through it, and like the knee buckled clearly.
They showed it on the broadcast where he's like, oh my God. Tony was like, yeah, he didn't even look good scrambling and running out of bounds when no one touched him. He couldn't even run correctly and stop his momentum. We're laughing because you have to laugh through the absurdity of all of it. By the way, Warriors fans, basketball is back. Don't miss your chance to see the Warriors take on the Clippers at Chase Center this Friday, October 17th. First 10,000 fans in attendance will get a Best Buddies bobblehead. Buy your tickets at Warriors.com, and for your chance to score one of these bobbleheads, listen all week long, 7:30 and 8:30, between those hours for the Sounder, Carter.
Why they pick him?
And be caller number 5 to the contest line at 415-523-4652, and you'll win courtesy of the Golden State Warriors. Again, between 7:30 and 8:30, got to be listening for that Sounder. Be caller number 5. These are really cool bobbleheads. I know we all have Jimmy Butler and the Buddy Hield dynamic. It's both of them sitting at a desk. Really cool stuff. All week long we're doing that. Shout out the Warriors for that. Let's shout out Richie Rich, who's been hanging on tight, being very patient.
Richie?
We appreciate it. Richie Rich, you're on the roast. What's up, man?
What's up, dog? Joe, what up? Shasky, my dog, what's cracking, man? I couldn't even call, man. I almost didn't want to listen to no sports, nothing. That's how devastating this loss is, man. Let me get these off. But first of all, Jennings, man, what the hell have you done for us, bro? What have you done? Okay, this is the league of what have you done, not what you done, all right? Okay, you had a good year last year. Besides that, what have you done, bro? Nothing. You got a guy that came off the couch, Kendrick Bourne, who's balling and dogging your ass out. Go. Get out of here. Once you disrespect your coach like that, there's no turning back from it. And then after they interview him, he leaves with, go ask Kyle Shanahan. Like, you could even take the higher road, bro. You left it out there to hang him dry. Get the hell out of here. You're gone, bro. And as far as Warner, there ain't no making up for that, dude. That guy is the heart and soul of that team. Like, to say it's a devastating loss is an understatement. That was depressing to watch. The light was sucked out immediately, man. I don't know what they're going to do, but I tell you what, man, Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch owe it to Bosa, owe it to Warner, owe it to us, the damn fans, to go do something now. Because you know what? Despite all these damn injuries, with our back against the wall, we are going down every single week physically. Players are dropping like flies. We're 4-2, and we're still in every single game, right? A few plays yesterday, who knows how that goes? If the defense can make a damn stop and get a sack on the quarterback and put some pressure, and allow Baker to cook you, who knows what happens? So you got to do it now. You can't wait because the Giants are humming now, so they might not want to get rid of players, right? You need to go do it now. And you're not replacing Warner, so go get a pass rusher who can put some damn pressure and put some sacks so that it can lighten up for that secondary and the linebackers, because the offense is going to come back. We're going to get Kittle back. We're going to get Ayuk back. Now, that opens up the red zone for us, right? Hey, Bourne has proven to us he is our number 3, possibly number 2, because we don't know what the hell Ayuk's going to come back at. But with those guys there and the offense humming, we're going to be in these ball games still. But the defense is sus, and they got to do something for us, dog. They got to do something to give us some light because, man, we're at a hardship right now where this can either go south or this can go, north. So we got to figure it out, man.
I'm with you on that, Richie.
Thanks, Richie Rich.
I really do feel like they got 2 more games here. I think Falcons, Houston coming up.
Very interesting. Like
you split them,
too, yeah.
I feel great. You lose them both, we could be in for a real precipitous slide. Look, I know they're 4-2, and I'm with them. And like you got to look at like where you're at. I just wonder how they feel inside that building. And when you do these calculations on like trading for someone, you also have to say like, all right, if we trade a second round pick, like right now, Joe, you have to project. If we trade a second round pick, is it going to be the 37th pick overall or the 67th pick overall? If you had to bet today, that second round pick, is it closer to a first rounder or closer to a third rounder?
Ooh, that's a great question. First, maybe?
You have 2 hurt quarterbacks. You have 2 hurt quarterbacks. You don't have Bosa. You don't have Warner.
They've been able to overcome so much up to this point.
Kittle
Joe
hasn't even practiced.
I know.
I'm just asking.
No,
if you're making the calculation,
it's a fair question. I don't know how to answer it. I know that's cop out.
I hear you. If you had to like ask me that, I'd probably lean it's closer to a first round pick, which would tell me I think you need to be very careful in trading for somebody. Like, does this team need to get older? Or does this team need to continue to stockpile draft picks?
They need to get younger.
Yeah, exactly.
They need to get younger.
Exactly.
That's the thing that I came away from. I kind of came away from that yesterday a little bit with the Bucs. Is at least a lot of those guys that are contributing, like on offense that filled in for Godwin and Evans, they're young guys. Like, and even Egbuka, who had to leave. Like
Evans is coming back.
He's coming back.
Bosa's not coming back.
He also has a hamstring, though, too. So it's kind of
Warner's
similar.
not coming back.
Yeah.
Right? Like I could at least make the argument, hey, Kittle's coming back, right? Like
and Ayuk, I don't know. Like we keep throwing Ayuk. I have no way of knowing.
Godwin thought he was coming back, and look at Godwin.
You don't know.
Back, out, hurt. By the way, Godwin had a similar ankle injury to Fred Warner. And he had to have a second surgery in the offseason and has been dealing with the lingering effects of that
He
of
also
that ankle.
he had an ACL at one point, too,
He had
right?
multiple ACLs.
Yeah, God. Guys have talking about going through it. And you mentioned the Falcons and Texans. We'll have all week to lead up to Sunday Night Football for that one. But the Falcons and Texans, if you're just going by yards allowed per game, they're both top 5 defenses.
Joe, do I sound like defeatist?
Top 5 defenses.
Do I sound like a defeatist if I say like I'm preparing myself for the next gruesome injury to this team?
No, you are being guarded. You're being a normal like that. That's what you do when you've been in an abusive relationship, Joe. You guard yourself. And right now, it's been an abusive relationship when it comes to the injuries with this team. They just break your heart.
Joe.
They break your heart.
And
at the
they're
worst
not just
times.
like, it's not like at least the Kittle one, like, hamstring, groin. He'll be back, right? Ayuk, career alterer. Bosa, this is the 3rd ACL injury in 10 years. That could be a career alter. CMC, I think we've got, even though he's productive, he's not the explosive superstar that he once was. Would you agree?
Yes.
And he's having a good year,
Yeah.
like a great year, actually, all things considered. But that's a career alter. Warner, like, guys, even if he comes back, he will not be the same.
No.
Warner. And I'm not trying to bet against him, but come on, the law of averages is not in his favor.
Well, I'm concerned about the guy that they're coming back who couldn't go out yesterday is Ricky Pearsall. Like the wear and tear on that guy who you've been leaning all season long on.
And Pearsall's had a great year.
He's had a great year. But that's honestly like the conversations about Pearsall prior to the gunshot was, can this guy stay on the field? Is getting him out there and staying on the field.
And then you get to Purdy and you're saying to yourself, all right, he's got this toe injury, right? And if he's going to get tagged going behind this offensive line the way that he is, I'm not just worried about the toe injury lingering under the offseason and some whatever surgery or whatever. Like, what other thing could happen bad? Like, that's how negative I am this morning, and it sucks because they are 4-2. They were in that game.
Is there any reason for optimism right now, even after that loss, Niner fans? 888-957-9570.
Look, I think the team fought hard for the coach. I thought the coach, both Saleh and Kyle Shanahan, did the best they possibly could given who was out there. They're throwing to Jake Tonjes, Valdez-Scantling, and Kendrick Bourne. Like, what? Do people realize what this offense was yesterday, personnel-wise? Defensively, they started the game with 8 different starters. 8 new starters. And they ended the game with 9. because Fred Warner went down.
Their veteran leader on defense is Deommodore Lenoir now. That's the guy. That's the grizzled veteran on this team. He's had an okay year.
He's been okay.
He's been okay. It hasn't been amazing.
I would argue
that the pass
rush has done him no favors. Yeah. And the safeties the safety play is so bad. As bad as their offensive and defensive line is, their safety play is as bad.
Let's go to David in South San Francisco. David's saying it's not the end of the world, guys. David, what's up, man? You're on the Morning Roast.
Hey, good morning. Yeah, I was very disappointed about Fred Warner. He's like one of my heroes. So that being said, the caller a couple calls back really gave a good analogy of the season. But I think like 2 interceptions and a bunch of sacks, we're not going to beat Tampa Bay with Buster Mayfield. But I thought the Niners played pretty good with what we have to work with. Maybe overall, like Eddie DiBartolo might have cursed the team when he left. We're just having too many injuries. But I'm hoping it kind of changes around. But we are 4-2. We're still on top of the division. The sky is not falling, but losing Fred Warner is like just a crushing blow. That's all I got to say. Thank you.
The sky's not falling, David, and I appreciate the call. But
I would argue it actually is.
But the players are. The players are falling now. Like in star players, not just Ben Barch, who was a solid starter, and we're seeing that Connor Colby is learning through trial by fire as a rookie.
Have you seen Lion King?
Vita Vea ate his lunch a couple times yesterday in the entire Brendel, everyone. He was eating everyone's lunch yesterday. Have I seen The Lion King? Yes, Joe. Okay. I have seen everything in the Disney universe.
Losing Fred Warner is equivalent to losing Mustafa.
You mean Mufasa?
Mufasa, excuse me.
You got Mustafa back. Don't worry, Malik's back.
No, but in this analogy, like it is, and the young prince is just not ready yet.
Simba.
All of the young players, they're getting baptized by fire. They're going to have to develop for the rest of the year before they're able. Like Tatum Bethune yesterday, he filled in. He had a bunch of tackles.
Yeah.
He over pursued.
Yep.
He didn't communicate. Like he's a young player. He's barely played. So to think that any of those guys is going to be able to pick up the brain, just the IQ of, think of how many snaps Fred Warner's played since 2018. He's missed one game since 2018.
He's a gladiator. Joe, through last season, was it week 2 or 3 after that, he was playing on like a broken ankle? Like, guy was a first-team All-Pro on a broken ankle last year. You don't replace that.
That's what I'm saying. So just do the math. Like, he's probably played 100, 125 games, somewhere in that range. What is it? What is 2018? That's 7 full seasons times 16 games a season. Let's do the math here. You filibuster for me.
Was it 112? Something like that? 112, 70
plus playoff games.
Yeah, okay, yeah. So it's
16 times 7, 112 plus, I would say, I think it's 12 or 13 playoff games because Kyle's 8-4.
So 120 something.
Another 12, 125 games. Okay. All right, and that doesn't include preseason. And Tatum Bethune and D. Winters are just going to like make up that IQ. It's just difficult.
And D. Winters has been a great story.
No, he has.
But a lot of that success was off of playing with him. Fred Warner.
I know.
And being the leader and telling people where to go. And he saw it immediately. As much as, it was driving us nuts as Niner fans last week, if you were watching the game against the Rams when there were some false starts, guys not lined up correctly because of all the new faces on the offense and the offensive line at times. Like, same thing goes for defense. When you lose your leader on defense, both in the linebacking core and on the defensive front, there's going to be missed assignments and blown assignments, and you saw busted coverage a couple times yesterday.
The biggest play of the game was Kendrick Bourne scampering over the middle of the field for like 50 yards. The second biggest play of the game was Demarcus Robinson, after dropping a wide open one, making another play. That's where this offense is at. Kendrick Bourne is their most explosive player on offense. Doesn't mean that you can't be productive. Jake Tonjes has been productive. He's made a lot of really nice plays. Christian McCaffrey's been really productive. I mean, yesterday, Brian Robinson catching a 3-yard check down was his play of the game.
Brian Robinson.
They don't have enough playmakers, Joe.
That's why they need Kittle back. They need Pearsall back. Hell, they need Brock Purdy back. But what semblance of Brock Purdy are you getting with this turf toe? I have no idea. He has a chance, according to reports over the weekend, to play Sunday night.
Who's a playmaker on D? Right now.
D. Winters, maybe.
Has he forced any fumbles? I'm not trying to.
I'm not
trying to hate on him.
I'm trying.
I like him. Like, playmaker on defense is a thing. I thought heading into the year they might have a playmaker on every level. D-line, linebacker, safety. No, they don't right now.
They have no playmakers right now.
They can't catch a cold in terms of an interception. When was the last time a Niner defender had two hands on a ball?
Oh, my God.
That was thrown.
It was on the broadcast yesterday. And again, if you're just joining us.
Like literally a ball go through their hands. When was the last time a ball went through? Forget an interception. Just a ball through the hands.
I'm sure Darnold threw one. I think Darnold in week 1 definitely threw one that was interceptable. I'm pretty sure he did.
Was that the Fred Warner one?
I think so.
That he dropped?
I think so. No, it was the Fred Warner one where D ran right into him, and it would have been
one ball. One ball in 6 games.
It would have been an interception, yeah. No, there has to be other ones, but that's what I'm saying. They have had opportunities, and they just haven't been able to cash in on them. They haven't been able to. By the way, speaking of opportunities to cash in on, all week we're giving you an opportunity to cash in on winning the Best Buddies Warriors bobblehead with Jimmy Butler and Buddy Hield. And the first 10,000 fans in attendance on October 17th, this Friday at Chase Center, when the Warriors take on the Clippers, also get those bobbleheads. But we're giving you an opportunity to win one every single day this week. Be listening right now through 8:30 for your opportunity to win it. You got to be caller number 5 to the contest line, 415-523-4652. Don't play the sounder, because when you hear the sounder, you're going to be calling at that time. In the meantime, let's go to Dave in Fresno. Wants to join the conversation. What's up, Dave?
Hey, guys. Morning. Yeah, I was just saying, watching that game yesterday, and you're thinking back, like, look at the receivers getting open. Kyle, and this is not a bash Kyle take. It's just like all your premium picks, talent, and money has gone to wide receivers. You can do without the premium at that position. And like you guys said, we got to get premium in the trenches. All the first-round picks have gone to either wide receivers or defensive line. And right now, the defensive line is not making enough plays. I know you're without Bosa, but even your secondary and your offensive line are your healthiest units, and they just look average. They look average. Nobody's making a play. Nobody is helping the next man up argument. So right now, you said it earlier, Joe, we need to separate Kyle the coach from Kyle the GM, because I like Kyle the coach. Scheming guys open. I love that Kyle. Kyle the GM, we got to look back and look at this team and Shash, you hit the nail on the head, bro. That offensive line. You get a good offensive line, a bully offensive line, where that can travel and you can beat down guys, and you can, as long as you have that, run the ball. And you would think Kyle loves to run the ball. Why not invest in the offensive line? Because you healthy. There's no excuse. Why is that bad? These are the guys that was handpicked. So, yeah, losing Fred sucks. But what sucks even more is looking forward. What do you have to look forward to? You know, it's a lot of questions right now that need to be answered. And losing Fred kind of opens your eyes and you step back and look at everything. So, yeah, I'm with y'all. Yeah, I was hitting some real good points this morning. I just kind of want to,
Dave,
touch on those points. But
we appreciate it.
The hard part in all this is that even if you address via the draft certain positions, it doesn't mean you're going to hit.
No.
Like right now, defensive line, they got 3 guys that they took, 1, 2, 3. Alfred Collins in the second round, Mykel Williams in the first round, and C.J. West in the third round. I believe C.J. He might have been a fourth rounder, but I thought he was a third rounder. I mean, I'm seeing a little from Mykel early in that game, and I thought he was good. You have 3 guys in the interior, because I don't think Mykel's an outside guy. He's an inside guy. And you can't get pressure on anyone. It takes time for those young players to develop. You took a second-round pick on Renardo Green last year. He's been up and down. I'm not saying he's a bust, and I'm hearing not to say that he's going to be some all-pro. I just don't know. You took Marquise Siegel in the 5th round. He's had a couple of nice stuffs. Right. As a guy playing deep in your secondary, he's been awful. So I think a lot of these young guys, it's been up and down and up and down, and like they need a lot of picks right now, and they're really top heavy. And the guys that they did invest have all been injured.
I keep going back to that draft class. They're probably drafting a quarterback no matter what. 2021, obviously Trey Lance, but those 2 offensive tackles that have just been so good. And I know the one of them is out for this year. But Penei Sewell.
Dude, they should have took Tristan Wirfs when they took Javon Kinlaw.
I know, there's like, you can just keep going. Like the amount of names, Joe, you go back in some of these draft classes that they've whiffed on or no longer on the Niners, that Javon Kinlaw, Tristan Wirfs, who was on the field yesterday when Fred Warner got hurt, ushering people to come over and help him out. That That was a cool moment yesterday. I really gained a lot of respect for Tristan Wirfs, who saw immediately the aftermath of Fred Warner's ankle and was like, dude, someone's got to get out here. That's the opposition right there.
It's so bad. I believe 2023, their first pick was Jair Brown, and he was a third rounder. He's like unplayable unless he's playing basically that nickel linebacker
And you were
spot.
excited early. We were. I know Baldy was. Baldy was very high.
Joe, it's been 2 years. He's unplayable. He has no speed, no range. He can't cover.
Was that the last time they got an interception? Was the Super Bowl with him and Mahomes?
Feels like it.
It feels like it.
Bad angles. Like their safety play is so bad right now. So bad.
We're going to hear more from Shanahan, more from Mac Jones, Christian McCaffrey, everyone, and we're going to hear from the people because there are no guests today. You are the guest. 888-957-9570. Where are 49ers fans' emotions at this morning? Losing Fred Warner, losing the game. You got Sunday Night Football coming up against the Falcons. Who knows if Brock Purdy's going to be starting? Who's he going to be throwing to if he is starting? I still don't know. Is it going to be Pearsall? Is Kittle going to come back? Who knows? Kendrick Bourne's been your best receiver. You got Juwan Jennings yelling at your head coach on the sideline. It's just
Joe.
Of all the goodwill you've had last week, Joe,
I know.
It all feels like what the hell happened? God, it's all out the window.
It's just,
all the vibes are gone.
It's crazy, and I just keep coming back to you. Like, dude, they gave Purdy, Warner, and Kittle massive extensions. I think 99.9% of the fan base, myself included, was like, yeah, right decision.
That makes sense. Yes.
All of them have been hurt. They've played a quarter together. How are you supposed to win when you give $280 million to three guys that I feel like almost every Niner fan would have gave money to, and they just got hurt? It just sucks.
It does.
It sucks.
Let's go to Adam in the city. What's up, Adam? You're on the Morning Roast.
Good morning. You'd ask kind of like what the emotion is feeling. At this point, when it comes to the injuries, I'm just numb to it at this point because it keeps happening, and it keeps happening to Maine people. But the reason I wanted to call him was try to provide some sort of optimism that they are still 4-2. They are still 3-0 in the division. You still have Pearsall, Purdy, Kittle, hopefully IU coming back. So at least you have some reinforcements. And I don't think you can just like punt. And they've said that they're not going to do this, but you can't just punt this season away because next season isn't guaranteed either. I mean, it never is.
You're not going to punt this season right now. You're not going to do that. You have to play it out. But I'm also not making a trade today to force someone. Like, I think you got to let it play out a little, Adam. Would you agree?
I mean, the only part that I disagree about not making a trade, though, is just with, like, I guess who is, like, are potentially available out there and who can make this team better because, as we've seen, the D-line hasn't been great. You just lost I mean, obviously you're not going to replace a Fred Warner off the street, but, I mean, I don't know. I think that they need some sort of reinforcements to make this defense a little bit better because if we let it play out, I mean, I don't know. I mean, then also just, like, the injuries keep racking up, so we'll see there. But I'm kind of at the point that, like, I'm hoping – like John Lynch has always proven that he will call and make in for a big trade. But if you want this season to be salvageable with all these injuries, I mean, you can let it play out. But, I mean, why not take a flyer? Because, I mean, who knows what's going to happen next year?
Yeah, see, I'm not trading future assets today. Trading away guys on this team like Juwan Jennings, yes, that's away.
Yeah.
Am I surrendering a draft pick today for a guy who's 27, 8, 9, 30, 31, who is at the final year of a contract?
Well,
no.
Joe, let's just take a step.
No, I'm not doing that today. Maybe in 2 weeks. You win the next two games, and my opinion will sway.
We're still so early in this. Right now, the Niners are still first in their division. We have a long way to go to see how this season ends. We have no idea yet. But let me just paint you a picture right now. You lost Nick Bosa for the year. You probably lost Fred Warner for the year. George Kittle, hamstring. Are we sure that's not going to linger all season long?
His window to practice opens up this week. That doesn't mean that he's going to be ready to go, but we will see.
We will see, but he's also 32 going on 33. He's going to be 30, or he just turned 32, excuse me. Just turned. Happy birthday, George. He's older. Those are three of your franchise pillars right now. Two with potentially career-altering injuries, and one with an injury that signals to me he's getting old. And I don't know how many good more years are left. I'm hoping a lot. I'm just being cautious here. You might have to kind of revisit this entire team in the offseason. That sounds extreme, But this is the extreme they're dealing with when you potentially lose players like that. These aren't just some guys you can patchwork over, Joe. You can't just patchwork over. Like, I'm painting you a picture of the offseason where they may have to pivot.
Joe, you want to hear the real?
Yeah, please.
It's just this era's over. Like, that's really where we're at. And, like, it sucks to say that out loud because it's another era of Niner football where I got super invested in a bunch of guys that I love and I hold dearly and gave their bodies to the sport, and you didn't cash in another Super Bowl. It's another core of guys who are going to go down, and we're going to remember them for sucking, like, at the very end at the worst possible time, even though they were gladiators and they were awesome. And then outside forces are going to be like, they never won a Super Bowl. And internally, we're going to be like, God, I love this core. It's like the Garcia era Niners with T.O., with Ahmed Plummer and Julian Peterson and all those guys that I loved. I mean, even Shante Spencer, who I loved, okay? And Derek Smith and all those guys, they couldn't win the big one. They couldn't win the big one, all right? And then you go to the Harbaugh era, and it's Alex couldn't win the big one with that core, with Frank Gore, with Opati, who we referenced earlier, and Anthony Davis, and Joe Staley, and Goodwin, and Justin Smith, and Alden Smith, and Willis, and Bowman, and Carlos Rogers, and Dante Whitner, and Goldson, that entire core. And then you get Kaepernick in them. They come out of that era, that window, and they don't win at all. And now it feels like 2019, okay, like that group of guys, Buckner and Armstead and Jimmy Ward, and what they couldn't get it done. And then they went back in 2011 and 2021, and 2022 and 2023 and had like a kind of different team, but kind of the same team, and they didn't win at all. It's like the book of 2019 through 2023, that book's closed. And this window's over, and it sucks, and it just sucks. And like maybe some of these guys stick around and they're good. Like Staley is a great example. He hung on for a long time. Staley played on the Harbaugh Niners and then played on that Super Bowl team in 2019 and eventually hung it up. Maybe one or two of those guys is on the next good playoff team that the Niners have. But for the majority of this core, it's over, and it sucks. And it's another reminder that they didn't win the big one, and it almost feels like the outside is going to diminish all of the accomplishments that they went through. Oh, a bunch of losers, they didn't win it all. And it's like, nah, dude, they gave me some great moments. I'm never going to forget 2019. I'm never going to forget 2021, 2022, 2023. Magical. Should have won the Super Bowl. You were up in the Super Bowl in the fourth quarter. You were tied in overtime. You had an opportunity. You took the lead. You had an opportunity to win it all on a 4th and short, and you didn't. And you didn't.
I think that was perfectly put, which
I'm
leaves
not
us
quitting.
Yeah.
No one's quitting. I feel defeated because it's another era of Niner football where there's a core of guys I love and they're all hurt and their careers are altered, and it sucks. I can't do this much longer. I just want one Super Bowl. I don't care if freaking Nick Foles is the quarterback. Like, bring Chris Wenke in. I don't care. I just want one Super Bowl. Just one in my adult life. I'm tired of losing in the most horrific fashion and then losing players that I really care about who mean a lot to the community, and their careers are done.
Fred Warner's season is unfortunately over after the All-Pro linebacker suffered a broken and dislocated ankle in yesterday's loss. Warner had to be carted off the field in an air cast. He will undergo surgery this week, effectively ending his season. The injury report was brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. All right, coming up next, right out of the break, your chance to win a Best Buddies bobblehead. Again, hey, you want to salvage, you want to feel better? Win this bobblehead. It'll put a smile on your face. Right out of the break, your opportunity to win it, I promise. Right out of it. And that's what's coming up in the game, brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. Quo, formerly OpenPhone, gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. Quo lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? Quo automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With Quo's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions and use those insights to level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with Quo. Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's quo.com/sports. QUO.com/sports.
This is Larry Flick, owner of The Floor Store. Leaves are falling, and so are our prices. Welcome to The Floor Store's fall sale. Now through October 14th. Get up to 50% off store-wide on carpet, hardwood, laminate, waterproof flooring, and much more. Plus 2 years interest-free financing. And we pay your sales tax. The Floor Store's fall sale. There's just one thing. It ends Tuesday. Go to floorstores.com to find the nearest of our 10 showrooms, from Santa Rosa to San Jose. The Floor Store, your Bay Area flooring authority.
For over 70 years, Golden State Lumber and Showroom has developed strong partnerships with top brands like Trex. Leading the way in performance-engineered decking and railing, Trex offers products that won't rot, splinter, or fade. Their sun-comfortable, heat-mitigating technology keeps decks cool underfoot, and Trex marine-grade decking withstands saltwater, sun, and sand. Explore their latest Transcend colors, Hatteras, and Salt Flat, featuring a 50-year limited residential warranty. For a link to Trex, visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Golden State, when you succeed, we succeed.
Viant, data-driven advertising made simple. The key to reaching new customers is not overspending on search or social. It's streaming TV, where you can make the right impression with the right audiences. No stress, no guesswork, just smarter advertising that drives new business growth. Viant. Visit ViantCTV.com to learn how easy data-driven advertising can be.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by a workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer & Gerson can help you get back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer & Gerson at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
eBay has reinvented vehicle buying. From click to curb, everything's covered. Ever try to buy a car online and end up in a parking lot with a stranger and some blind trust? That era is over. Now with Secure Purchase, eBay isn't just where you find your car. It's where you buy it, start to finish. Title, financing, registration, delivery, it's all built in. This is the modern way to buy your next ride on eBay. eBay. Things people love. Secure Purchase is powered by Caramel Dealer Services, LLC, an eBay subsidiary.
Too many tools, too much stress, and way too many bills.
Odoo replaces it all. One connected platform for every part of your business, so you can work faster, smarter, and for less. Odoo, the only software you'll ever need. Try it free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
Rise. Wake up! It's time to wake on up. Wake up, wake up, wake up. With a nice cup of Joe.
What's up, Joe, bro?
Featuring Joe Spadoni.
He's an Italian.
And Joe, the Butcher Boy Shasky.
I am slippery.
Oh! The best part of waking up is morning roast in your cup.
It is the Morning Roast, man, on 95.7 The Game.
All right, let's get right into it. Halfway home here on a Reaction Monday. Niners take the L in Tampa Bay, 30-19 the final. Bigger takeaway, though, than the loss in the standings is the loss of your All-Pro future Hall of Fame linebacker, Fred Warner. First quarter, suffered a dislocated and broken ankle. Getting surgery on that, probably going to be out for the season. They haven't announced it officially, but just a brutal loss on top of all the brutal losses you've already had this season. Nick Bosa, torn ACL, out for the season.
Why did they pick him?
I mean, already? Right out of the break?
Why did they pick him?
Oh, my God. That's the fastest we've ever done a contest in the history of 95.7 The Game. Be caller number 5 to the contest line at 415-523-4652. Caller number 5 to 415-523-4652, and you'll win a Best Buddies bobblehead courtesy of the Golden State Warriors. And my God, I need a bobblehead right now if I'm a fan to put some smile on my face. Joe, I can see it on your look, the look of frustration, of sadness, of brokenness. How you feeling, man?
I'm just gutted. Because it's like we spent so much time, arguing. It was like a 49er fan civil war. It's the only way I can describe it. I've been watching like Infinity Wars. And
we got Captain America and Iron Man going at it? Oh, no.
It's just like we're arguing about quarterbacks and we're like losing our minds about Mac and Purdy and I see so much arguing, and it's like, look, Mac played admirable yesterday. He did. I thought he played admirable yesterday. But like, you can't turn the ball over. The margins are just too thin. And I step back and I'm like, we're arguing about the wrong things. Like, the reality is that this team is got a lot of expensive old players who are injured and may not ever be the same physically, which sucks. And it just feels like they had this opportunity to win a Super Bowl, and the window was probably open longer than it should have been. Like, think about it. They went to the Super Bowl in 2019. A lot of the same guys that were there in 2019 were there in 2021, 2022, and then the Super Bowl appearance in 2023.
Yep.
Very few teams have that much carryover. Even though the team was different, like there were a lot of differences, there were a lot of the same pillars. To think that they were going to be good in 2025 with a core of those guys was probably a stretch, but you needed to hit on a lot of draft picks. And I like some of the draft picks. They're just not far along enough. It's just not enough. They're just, and when you lose Kittle for, a chunk of the year, but primarily when you lose Ayuk for the whole year, when you lose Bosa for the whole year, when you lose Warner for the whole year, it's just too much. And then you lose your starting quarterback for a good chunk of the year, and he might not be the same in season. I'm not trying to say like I'm waving the white flag for this year, because like there's a lot to play for this year. Big picture, this window, it's probably been shut for 2 years. And yesterday, losing Fred as he's in an air cast, getting carted off the field, was like the final reminder. You didn't win the Super Bowl. This core, it's over. It sucks. You're going to have to build a whole new team.
I know. And we have a lot of calls that want to jump in.
It just sucks, dude.
TC and Nick, we'll get to you, I promise. How are we feeling, Niner fans, today?
Dude.
After all the goodwill that was built up last Thursday when you beat your division rival Los Angeles Rams, you lose Fred Warner in the first quarter, and you lose to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, who are also kind of like a mirror copy of you almost on the other side of the country with all the injuries they're dealing with. Not to the same degree, obviously, because the equivalent for the Bucs, like the heart and soul of the Bucs team on defense, probably like a Levante David.
Yeah.
But he's He's 35.
He made some great plays
He's not in
yesterday.
his prime anymore like Fred Warner is. He did make some great plays.
But Joe, they have a quarterback, their starting quarterback, who's really healthy.
He is.
And he looks great. And he's
that
willing
run
them
he
to
had.
win.
Oh, my God.
Right?
And
I mean, Baker
bomb.
was amazing. We haven't spoken enough about how great Baker was in this game. But what did they do? They invested in Tristan Wirfs.
Yes.
They did that for Brady, and it's carried over into Baker. And I thought that they did a great job creating a pocket. And the Niners did a poor job of getting after him pretty much after the first quarter.
It's a good comparison with that Bucs team that did win a Super Bowl and was Super Bowl contenders with Tom Brady. You know, a lot of those familiar faces on those teams aren't there anymore. Yeah, I mean, you got Vita Vea, you got Levante David. Those guys are studs, absolutely. And you got Mike Evans and Chris Godwin.
I believe Dean was on that team, but I could be wrong.
Maybe. He
might have been really young.
And you got those guys, obviously. And Todd Bowles, now the head coach, was your defensive coordinator on those squads. But you don't have Devin White anymore. You don't have Antonio Brown. You don't have Rob Gronkowski. You don't have Ndamukong Suh. You don't have a lot of those guys that were heavy hitters on those teams. Leonard Fournette.
Joe.
Yeah.
I understand why they paid Purdy. Like, I get it. And this is just my emotion talking today. All right, so people are going to think this is insane. And I know. You got so much dead cap because of all the guys that you've moved. Javon Hargrave, Debo, et cetera. I'm almost ready, like, because of all the injuries and knowing how different these guys will be as players moving forward, I'm almost ready to say blow the entire thing up and just take next year as the ultimate dead cap season in the way that the Denver Broncos did, where they just swallowed all the dead cap money.
Wow.
And put Purdy out on the open market. Like, and this is just an emotional take. I'm telling you, this is a recklessly emotional take this morning. Like, this draft class sucks. This draft class coming out absolutely sucks. Okay? I don't see how you're going to get infinitely better in one offseason waiting for Fred to rehab this injury. I don't know what Bosa's going to look like next year. I'm almost ready to trade anything and everything and just stack all the picks and just eat a year or two of all the dead cap money and then say, we have got the best available quarterback who is coming out right now in Brock Purdy. Maximize his value. Like, this is a thought that will cross my mind. Maximize his value. You have the best guy. There's no one in this quarterback class coming out who is better than Purdy. You have the ultimate guy. And just swallow the money. How are you going to field a team around Brock Purdy next year that's going to be infinitely better to protect him and to give him weapons? I don't see it. Now, again, this is a reckless, emotional opinion that I have this morning. I'm sure by Wednesday I'll adjust my opinion and I'll move on. But if it didn't cross your mind to just blow the whole thing up after seeing Fred laying on the ground, like, it crossed my mind.
The loss of composure I keep coming back to after yesterday's loss, and Nick, Rocky, TC, we'll get to in a second, 888-957-9570. You know, you lose Fred Warner and all the pre-snap penalties on top of it, whether it's Dominic Pooney, whether it's Trent Williams having unnecessary roughness calls, whether it's Juwan Jennings. I mean, I keep coming back to this. So Juwan Jennings going at the head coach on the sidelines. And for those of you who don't know what we're talking about and are just joining us, and you're watching on the broadcast, and you're like, wait, Spadoni, what are you talking about? Cam Inman had the tweet because he was at the game. Bay Area News Group covers the Niners. At Tampa Bay on the sidelines for the 49ers, Juwan Jennings was yelling at Shanahan, and Shanahan was yelling back, and Jennings was standing right behind Kyle and saying something, and the staff had to intervene. And it was going on for the end of the second half. The last, 11 seconds. And Shanahan's trying to call some plays. They had a 2-minute drill. It's like, why is this guy yelling at me? Get the hell away from me. So that was happening. You lost Fred Warner. You got Trent Williams after the game, talking about, hey, people need to stop worrying about their injuries or complaining about their injuries. We're all dealing with something. Juwan Jennings is talking to me and saying, I got 5 broken ribs. So, yeah, loss of composure was what I keep coming back to in yesterday's game. And it sucks because they were so composed last week when no one gave them a chance and you had extra rest. And I know you didn't have Pearsall. You don't have Kittle. You don't have all these guys. You lose Fred Warner. You already don't have Bosa. You don't have Ayuk. You get to a point where there's too many holes in the ship, and some holes are bigger than others, Joe, and you take on too much water and the boat sinks. And that might come to its head.
And that's what it feels like. And I just ask Niner fans, like honestly, just think about this. I'm not saying we're doing this, but just think about this. You had 6 picks in the first 4 rounds last year. 6 picks. 1 first rounder, 1 second rounder, a couple of thirds, a couple of fourths. Was that enough to rebuild the defense? Be real.
No.
Even if I gave you 6 picks in the first 4 rounds this year, would that be enough? Would that be enough to rebuild this offense?
Probably
you need
not.
running back, lineman, probably another wide receiver, another tight end. I'm just asking.
Well, we were comparing it to, hey, what if you do what the Rams did last year, where they hit on Jared Verse and Braden Fisk? That stuff just doesn't happen immediately, and you have to have.
It's very rare.
It's very rare.
I think it's pretty clear now. I've been raving about this guy forever. This kid that they drafted from Florida State, Verse, he's not just good.
No, he's great.
He's one of the best players in the league.
He's great.
He's amazing.
He was the rookie of the year
now,
last
he's
year.
one of the best players in the league. We'll see what he develops into. He's unbelievable. And what does he do that Michael can't do? Like, Michael is really good in the middle of the field, like as a D tackle, inside. Verse lines up everywhere and is explosive versus whoever. Guards, centers, tackles. He is He is Khalil Mack 2.0 in terms of his build.
Yeah.
Now, will he have Khalil's career? We'll see. It's early. It's his second year. But, Joe, I fundamentally continue to keep having this same conversation with myself. I don't think 4 picks in the first 4 rounds, 5 picks in the first 4 rounds is enough to put them back into contender status. I just don't. I think that they need to, obviously you're not selling today. Let the season play out.
No.
If somebody wants Trent, I think you got to listen, and you got to move him. If somebody wants Bosa in the offseason, well, what could you get? I think you need to think about it. If somebody wants Kittle, I think you need to think about it. As much as it pains me to admit out loud.
They are toting the line now with these losses that keep stacking up. And again, if they win next Sunday against the Falcons, we're talking about, maybe we're going to be buyers again. Who knows? But they're toting that line of once you get too many injuries, you got to start receiving some of these calls on some of these guys.
Joe, they have the right coach. That's the thing I think we can all agree with regarding play calling. They have the right coach. Kendrick Bourne's out here making plays.
Right.
Kendrick Bourne. Yeah. They have the right coach. They were fighting for him. They don't have enough premium players.
We got premium callers that want to get in on.
Let me hear it.
TC is in Sacramento. Let's kick things off this hour. What's up, TC? You're on the roast.
Oh, man, what's up, both my bros? Joe, hey, listen, that was a drastic injury with 5-4 last night, man, yesterday. For real, y'all got me?
Yeah, we got you, bro.
Okay, so listen, check it out. So the question is about the trust. You guys were asking a bunch of questions, and that caller from Fresno earlier, I agree with him, bro. Now, Niner fans, do we want to ask our question? Do we trust this guy? I don't care about what happened at the NFC. That doesn't matter. Do we trust this guy since he's been here to draft the offensive line? One of the most important positions on the team other than quarterback. Oh, but wait a minute. Those 2 positions he never invests in. He always wants to get a journeyman, a guy that he can basically bring back, right, instead of get his own guy and developing the guy. Also, he never drafts offensive linemen. So everybody's talking about let's sell all our pieces and get a bunch of picks so we can draft offensive line. Do we trust Kyle Shanahan, bro, to draft offensive linemen? Say if we trade out these players and we get 5 first-round picks, what is he going to do? He going to use 3 of them on receivers and the other 2 on the defensive line. Come on, man. I'm tired of this guy, bro. How can you guys see that, Niner fans? I'm done, bro.
That's TC and Sack. He's emotional. I feel him. I think a lot of Niner fans are just frustrated. That's the word I come away with. If you want to use one word to describe how you're feeling, Niner fans, after yesterday's loss, 888-957-9570, mine would be just frustrated. It's just you have a great feel-good win of the year with your backup. It was backup everywhere. And then you had a week and a half and you lose the heart and soul of your entire organization and Fred Warner in the first corner after you've already lost Bosa. You've already been missing, George Kittle. You've already been missing Brandon Ayuk. You've been missing Ricky Pearsall the last few weeks. All these different players that have meant so much. You see a lesser version of Christian McCaffrey and Trent Williams this season. I know Christian's been pretty freaking good, but you can see he's just a slightly different version of himself right now, and it shows. You've already been missing Brock Purdy, and then Fred, the one guy, Joe, the one guy you can't lose was him, and you lost him in the first quarter yesterday.
Who's playing good ball right now on this team? Kendrick Bourne.
I think Mac Jones is playing good ball.
Okay.
I do. I think Mac is playing good.
Would we agree that the margins are so thin, you can't turn the ball over once.
No, you can't.
All right, he did it twice.
Let alone twice. That's a backbreaker.
And he put the ball on the ground a couple times, too. That's the other thing.
He got bailed out. I thought he fumbled it, too. And
right? No, look, I agree. I thought he did make some good throws in this game. Like, on my list of concerns, Mac is very relatively low, okay? Right. No matter who the quarterback is, you're going to get pelted behind this O-line.
I think D. Winters has been playing good this season, but it shows when you're missing Fred Warner yesterday. I feel like the entire defense just let the floodgates open.
No question. I mean, the miscommunications were across the board.
Lenore's been solid. I don't think he's been great or good.
Well, I think defense is so much about complementary play because, you can't cover a guy for 5 seconds. Baker has all the time in the world.
And
all the time in the world.
The assignment was probably for Lenore was what? Egbuka? And then he got hurt. And then he got hurt.
Yeah. And I thought they did a good job early in the game dialing up blitzes. But you can only do so much.
Right.
And it's just the personnel. I keep coming back to the personnel. Guys, they're suiting up a bunch of people that could walk into this room, tell you who they are, and most fans wouldn't recognize them.
You've been talking about, and TC echoed your sentiments on the offensive line and that being a frustration. Here's what Kyle Shanahan, and great job finding the sound, guys, because this was great sound that we talked about 2 summers ago, or I should say just last summer, technically, in 2024. This is Tim Kawakami with Kyle Shanahan, TK show, find it on Odyssey. On Kyle Shanahan, this is what he had to say about the narrative of not drafting offensive linemen in the first couple rounds, specifically in the first round.
I've heard the narrative that, that we're ignoring the O-line and stuff and everything, and if we felt the O-lineman was the best pick there's no doubt that's who we'd take. But there's some O-linemen there at the end of the first round that you feel they have just as good of a chance as the guy at the end of the second round. One's a higher prospect and might have a higher ceiling, but I'm not too concerned about the ceiling. I want to know if he's going to be a starting left tackle, a starting left guard, whatever, a starting NFL player. And if you are a starting NFL lineman, I think we can have a good team with you. Now, if we have a bunch of starting NFL linemen, there's no one who can score points, we're not going to have that good of an offense. It's weird to me that, going into, I've never been on a team that was favored to win every game the whole year before the season started. And we've been that 2 years in a row. So what that tells me is people think we got a really good roster. Well, if we were drafting only O-linemen, we wouldn't have as good of a roster. And one of the biggest things that drives me crazy throughout my whole career is being at places that just draft O-linemen in the first and second round because no one can really talk about whether they're big busts or not. Because you can be in a top 10 pick at O-line and be very average, and you'll play for your 5 years, and it won't look like a bust. Do that at a different position. You got to move on. You got to move into backup. And that doesn't always look good. We don't really think in that way.
And that was Kyle Shanahan on the TK show last offseason and talking about, hey, back-to-back years, we've been favored in every single game. And all. It's like, first off, I don't care about that. Like, I don't care about what Vegas is telling me, how often you guys are favorites. And that's what you use to defend your team and your roster. You've been really good, Kyle. Like, I'll give you credit. You've been really, really good. Elite head coach. Your coaching job this season, given all these injuries, has been amazing. But the narrative that I'm not going to draft an offensive prospect because they think his ceiling is way high, but he can't start for me immediately. No, you have to go into these drafts thinking about the future. Like, that's the whole point. I need you to be able to coach up these guys to reach their potential. That's the whole point of all of this, right? Like, right?
Joe.
You can't sell me on Connor Colby in the 7th round, but you're too good to draft like a Christian Darrisaw in the 1st round? Like, come on, man.
Well,
and that's just a name because I was like,
I'd listen to it if you didn't take a kicker who sucks in the 3rd round, or a tight end like Cameron Latu who is unplayable in the 3rd round.
Yeah.
How about spending a 2nd and 3rd rounder on Drake Jackson and TDP? How about this one? How about Danny Gray, 3rd rounder?
Trey Sermon.
Trey Sermon. Like, okay, Renardo Green in the 2nd round. We'll see. Whatever.
You took
Cooney in the 3rd. That was a good pick. Though he has regressed this year, I think he's hurt. You took Nick Martin this year. He can't suit up on this defense right now.
Oh, you even mentioned the 2 guys that haven't suited up at all. Jordan James. And who's my other guy? I don't even know his name.
Yeah, but Nick Martin was taken 75th overall. He can't suit up on this defense right now? What? Why?
I know.
Why?
I know.
And they took Upton Stout. I like the player as a prospect. I think I kind of want to see Chase Lucas play over him right now. So, I hear him, but if you didn't have a litany of horrific whiffs on all these other positions in the last 4 years, sorry, dude.
Right.
The proof's in the pudding.
Lucas, the vice president of hate.
That's pretty good. Shout out Chase Lucas. But yeah, Jordan Watkins and Jordan James are two Jordans, the JJs. Like,
Joe,
you haven't gotten anything from them.
Joe.
Nothing. And I'm watching Cam Scattaboo, of all people, who was on a silver platter destroying it in New York. I would have loved to have some more juice. We can't run the ball, and we were too good for the guy that we all knew was going to be good at Arizona State. And Scattaboo, we were too good for that? Why?
No, but we want Mitch Wisnowski in the 4th round.
Oh, my God.
Joe, Eddie Pinheiro, anyone could have had him. You took
anyone.
A 3rd-round pick on a kicker.
He was one of the most
a kicker. I just still to this day I can't defend.
He had one of the highest completion percentages for a kicker in NFL history, and no one wanted him.
He's like 15 of 15 as a Niner.
And what was the knock on him? Oh, he can't kick it like for 50 plus yards. He's unbelievable.
The 54-yarder yesterday would have been good from 64.
Outside, by the way, outside.
That ball started off and then just stayed dead straight. He's been awesome.
He's been Eddie Money, like legitimately. And what's frustrating is you actually wasted a good special teams performance yesterday. Again, how many of those are you going to have back-to-back weeks?
Although the returner, for crying out loud.
Oh, well, that's...
I mean, honest to God, does that guy know football?
We haven't talked about Sky Moore.
Does he understand the fundamentals? Someone needs to get Elliot Ramos and him. Like, Elliot can't run the bases, and Sky Moore doesn't know where he is on the field.
Did you hear the broadcaster? Jim Nantz, I don't know what this guy's doing. Can we find that call? It was the funniest
thing. He caught the ball on the 3. Everyone was thinking the same thing.
What the hell are you doing?
I just don't.
Well, I'm not.
Come on, man.
I was thinking of something. I was like, do they spell Sky Vodka with 2 Y's too? Because my God, that was awful.
Joe, I just forget last year's draft for just a second, okay? Let's go to 2023. Jair Brown stinks. Jake Moody off the team. Cameron Latu off the team. Darrell Luter cost you a Super Bowl. He's a nobody, practice squad player. Robert Beal Jr., done nothing. Now you got D winners, we'll see. Braden Willis off the team. Ronnie Bell off the team. Jalen Graham off the team. The year before that, Drake Jackson off the team. TDP off the team. Danny Gray off the team. Spencer Burford can't even get on the field on this team. All right? Sammy Womack off the team. Nick Zakel off the team. Kalia Davis injured. Tariq Castro Fields off the team. Brock Purdy hurt. Trey Lance off the team. Aaron Banks off the team. Trey Sermon off the team. Ambry Thomas off the team. Are you sensing the trend here?
It's not good. It's not good.
The amount of guys, it's not that you just missed. Not even on the team.
I mean, and then the Trey Lance one where on top of the miss of the quarterback, all the picks on top of it. Nick at Berkeley, Rocky and Vallejo, all your calls, all your texts on the other side, 888-957-9570. And this is great. Look, this is great producing and finding what people are talking about nationally. On the other side, as we're talking about Kyle Shanahan, wait till you hear what former NFL wide receiver and Super Bowl champion Keyshawn Johnson had to say on the other side. I swear to God, you are not going to want to miss this one. It's Spadoni, it's Shasky, and it's brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good.
Comcast Business can help turn your small business into a connected, secure, modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How healthcare offices become the data-protecting caregivers that we all depend on. And how wealth management firms become cyber-securing guardians of your information. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, and Wi-Fi backup, your business can stay connected and get threat-ready with Comcast Business. Powering possibilities.
Now through November 16th. New Comcast Business customers can get started with 150 megabit internet plus security for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig package. Call today. Restrictions apply. Requires enrollment in paperless billing and auto pay with bank account. Early termination fee applies. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
Something special for your outdoor living is on sale now at Dolan's. It's fiber-on decking for easy, carefree living. Why choose this durable composite? There's an amazing choice of colors. The rich look of multi-chromatic exotic hardwood. It resists splintering, rotting, and cracking with really low maintenance. See the colors and learn more at dolanlumber.com. Fiber-on decking, on sale at Dolan's Home Improvement Centers.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
¡Listos todos! Estas son las mañanas.
Now we just need to harmonize.
Switch today. Get 4 Samsung Galaxy S25 phones with Galaxy AI. Plus, get 4 lines for just $25 per line. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. For well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes and fees and $35 per line connection charge. Minimum 4 lines on plan. Contact us if canceling lines. Plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. Visit T-Mobile.com.
In San Diego, kids are standing up against big tobacco.
We are here to discuss the urgent issue of vapes being sold near schools and other places where people gather.
I was enticed, like so many others my age, and this is exactly how the tobacco market was trying to get me to react, and I was completely unaware.
Today, over 100 California communities restrict tobacco sales near youth spaces, like schools and parks. Learn how these teens and other Californians are beating big tobacco at undo.org.
This is Vanessa Deniston, senior attorney at the Dolan Law Firm.
The Dolan Law Firm handles a diverse line of cases from personal injury to employment law.
We're proud to say the Dolan Law Firm is just as diverse in our attorneys and staff. The Dolan Law Firm consistently achieves outstanding results with over $1 billion in verdicts and settlements.
The Dolan Law Firm, the best, most diverse personal injury and employment law firm we hope you'll never need.
Contact us at dolanlawfirm.com.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. Quo, formerly OpenPhone, gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. Quo lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? Quo automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With Quo's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with Quo. Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's quo.com/sports. QUO.com/sports.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This sandwich, it's a complete game changer. Hello, this is Mike, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A Pretzel Cheddar Club is that juicy chicken with that toasty pretzel bun. That bun, it's crispy, cozy, just amazing. With the pretzel bun, the Dijon mustard, and the chicken, it makes that sweet, savory kind of combination. It's everything that you love about food rolled into one. It looks phenomenal. It tastes great. It's delicious.
Order the Pretzel Cheddar Club with Cherry Berry and Sprite for a limited time on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonial.
What if you had the smartest Wi-Fi? If you did, it'd be Xfinity, and it'd come with their best state-of-the-art equipment. It would boost speeds to the devices that needed them most, whether you were streaming, gaming, or gaming while pretending to work. It would even power your mobile connection so you could bring faster, secure Wi-Fi speeds with you where you use it most. If you had the smartest Wi-Fi, everything would work together seamlessly to keep you connected. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply.
Red and Gold Game Day starts at Laughing Monk Brewing. Park for free. Enjoy amazing food, ice-cold beer, and every game on TV. Catch 95.7 The Game's pregame show. Then hop on the free shuttle straight to the stadium. Sign up now at 957thegame.com.
Hey, it's Willard from Willard and Dibs coming up at 2 o'clock. But now back to the Joes on the Morning Roast. Hey, Joe, I totally think you're winning the debates today.
Thanks, Marky Mark. Wonder how he and Dibs are feeling after that Niners L yesterday. 30-19 the final. Niners now 4-2, but bigger loss on the field. Losing Fred Warner, your all-pro and future Hall of Famer, to a dislocated ankle. Yeah, it was, they didn't even show it back on the broadcast, the replay. It was brutal. There was a lot of just frustrating aspects of yesterday's game. the fact that you were in it and it was a 1-score game at one point in the fourth quarter, like, that's why you're angry and upset. Had you just gotten blown out, I think it was just like, all right, we were due for one of these. Let's take it. Turn the page. You got Sunday Night Football against the Falcons at home at Levi Stadium. Well, that's fine. But you were in this one. And they kept talking about it on the broadcast, CBS, Jim Nantz, Tony Romo, the entire time about like, man, both these teams, they've only played tight games. And it turned out to be just that. But Baker, man, he's playing at another level right now. And you just got to tip your cap to him. You could not afford to have lost the turnover battle the way you did with those 2 picks. And that was the difference. Now, there was one of those interceptions that we haven't really talked about, the second one, Joe. What did you think of them going for it on 4th and 5? Because you just had the penalty with Pooney in the false start. And it was like 4th and a half inch, so it was 4th and 5 after that.
In that situation, it was 4th and like a yard and a half or whatever. They did a QB sneak for like the 10th time in a row that got stuffed on 3rd down. And then on 4th down,
it's actually a lot closer than we thought. They did the visual, whatever it is, the ball, the ball spot.
Then on 4th down, he got in shotgun first, Mac did, then ran under center, and Pooney just jumped. It's just like, God.
You think they were going to do it again? And
they also wasted, don't forget, they wasted a timeout earlier, which, they always come back to bite you. Like, I know why they did. It was like 3rd and 4 or whatever. They didn't want to be 3rd and 9. I get it. But, like, guys, the 5 yards is irrelevant. You need the timeouts to stop the clock at the end of games.
Correct.
So, no, they should have gone for it in that situation. And I'll tell you why they should have gone for it. Because I had zero faith in the defense stopping anyone at that point. They'd been on the field a lot. And we were kind of lucky that they got a couple of stops in the second half the way they did. I felt like if that game would have kept going, Baker would have scored 40.
Yeah.
Remember,
you weren't
getting
any pressure on him.
And the Bucs got a stop and ran into the punter.
Yeah.
So, like,
Vita Vea, actually, of all people.
I didn't cross my mind at all that to go for the field goal, because to me, you needed a touchdown.
Well, clearly it pissed off one individual. And 888-957-9570. We'll get to all your calls in just a second. This is what former Tampa Bay Buccaneer Keyshawn Johnson had to say about Kyle going for it there on 4th down.
Kyle Shanahan, you don't need to try to be smarter than everybody. This West Coast offense BS. You take the 3, man. Take the 3 and depend on your defense. You decided you're going to go for it on 4th down in Mac Jones. Like, get rid of the football. Put the football in Christian McCaffrey's hands. You decided you're not going to do that. I don't understand why they keep doing this. It's all these West Coast. First week we got this dude. The next week we got that dude. It's all this West Coast system, everybody's tree, BS. I really want to just stop. I don't want to keep making videos about coaches making mistakes and doing dumb. Like, stop trying to always prove to everybody you smart. You got 6 minutes or whatever it was left in the game. Kick the field goal, homie. Like, real talk. Like, stop. Like, this don't make no sense, man. Like, I'm rooting for y'all to win because John Lynch was my former teammate, and here you are, you smarter than everybody. I just don't get it. I don't understand it.
All right.
I'll never understand it. Sorry. That's just me. Maybe I don't know nothing. Maybe I ain't never.
I've never heard a guy be so wrong so quickly on so many things. Keyshawn Johnson's a moron, and you could tell him I said that. Let's
I don't have his number.
Play this back, and I'm going to press stop on everything that he says that's wrong. Start from the beginning. You have
I'll
the power.
Do it. You pot it down.
Yeah,
okay,
do you
Carter,
have the power to stop it and then keep it going? All right.
Well, no, I have to like pot it down and like that. You're asking a lot right there.
What do you mean I'm asking a lot?
Well, hold on. I'll play it. He has to play it from a computer if you want to stop.
Okay,
and
can
going.
we do that?
So let him do it.
Right, get it reeled up.
Okay.
Because I mean, what a moron! Like, do you know what? First off, could you name a player on the defense, Keyshawn? Like, honest to God, if I asked him right now, without Googling, name one player on the defense, I don't even think he can name Lenore.
You can't do it. You got it, Carter? You good?
All right, you ready? Let's go. Start from the beginning.
Kyle Shanahan, you don't need to try to be smarter than everybody. This West Coast offense.
Stop him right there. Technically, it's the zone blocking run system, not even West Coast.
Yeah, it's not.
Because he actually, yes, there are elements of the West Coast in there, but it's actually a completely different system. Keep going.
Yes, you take the 3, man.
Take the 3. Stop it right there. You don't even know who our kicker is. Keep going.
The three and depend on your defense. You decided you're going to go for it on fourth down.
Stop him. Name a player on defense. Name one player, Keyshawn, on defense. I don't think he can name one. Dead serious. They couldn't stop a nosebleed in the second half yesterday. They couldn't communicate. They could barely line up. On the play Fred Warner got hurt, there were 10 guys out there. 10 guys out there. Keep going.
And Mac Jones. Like, get rid of the football.
Stop it. He gets rid of the ball so quick, almost too quick. Like, literally almost too quick. If you're going to make any criticism of Mac, it's like, you kind of like, you pre-snap diagnose where you're going to go, and you're like locked into where you're going to go. Like, what holds on to the ball too long? What quarterback are you watching? Keep going.
Football in Christian McCaffrey's hands.
Stop him. McCaffrey leads the NFL in touches. He had 25 touches yesterday. Targeted almost 30 times. What? Okay, we're not even a minute into this thing. He has been wrong on every
not even 10 seconds into this thing.
statement he said. What an idiot. Keyshawn, just because you played doesn't mean you know. I'm done with Keyshawn. Shut him up. Like, get him the damn ball. No, get the guy to sit down on the couch and shut up and stop betting on the Niners. What an idiot.
Hey, he was rooting for his friend and teammate, John Lynch.
Sounds like he bet on the Niners. That's what it sounds like.
It sounded like he had Eddie Pinheiro on his fantasy team, and he needed another field goal to win it. That's why he's like, you kicked the field goal.
There's still another, 55 seconds of content to react to.
Are you done, though?
You want to keep going?
How many seconds did we get in? And I nailed 9.
You're at 20 exactly.
20. And he was wrong on 10 things he said.
Fight on.
And guys, they weren't getting a stop.
No.
Come on.
No.
Come on. Of all the things Kyle Shanahan's done wrong over the last 6 years, not kicking a field goal in that game, I mean, give me a break.
Not rooting for the Buccaneers, by the way. Rooting for his old teammate, John Lynch. He won a Super Bowl with that team. Clearly still hates him.
He got deactivated from that team, Keyshawn.
No, because he hated John Gruden.
Shut up.
Yeah, him and John Gruden, great bug.
Give me the damn ball. Shut the hell up.
Brad Johnson, relax.
It's Keyshawn, give me a break.
Nick, Berkeley. What's up, Nicky? How we doing, man?
Who the hell is Tariq Ahmad and R.J. Gillen? Oh, the new directors of player personnel. They stink. I don't even know who these guys are. They're terrible. I mean, Shanahan, what are you doing, bro? We have one running back running the ball yesterday, and Mac Jones. Are you kidding me? And see, this is what the problem is. You get rid of Greenlaw and you get rid of Mason because, well, you anticipate that everybody's going to stay healthy. Is that it? Because you don't want to spend the money because our owner has been cheap since he bought the Niners. That's the bottom line. We just spent the money. Don't get me wrong. We are putting up some coin. They put it all in the wrong spot. We don't draft the best player on the board ever. We go out and get some cat out, just willy-nilly. That just, you're telling to our lap, I like this guy. He's quirky. Oh, I like the way he walks. I like the way he walks in those flip-flops on the field before practice. I'm like, bro, what are you guys doing? You pick the best player on the board every time. That's how you develop a strong backup player. Players slide around the line all the time. And guess what? If you're a lineman and you can only play one position on the offensive line, pack your shit and get out of here, man. I got time for it.
Oh, Nick, he's fired up. That's when we got the S-bombs letting them fly. It's all right. He's passionate. Nick, he call back at some point this week. He's frustrated. That's the word I keep coming back to. It was a frustrating loss. You're mad. You're angry. You're upset. You're sad. You lost Fred. You got Juwan Jennings and Kyle Shanahan yelling at each other on the sidelines. You got Trent Williams doing personal fouls, kind of having front runner energy. You got Christian McCaffrey getting stuffed whenever he tries to run. He finally got a rushing touchdown. Yay. Other than that, it was a bunch of field goals. It's a frustrating L. Coming off your best win in a long time last week against the Rams, your division rival, go across the country. You thought it'd be a little bit better because it's not a 10 a.m. start. They pushed it back even. So it'll be 125. Feeling better about this. All right, man, if we can win this one, look at all the injuries the Bucs have. Why can't the Niners win this one? They had an opportunity. Just, you lose a guy like Fred. I'm sorry.
They didn't make enough plays.
They didn't make enough plays.
And their personnel's not good enough.
No.
Look, that team is better than you.
Yes.
And they executed.
Yes. And that quarterback is
played
playing
amazing.
One of the best. He's the best quarterback in the NFL, but just playing the ball right now.
If I said that Baker Mayfield is playing like a top 10 player in the league this year.
Yeah. I think he's playing I think
He was throwing to guys that most of us have never heard of yesterday.
He's not the best quarterback in the NFL, but he's having the best quarterback season right now. Like, you can make another argument for someone else if you want. I'm taking Baker right now this season. Well, it's been incredible.
We get a chance to see Josh Allen tonight. We'll see.
Sure. But again, you take Josh Allen, I'll take Baker. Vice versa. That's the season he's having right now.
If I ask you, what's going on with the Baltimore Ravens today, I don't know if anyone knows, but they're 1-5 right now.
Yeah.
Okay? I think most people would say there's just too many injuries for them to overcome.
You know what's hilarious? If you go on DraftKings right now, for their odds to make the playoffs is even money.
Yeah.
Because of their schedule. Because everyone else in the AFC North, outside of the Steelers, are also cooked. The Bengals and the Browns are cooked. They're done. They're done.
When I saw they traded for Flacco.
Hey, but you know what? If you're Jamar Chase or T. Higgins owner, you're happy. At least he kept throwing it to him. That's all you can do.
Look, you can only, and I'm not saying the season's over. There's nothing to play for. There's plenty to play for.
The season's not over.
No, there's plenty to play for.
They win against the Falcons, which they can easily do. You're 5-2.
Right? No, but the cap of could you do something in the playoffs feels like you've reached the ceiling.
Probably.
Right? To me, getting into the season would be one of the greatest accomplishments. Getting to the playoffs would be one of the greatest accomplishments of Shanahan's career with this team. Look at the roster, guys.
I know.
Look at the roster. I mean, just look at it. Kendrick Bourne has an argument to be Offensive Player of the Month.
He does.
I'm not even trying to be hyperbolic. Look at the numbers.
He does. Mac Jones, by the way, I know
that's an insane sentence.
Mac Jones with a couple 300-yard performances.
He had 200 and a half.
200 and a half.
While the coach is getting yelled at by Juwan Jennings.
Speaking of that, Juwan Jennings, what was that dialogue that you had with Kyle Shanahan on the sideline when you guys were yelling at each other before the half?
Oh, man. You had to ask him.
As we said, it was just a completed conversation between two people.
Probably. You had to just ask him.
Shanahan, your thoughts?
Just intense competitive conversation between two people and at the end of the second quarter, but we were good.
You know, we'll see how this ends up playing out for the rest of the year.
It's a bad look.
I had a big takeaway from yesterday. It's the guys tried really hard. And I know that sounds like, oh, of course, Shesky, they're paid lots of money. They're pros. They should try hard. I saw them fighting their butts off, playing super, super hard for their coach and their defensive coordinator. And, we'll see how it plays out from here. But I thought Kyle did a hell of a job yesterday, given who was out there. They're throwing to Valdez-Scantling, Jake Tonjes. I mean, what's their biggest run of the year? A couple of double-digit runs, a couple of CMC runs, a couple, maybe one Brian Robinson run.
Let me just go through the receivers yesterday. After Egbuka left, who's been the emerging rookie out of Ohio State for Tampa, you got Kendrick Bourne, Jake Tonjes, Demarcus Robinson in the backfield a little bit. He didn't run it, but he caught a couple balls. Brian Robinson, I should say. Marcus Valdez-Scantling, Juszczyk. It's great. Cameron Johnson, Sterling Shepard. Remember him from the Giants? Cade Otton, Tez Johnson.
Otton looked great.
Who are these people?
Tez caught his first touchdown. What a catch.
Oh, it was an incredible catch.
What a catch he made yesterday.
Incredible. After Baker had the play of the game, which was that scamper for 14 yards where he extends.
But their offensive line, created a pocket, and Baker did a great job navigating it, and he threw darts all over the field. I mean, really, if he throws accurately early in the game, we're in big trouble. They brought some heat, and he missed a couple of passes from behind Egbuka, and it ended drives. He missed two in a row to a wide-open receiver on the miscommunication plays immediately after Fred Warner got hurt. So, they just don't have the personnel, Joe. You're paying a lot of money for a lot of guys who are on the sidelines. They have $1 billion in total contracts on the sidelines right now.
It's unbelievable.
Literally $1 billion. I'm not even making that up. It's $900 million.
Shout out to those watching on YouTube, by the way, brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. And as always, coming live from the Laughing Monk Studios, Laughing Monk Recklessly Brewed in San Francisco. All your calls today. No guests. None. We got Baldy tomorrow, 7:30. We got Bonte in studio. They're going to have a lot of thoughts, I am sure, about the loss of Fred Warner. And, just the expectations of this team going forward now. You get so many holes in a sinking ship, it's bound to sink. You can do some patchwork. You can put some tape over it. You can put some gauze. I don't know. Flex Seal? Where's my guy Phil Swift at for Flex Seal? They need it everywhere right now for the 49ers. Everywhere. Bosa, Warner, You got George Kittle. Is he even going to be the same? Ricky Pearsall, Brandon Ayuk. The list goes on and on and on. Rocky, Vallejo.
You haven't even brought out Purdy.
Purdy, the quarterback. Is he going to come back?
You gave him $170 guaranteed $1 million.
What's up, Rocky?
Yeah, so I think we're missing the big picture here, What we got, we found a diamond in the rough, Mac Jones. Okay, so we got Purdy, we got Mac Jones. We got 2 starting level quarterbacks, okay? Furthermore, you realize the 49ers have a top 5 offense without Brandon Ayuk, okay? So what we got now is we got decisions to make, okay? So this year we're going to make the playoffs and get the younger players experience in the playoffs. Beyond that, obviously, they're not a Super Bowl caliber team with all the injuries. The following year, we got 2 valuable assets. You could trade Purdy or you could trade Mac. Same thing with Brandon Ayuk. With that, we need a replacement for Trent Williams. Obviously, he's old, and we need a left tackle. So I think with those assets, we're going to be able to get the left tackle that everyone knows that we need. Nick Bosa will be back. Fred Warner, I think if the surgery goes well, he'll be fine because he's only 28. He's not he's below 30. So
hey, Rocky, I'll let you finish. You're saying a lot of hypotheticals like it's just easy. I don't know what version Nick Bosa after his third ACL tear is going to look like. I don't know.
Chris Godwin was 28 when he hurt his ankle in the same fashion.
I don't know what the wear and tear is going to look like of Fred Warner that's played in almost every single one of his games he's been available for prior to this point. You're acting like replacing Trent Williams, a future Hall of Famer at left tackle, is going to be willy-nilly. Can you name me
trading for Ayuk when they haven't seen him play?
Can you name me a tackle coming out of this next upcoming draft? And I know it's draft season. That's not a sexy thing. And I love the optimism, Rocky. I'm not poo-pooing your optimism here.
I kind of am.
But it's hard.
I'm not going to lie, Rocky. I kind of am.
Shasky's the biggest not
afraid
I know.
Feel like you're on that peace pipe, doggy. Maybe you should puff past me some.
But hey, listen. You're saying they're a playoff team this year. Sell me on them still being a playoff team right now. I would love to. I just want the optimism.
Right. Yeah. So look at the record, 4-2, right? 3-0 against the division. So the goal is simply to make the playoffs and get the first year and the second year players playoff experience.
That would be lovely.
Now you have the assets. This is the way you guys got to look at it. You got Mac Jones and Purdy. Mac Jones is a diamond in the rough. You just basically hit a lottery ticket with Mac Jones.
Diamond's a stretch, Rocky. I'm going to cut you off there. It's a stretch.
Guys,
he's not
we have
diamond,
2 quarterbacks and no O-line.
He's Sterling.
This whole thing about quarterbacks.
He's Sterling Silver.
The offensive line is terrible.
Yeah, just find your future left tackle. You could just find that in the offseason, right? Let's just find it.
Joe.
Hey, your head coach just told us they don't do that.
This offensive line's so good. Matt got hurt in the preseason. Purdy got hurt in game 1. Matt got hurt in game 2. Purdy came back, got hurt again.
Are we being Debbie Downers here?
No, you have to be realistic. You have to be realistic.
I'm not trying
now, look,
to be.
Regarding Fred, seeing Bobby Wagner at his age play as well as he has, seeing Levante David at his age play as well as he have. Now, those guys haven't had this severe of an injury.
Yes.
This is a different one. I hate saying this. You almost wish it was an ACL because this one is a lot of ligaments. I'm never going to count this guy out, but you also have to be realistic and say, whatever rehab he has is going to be a long, drawn-out one. Remember when Ayuk got hurt last year? It was he'll be ready to go for next year. It's don't know about that. Fred got hurt in the middle of October. Optimistically, maybe he's a full participant for training camp. Maybe. And even that feels aggressive.
This was...
Right? Am I tripping?
Dr. Nirav Pandya, our guy, our injury insider, UCSF Health. Guy knows his stuff. This is what he had to say on his Twitter, at Dr. Nirav Pandya. The Fred Warner injury, an ankle fracture / dislocation, typically involves fractures of the tibia and fibula, as well injury to multiple ankle ligaments, including the quote-unquote high ankle ligaments. Return to play is usually 4 to 6 months, but varies based on the exact injury pattern. And
How can anyone know?
The degree of ligament damage, you got to go in there, right? You got when they remember we had him on. He's like, yeah, there's no such thing as a clean tear. You never know with Bosa.
Tell that to David Lombardi.
Exactly.
It's as clean as can be.
The medical
it's so clean.
The doctor, Dr. Narapandia, UCSF Health. He's telling you there's no such thing. Don't
it's
stop
so
saying
clean
that.
Even with a healthy ACL, you might as well get a clean break just so you can come back even better. It's ridiculous. It's honestly that's journalism in 2025. And I get labeled the hot take guy. Meanwhile, the guy who's supposed to be paid to cover the team can't even keep it real. It's such a clean ACL tear. It's actually a good thing. It's ridiculous.
I'm still going on diamond in the rough for Mac Jones. I love Mac.
Mac's been admirable. Mac's been admirable.
What he's been asked to do.
But Joe, the quarterback controversy takes a huge backseat to the overall arc of the team, depth chart wise, to the loss of Fred Warner, to the offensive line being so bad. I am now worried that neither quarterback, regardless of who you think is better, neither quarterback is making it through the season.
Speaking of Mac Jones, he spoke about the loss of Fred Warner yesterday.
Prayers to Fred and his family and everything. I'm not sure exactly what happened, but obviously looked pretty bad. And Fred's just our team captain, and he's been the leader of this team for a long time. So really all you can do is just pray for him and know that we have his back. I was disappointed that I didn't play better for him today. You really, sometimes that can, create good play, and it didn't today. So really just praying for him, and I know he's going to do a great job, getting back.
That was Mac Jones yesterday.
I'm watching the play right here between Trent Williams and Tyke Smith.
Who's half his size as a defensive back.
Grabbing the guy's face mask after the interception. Just Trent Williams. That penalty after the interception. You're one of the highest paid guys on the team.
They're laughing at him right now. They're laughing on Good Morning Football. They're laughing at Trent Williams getting taken down by a guy half his size.
It's not even about that. It's just what are you doing? You're supposed to be a leader on this team. That game is still in the balance, right? And you're going to give them free 15 yards. Had any other player made that mistake, what would we be saying this morning?
Oh, be crushing him. He's like, what are you doing? And then on top of the Pooney false start, that was just it was an encapsulation of the day they had.
There are two
mental mistakes and then just frustrations boiling over, which
there are
can't happen.
Two fundamental philosophies from the organization that need to be vanquished after this season. The first one is that I can draft and develop or take any offensive lineman and make it work in our system. Come on. We know that's not accurate. You're going to get your quarterback hurt, right? It's happened however many years in the 8 years that he's been here. The other one, this Chris Kosera can work magic. I dismiss that. Chris Kosera might be the most overrated coach on the staff currently. And whatever they're doing with him, he might be a good coach when he has good talent. He might be that.
Continue.
What was that?
It's okay. I think the computer was up still.
I thought it was a joke you guys were trying to make about
totally
me.
my bad.
That's the new drop we got.
I thought it was hey, this is a new segment where we make fun of you, Shasky.
Honestly, better than sometimes I've accidentally had the computer thing potted up back there as a producer, and you're playing something where you have to take out the cuss words. You just drop an F-bomb on air, which has happened to me in the past. So, Carter, it's okay. We'll move past it.
But this Chris Kosera can work magic with anyone. I think that's false. That's a false equivalency. Chris Kosera might be a fine coach. You need talent.
Yeah,
they
correct.
don't have talent.
Yeah.
All right. And so both of those need to go out the window.
Emergency Pondia, by the way, asking you shall receive. Doc Pondia joining us in about 4 minutes at the top of the hour at 9 o'clock. Dr. Neral Pondia, our 95.7 The Game Injury Insider.
I'm just glad it wasn't X videos or something that you guys were
relax over there. How did you know that
Jeez
name?
Louise, you guys.
Yeah, you knew that name a little too quickly. By the way, Sports Talk 95.7 The Game is presented by Paramount Plus. Count on Sundays all season long with the NFL and CBS and Paramount Plus. Stop naming them over there. I hear you. Let's go to Oreo Cookie, who's in Oakland. What's up, Oreo?
Hey, what's up, man? Good morning. Thank you guys for taking my phone call. So a lot went wrong yesterday, but I'm trying my best to try to stay positive. When the season started, what I wanted was 9 wins to 8 wins. So yesterday's loss was kind of already built into that 9 to 8 wins. We weren't going to win yesterday even if we had our other guys. Buccaneers are great, and we ran into the MVP. So we were in the game. Defensively, we had those 2 miscues on the defensive end, and I think that happened after Warner came out. So I think he had the green dot. Who has the green dot now? Do you guys know?
Well, we're going to see. I mean...
The green dot. I didn't even think of that.
I don't know. Like, who is out there? It's D. Winters and Bethune. Do you go to D?
I don't know.
Maybe.
We need to call up my boy Turtle Pie Company.
Oh, Turtle Pie. Where's he at?
Well, he knows how to get that green dot.
Well,
or maybe it's just the green.
Well, who's our guy that was just calling in that was definitely smoking that good? We found a diamond in the rough.
There's
Mac
a few
Jones.
of them.
The diamond in the rough. You guys are missing the point here. We got 2 quarterbacks, guys. They're both not even healthy. What do you mean we have 2 quarterbacks? I thought yesterday you should have just put in Adrian Martinez in the last couple of minutes. That's how I was feeling. No, seriously. I thought you can't come away from this game like losing Mac Jones. Just put in Adrian Martinez last couple. Let's see what you got.
I'm convinced neither of the quarterbacks, Mac or Purdy, are going to make it through the season.
They might not.
And it sucks that I've like resigned myself to that thinking, but it's just. He's on one leg.
Well, is Juwan Jennings even going to last? I mean, the guy's got 5 broken ribs.
Yeah, I got 5 broken ribs.
Is your plan to just do pain tolerance?
Oh, yeah, it's football. I love pain. I wouldn't be playing this sport if I didn't. You know, it's part of it, man. You got to enjoy every little thing that comes with it, and pain is one of those.
5.
I mean,
5 broken
Is this
ribs.
the Edge of Tomorrow movie? Like 5 broken ribs?
Number 5.
That's like, it's almost... How is he even breathing?
Yeah, I got 5 broken ribs.
5.
Is your plan to just do pain tolerance?
Oh, yeah, it's football. I love pain. I wouldn't be playing this sport if I didn't. You know, it's part of it, man. You got to enjoy every little thing that comes with it, and pain is one of those.
How many ribs do you have in total?
Not 5, not 6, not 7. It was like 12. 12th man.
So half his ribs are broken.
I don't know. Dude, you're asking a broadcasting.
24 ribs, 12 on each side.
12 on each side. Okay, I was right. All right, good.
So 12 on each side.
Yes. All right.
So half of one half is broken.
I wasn't saying there was 6 on each side. All right, let me make that abundantly clear.
You said 12. That's half.
I said 12 on each side.
I was going to roll with whatever number you said.
No, I was saying 12 on each side. That's why it matters. But which side is it? Is it the left? Is it the right? You know, but Juwan Jennings, he kept saying injuries are part of the game.
You know, playing with injuries is just something. It's a part of it. You know, you got high, low ankle sprains. You got shoulders. You know, 20%. You got ribs, 5 broken ribs. It is what it is. You keep playing, and nobody cares. You keep playing. That's what we do.
Nobody cares.
Wait a minute. You got to play the whole thing. He said I got a high and low ankle sprain.
You know, playing with injuries is just something. It's a part of it. You know, you got high, low ankle sprains. You got shoulders. You know, 20%. You got ribs, 5 broken ribs. It is what it is. You keep playing, and nobody cares. You keep playing. That's what we do.
He said high or low. He's like, yeah, it doesn't matter.
High and low ankle sprains. His shoulder's at 20%, and he's got 5 broken ribs. I can't believe that. This is like Superman in that new movie where they're like, you're 14% Superman.
Oh my god,
dude, I'm dead serious.
They have the Madden meme up for all these guys now, where it's just like the head is in green, but the rest of the body is red.
Yes.
That's what this is for all the Niners. You have to laugh at the pain. I'm sorry.
Joe, high and low ankle sprains. The shoulder's at 20%, and he's got 5 broken ribs. Other than that, though, he's good to go.
You know who else is good to go is Dr. Nirav Pandya, who joins us now. Emergency Doc Pandya, as you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGNZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey Sports Station in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live in the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios, which is Righteously Brewed in San Francisco. And Doc Pandya joins us now on the River Islands guest line. Again, our 95.7 The Game injury insider. Doctor over at UCSF Health, knows all things sports injury. Let's just actually, before we get to Fred Warner, let's just, Doc,
how do you even get cleared if that many things are injured?
Doc, 5 broken ribs? Did when you saw that, did you, even you had to be like, oh my goodness, how's this guy playing right now?
I was totally just shocked by that, because typically when you've got 1 or 2 ribs, it's like a pain tolerance issue, but you got 5 ribs. Not only does it hurt, but basic things like breathing, having someone hit you, it's pretty wild. So even then you throw in the ankle sprains that he was talking about. It's definitely pretty remarkable that he got out there, particularly at the wide receiver position where you just don't know when you're going to get hit. Pretty crazy.
How is he even breathing? Like, I'm being dead serious on this. I've heard of people having trouble breathing with a broken rib. Like this seems remarkable.
It does, absolutely. I mean, I think that there are things you could do in terms of getting pain relief, et cetera. But I don't know if you guys have ever had a broken rib. Like even walking around with one broken rib, like doing day-to-day things is pretty crazy. But then to have 5 and then be playing in an NFL game, it's wild. Like so it's pretty remarkable. He was out there, and then to worry about whether your ankle's going to twist. I mean, he's a warrior for being out there.
All right, now the Fred Warner injury was devastating. You can explain exactly what happened to the actual ankle. We would love to hear that. Give me the best and the worst case scenario. Obviously, we're guessing here. You're not the one doing the surgery, but this Fred Warner injury is devastating.
Yeah, absolutely. So, like, just going to timeline really quickly. So, what essentially happens, the ankle, if you think of your ankle joint, it kind of comes out of place, and then the bones break as a result of it. You can see that when the ankle's kind of twisted around, bones break, ligaments get impacted. So, best case scenario, ligaments aren't that badly injured. You fix the bones, you can look at 4 to 5 months. That's like being super optimistic. In general, with these injuries, most NFL players land around 6 months. The key thing is then how does his body respond to running and jumping and all those things after the injury? Because bones heal pretty predictably, but how your ligaments and tissues and how confident you are on the leg, that's where the variability comes in. And that's why I think they're saying, hey, this is season ending. 6 months, you're looking at like March, April. Obviously, season's over. Even if it was 4 months and he got lucky on the early end, can a player who's been out for 4 months after getting that devastating injury actually be effective on the football field? So none of this is career ending. This is all something that I'm hopefully, assuming that there is anything crazy, he'll be back next year. But just a tough injury to see to their leader.
Is there an injury in the Bay Area that is similar to this one? Like, is the Buster pose? And it's a totally different sport. I'm just asking, what is a close injury for Bay Area sports fans that would even come close to what this injury might be?
I mean, I think you think back to Trey Lance. I mean, the Trey Lance injury when he had very similar was like this. You kind of see his foot twisted out to the side, and he's kind of back doing things 4 or 5 months out. So I think that's probably the closest example for Bay Area sports fans. And obviously, with all the quarterback stuff going on, people understand how that was a key injury and how Brock Purdy is here. But I think the Trey Lance one is the biggest comparison the Bay Area sports fans can make. Talking to Dr. Nirav Pandya, professor of UCSF orthopedic surgery, director of sports medicine, Benioff's Children's Hospital, an R95.7 The Game injury insider here on the River Islands guest line. And we appreciate the time this morning, Doc. Is there any other ligaments outside? Like, people are concerned, like, hey, is there like Achilles or calf? It's all just down in the ankle, right? Yeah, that's what you're hoping for. I mean, occasionally when this happens, sometimes the bone can also break higher up in the leg as well, too. You can imagine everything twists, and sometimes the bone closer to the knee can break. But based on what they're reporting, typically it's, the bones break in the ankle, the ligaments get stretched out. And I know this sounds crazy, but something, orthopedic surgeons see all the time, and it's pretty predictable in terms of how people heal. It's just when you see it on the video again and again and again, you're like, oh, this is just grotesque. But for the most part, these injuries heal and people get back. So it's almost easier to have this kind of injury than have something happen to your knee. It's much more predictable in terms of an ankle than, say, an ACL or something like that. I got a quick two-parter, too, before we get you out of here. It's Warriors-related, actually, because over the weekend, we received news that Moses Moody has a calf strain, looking like he's probably going to miss the opener against the Lakers, which is next Tuesday, obviously. Calf strain, they said they're going to reevaluate it in a week or so. This was Steve yesterday. What can we expect with the calf strain for Moses Moody and being cautious about it? Yeah, I think anytime earlier in the season, especially with him being a younger player, you want to be cautious. I think the key with these injuries is if it's kind of higher up in the calf, kind of more in the muscle area, you get less concerned about it. But as you go lower down, that's one of those areas that you get super worried about, particularly as it's closer to the tendon itself. And just with all the Achilles stuff we saw last year with Tatum and Halliburton, you got to play it extra safe. And the good news about the Warriors is they are very cautious with these injuries. And if anything else, they understand probably that Moody's going to be playing a lot of minutes this year with the team being older. And you want to make sure that he's healthy as opposed to dealing with a nagging issue that could potentially turn into something bigger if they're not safe with it. And then another guy that's going to miss next week, obviously LeBron James. This is probably the biggest injury happening right now. He's going to be out 3 to 4 weeks. Sciatica injury, this is something I always attribute to people that are a little older that have to deal with the sciatic back pain. When I drive long distances, I feel like I get sciatica. There you go. I know that sounds crazy. He said he was experiencing it back in July, Doc. So the sciatica, huh? Yeah, I mean, the thing with him, we forget. I mean, we all like to kind of, especially in Bay Area, kind of talk about LeBron. Like, he's older, and this is what happens when you're older as an athlete, particularly someone who's played a lot. And people have a tendency to throw out sciatica, but what you worry about is there some sort of herniated disc, or is there something up higher that's causing to have sciatica pain? A lot of times it's just from sitting down, you get that nerve irritated, but not surprising given that he's dealing with this. He's an older player. He's trying to get his body ready, but in order to get your body ready, there's a lot of wear and tear that happens on it at that age, and this could just be a sign of what happens when you try to play NBA basketball in your 40s. So hopefully, you let that nerve irritation go down over the next several weeks, and he's back playing. But it's age and how big he is. It's just what's going to happen inevitably.
Doc, I say this every time. I hate that we have to talk about these season-ending injuries. It feels like we've been talking to you way too much this last month. But we appreciate it, as always, for the short time. And thanks so much, man. I hope I don't have to talk to you next week about another season-ending injury, okay?
Yeah, I hope so, too. We need some help in the Bay Area right now.
There we go. We appreciate it, Doc. Have a good one.
You too. Take care.
There he goes. Dr. Nirav Pandya, who is the professor of UCSF orthopedic surgery and R95.7 The Game injury insider, courtesy of River Islands. 4 to 6 months out the season, probably. Yeah, that's tough. You got this blank look. I'm sorry, Joe. I'm sorry, man. It sucks.
Seeing like one of the good guys go down, on and off the field, right? It hurts even more. I mean, if you were to just bring up certain names that everyone universally inside and outside the Bay Area adores, doesn't just adores. Fred Warner's on a very short list. Maybe more so than Kittle. Maybe more so than Clay. You know how much he's beloved around NFL circles. You got the head coach Todd Bowles speaking about him, waxing poetically about the player in person he is. You have Baker Mayfield after the game yesterday, just speaking to what that guy is, the gladiator and the chess match that those I always love to hear the opposition, how they speak about a player, because it just says all you need to know about guy like a Tristan Wirfs, who saw it immediately on the field yesterday, who was standing over. He's like, hey, come on, guy, waving over. Come here. And you've heard Tom Brady in the past talk about him. You've heard Aaron Rodgers talk about the greatest of the greats speak highly about this guy. Says all you need to know. And, it's one thing to lose Bosa. It's one thing to lose. And I'm not poo-pooing what those guys mean. But Fred Warner is the heart and soul of this team. In the organization. He just is. And you don't replace guys like that. And the fact that mentally those miscues started to stack up when he left yesterday, it spoke to everything. There are 3 guys since Ronnie Lott left this organization that, to me, embody the Ronnie Lott spirit on and off the field in terms of leadership and being excellent. And it's Bryant Young, it's Patrick Willis, and it's Fred Warner. And I would probably say that Fred Warner is the closest to Ronnie Lott in terms of the most outward of those other 2 guys, the biggest leader, class personified. You want him to run for president. You want him to, you'd be fine with him marrying your daughter. I mean, he's again, since Ronnie Lott, it's been Bryant Young, Patrick Willis, and Fred Warner. Universally beloved. And you can't quantify their play or leadership. They mean more than just the accomplishments on the field. Absolutely. On the defensive side of the ball. That's well said. Yeah, you go to offense, and this Frank Gore, obviously. Frank Gore. I think lately, and people gravitate towards this guy. I don't know how you feel, but like George Kittle has been a guy. Yeah, but those are offense. Offense is different. No, exactly. It's the heart and soul of the defense is different. There's this, get on my back. We're going to rally the troops, and we're going to get a stop here. There's something different about being a defensive player, especially in this era. And he plays the position like a running back from the 80s. Well, and you know what I mean? I can make the argument he is the most, shout out Beyonce, irreplaceable. He's the heart and soul of the team. Like Bosa, not saying you're going to replace that guy. If I had gotten a Trey Hendrickson or something, he could give me some of the production, at least, by the way. Yeah, but you're not going to step in day one and have the entire team look at you with reverence. No. Absolutely, I'm not saying that. Yeah. The drop-off between the top linebacker and, the next best one, Joe, it's you can't find them anymore.
It is such a difficult position to try to fill the hole in where you're just not going to be able to. It's why D. Winter's emergence this year has been fun to watch. We'll pick this up on the other side. Austin, San Francisco, we'll get to you. 888-957-9570. It's going to be brought to you by Fremont Bank, which is here for you and here for good, and also Moderna.
mNEXSpike COVID-19 vaccine mRNA by Moderna has arrived. To learn more and find it near you, visit mnexspike.com. That's mnexspike.com.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
Let's watch a movie.
And we have Netflix included to enjoy our favorite shows and movies.
¿Qué tal esta? Bacanísima, pero ya la vi.
Now the hard part is getting them to agree on a movie.
Switch today and get the new Samsung Galaxy S25 Plus with Galaxy AI, all on the best network in the U.S. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence Data 1H 2025.
When your coffee game isn't strong, people can tell. Good morning! See what I mean? But at McDonald's, your coffee game is always strong. A medium caramel or mocha frappe, just $3.89. A medium iced coffee, only $2.79. Big flavor, cool refreshment. And your morning's back on track. Don't risk a weak coffee game. Keep it strong at McDonald's. Order ahead in the app today. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Prices and participation may vary. Cannot be combined with any other offer or combo meal.
Calling all basketball fans. Make your game day experience unforgettable with a stay at Hotel Via, just steps away from the action. Enjoy chic accommodations, stunning rooftop views, and the ultimate convenience for catching all the action. Skip the traffic and relax in style before and after the game. Whether you're celebrating a big win or just want a perfect night out in San Francisco, Hotel Via is your MVP choice. Book now at hotelviasf.com and make your game day a slam dunk at Hotel Via.
Judas Priest and Alice Cooper.
Mr. Nice Guy.
The Metal Gods, Judas Priest. The Godfather of shock rock, Alice Cooper. October 14th, Shoreline Amphitheater with special guest, Corrosion of Conformity. Get tickets now at livenation.com. Judas Priest, Alice Cooper. In concert.
Ragnar the Terrible got a job at a big bank. Let's listen. So what's it like being a 5th century warlord?
Same as big bank. We conquer and extort gold from conquest.
Huh. We just lower our customers' deposit rates and raise their fees.
And if they argue, put on their floorboards and crush while dining.
So smart. Star One isn't like the big banks. We think banking should be pain-free, with lower loan rates, higher deposit rates, and friendly customer service. Star One, in your best interest.
There's a party at your house, but some are uninvited. Yeah, it's bugs. You've got ants, spiders, maybe a mouse or two. It's a full-blown shindig. But don't let these party crashers ruin your good time. Visit atgopestcontrol.com and let them show those pests the door permanently. Because when the only guests you want are your friends, leave the pests to them. Visit their website today, atcopestcontrol.com, before your house becomes a full-blown infestation. Call 888-900-9697 now for 10% off your initial service.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
Comcast Business can help turn your small business into a connected, secure, modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How healthcare offices become the data-protecting caregivers that we all depend on. And how wealth management firms become cyber-securing guardians of your information. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, and Wi-Fi backup, your business can stay connected and get threat-ready with Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Now through November 16th, new Comcast Business customers can get started with 150 megabit internet plus security for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig package. Call today. Restrictions apply. Requires enrollment in paperless billing and auto-pay with bank account. Early termination fee applies. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
When your reputation's on the line, you don't leave anything to chance, especially your primer.
Painters trust Kills primers for a smooth start, strong adhesion, and serious stain-blocking power. And now, the full Kills lineup is available exclusively at the Home Depot. Need it fast? Get same-day or next-day delivery, or order online and pick up in-store. Kills primers. Pro results, faster. The Home Depot. If you're a pro, you know.
I can't believe how spotless my floors look after using the Swiffer Power Mop. No more dragging around a heavy mop and messy bucket. Now I get the same deep clean without all the work. Thanks to the powerful solution and scrubbing pad of the Swiffer Power Mop, dirt and grime don't stand a chance, and I don't break a sweat. Mic drop. I mean, mop drop.
Swiffer Power Mop. Swiffer Power Mop.
A smarter way to mop. Try it or your money back.
Straight Talk presents the math of more. Here's how it works. When you say yes to more with Straight Talk, you're left with more for all the other good stuff. So getting an unlimited plan starting at just $25 a month equals more savings for your family's weekend adventures. And with a network covered by Verizon, you can share more from wherever you go. It's simple math, really. More equals more with Straight Talk. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Taxes and fees apply. The $25 plan requires a compatible unlocked device and a new line of service. Additional terms apply.
It's Union City's finest, Daryl the Guru Johnson, and I'm listening to my guy Joe Spadoni and my brother from another mother, Excelsior's finest, Butcher Boy Joe Shasky. Take it away, guys.
What's up, Gil? He'll be on at the top of the hour. Big L for them, right? Yesterday against the Carolina Panthers. Ugh. Sorry, Gil. It's a tough loss. Tough
You
loss.
love to see it.
Tough loss for the Niners, though. That's what we're talking about.
Well, you know what I'm in right
long.
now? For the remainder of the year, no matter what happens with my Niners, I'm in spite mode.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, did you see what happened? Speaking of spite, the latest around baseball, Mike Schilt, the manager of the San Diego Padres, retiring after his second season. Interesting.
Ooh.
You know what Sam Lubman came in and said? He's like, watch what's going to happen. Bochy's going to go to the Padres. Oh, and I didn't even think of that.
Oh, my
and I was
goodness.
like, and he's like, because everything sucks, and that's what's going to happen, and they're going to win the whole thing. I was just like, Sam, you cannot put that into existence. Bochy, the Padres, going back, the storybook ending.
Why not? Let's just make everything worse.
I'm okay with it. I thought you were going to say they're going to take Nick Hundley from us.
Oh, no.
They're going to trade
worse.
for Vogt.
It would feel worse, though, if Bochy went back there. But he was a Padres manager already, right?
I'm okay with Bochy going there. It's okay.
Okay, really?
Yeah, I am.
All right. Fair enough.
I'm not.
You want Mike Schultz?
You're not?
Well, yeah, it might make the Padres better, and that makes things tougher for
Sam,
the
you gotta
Giants. So it's that
let it
simple.
go.
He can't. Like Elsa, just can't do it. Austin's not letting this one
Let
either
it go.
Austin and San
Let it
Francisco.
go.
Into the unknown.
How you feeling, man? Come on, Austin.
Hey, man. Hey, we need to pray. We need to pray for these Niners, man. They're going to need a funeral service every
We need to hold
weekend due
hands.
to these
We
injuries.
all need to hold hands.
Yes, we all need to hold hands. And with that being said, I just want to say this to Brandon Ayuk and Ricky Parcells. Hey, just take the rest of the year off, man, and come back 100%. Don't risk it. Please don't risk it. That's y'all the only thing we got left. That's all I got, man.
Oh, dude, Austin's down bad. Oh, no. He's like, we need to pray. The thoughts and prayers aren't working right now, man. The ankles are snapping. The ACLs are gone. The hamstrings are torn. The turfs are towing. Like, what's going on? Nothing's right. Doc Pondia, who's just on with us, USCSF Health. Doc, best and worst case for Fred is what?
Just going to timeline really quickly. So what essentially happens, the ankle, if you think of your ankle joint, it kind of comes out of place and then the bones break as a result of it. You can see that when the ankle's kind of twisted around, bones break, ligaments get impacted. So best case scenario, ligaments aren't that badly injured. You fix the bones, you can look at 4 to 5 months. That's like being super optimistic. In general, with these injuries, most NFL players land around 6 months. The key thing is then how does his body respond to running and jumping and all those things after the injury? Because bones heal pretty predictably, but how your ligaments and tissues and how, confident you are on the leg, that's where the variability comes in. And that's why I think they're saying, hey, this is season ending. 6 months, you're looking at like March, April. Obviously, season's over. Even if it was 4 months and he got lucky on the early end, can a player who's been out for 4 months after getting that devastating injury actually be effective on the football field? So none of this is career ending. This is all something that I'm hopefully, assuming that there is anything crazy, he'll be back next year. But just a tough injury to see to their leader.
Bonte was in the interview there. Wow. That's tough. 4 to 6
now
months.
I'm thinking about the funeral that Austin was talking about.
It's not a funeral yet. Come on.
I've been to way too many lately, like real funerals.
Yeah,
no. I'm being real.
No, I know
dude.
you are.
And it gets to the end and you get the same sentence. It's technically 2 sentences, but eternal rest grant unto them, O Lord, and let perpetual light shine upon them. May the souls of the faithful departed through the mercy of God rest in peace. 2024, 2025, San Francisco 49ers.
Oh, come on. Come on. They're 4-2. They could win next week. You're 5-2 and you're feeling good.
I do understand, like, it feels dreary. And then once the rain gets kicked in today, you're all going to feel even more.
Out. I don't even think it's going to rain.
Yeah,
Look, it's sunny outside.
Of course it is.
It's not going to rain.
It's always sunny right before the misery shows up.
It's always darkest before the dawn, too, Joe. Remember that. I believe in.
So that means it's going to get uglier? Is that, is that what you're getting at?
Maybe this is the darkest. Maybe this is the most down they'll be the rest of the season, and they somehow, some way, again rally.
You know what we say to the addicts? Like in my family, we don't know what your rock bottom is.
You never know.
What your rock bottom might be, Joe, is not what my rock bottom might be. So who knows where the bottom is in this one?
Speaking of the Warner injury, here's a couple of different thoughts on it from different Niners, starting with Trent Williams.
That's heartbreaking, especially, Fred is not only is he one of the best linebackers that ever played the game, but he the heart and soul of this team, not just heart and soul of this defense. So, it's one thing to see somebody go down and go to the blue 10 and there nobody really knows what's going on. When you see a guy that's injured like that, it's really like a gut punch, and it truly is really hard to continue the intensity and playing that game like that never happened.
Who is the guy who's the most senior on the defensive side of the ball? Jordan Elliott?
Ooh, are you saying senior like age-wise?
Yeah, like Jason Pinnock got basically benched yesterday. Like, who is the guy that has the most reps as a starter?
Oh, yeah, probably. Gross Matos has been out. So.
Gross Matos.
I know.
Get out of here with that.
I know. I'm just telling you.
The Gerard Encarnacion of the Niners, always on the injury list.
Kalia Davis, but he's not there.
He's
right?
barely played.
He's barely played. Yeah. Yes is your answer.
Deommodore Lenoir?
Probably. Like that's where we're at. Deommodore Lenoir is your savvy vet now. No Bosa, no Warner.
You look at Robert Saleh can only do so much. You can only do so much in terms of scheme and whatnot. You definitely need leaders. There were multiple times where guys were motioning over. They didn't even communicate, and we're not even talking to each other on who's guarding who and who's doing what. They did a couple of trips formations, and they got caught up in the soup. And the next thing you know, there's like a guy running completely free on a release, and no one's within 15 yards of them.
Here's what Shanahan had to say about having to move on after Fred got hurt.
It's an NFL game. You got to move on. I'm sure they're crushed for him, and everyone, not just the linebackers, but everyone on our team feels for Fred. But that's football. You saw how emotional everyone was when they saw him down on both sides. But once that's over, everyone's got a job to do, and you got to finish it off, and everyone does that, and then you deal with that stuff after the game.
And here is one more from Kyle talking about the phrase you always say and you don't want to say, it is what it is.
It is what it is. Of course, everyone knows it's difficult. So when you lose your better players and stuff and your leaders, it's tough. It's huge with Nick, obviously huge with Fred. Hopefully we'll get Kittle back here and some of the other guys. But, that's going to give opportunities to other guys. And these are moments guys got to step it up. And I'm glad that we played some decent football to put us in this position, at least with a record. And we got to find a way to get better everywhere else throughout this year.
It is what it is.
Let me read off the defense right now. This is your depth chart. Bryce Huff, been around. Elliott Jordan, got him from Cleveland. He's only been around a couple years. Kalia Davis, drafted in 2022. Micah Williams, rookie. D. Winters, second-year player, essentially, but it's his rookie season. Luke Gifford, special teams ace.
Win one for the Gifford.
Okay. Maybe you elevate Nick Martin, but he's a rookie. Curtis Robinson's really never played in base defense. He's a special teamer. Renardo Green, he's in his second year. Marquise Siegel, he's a rookie. Jason Pinnock, he's a free agent, but he's barely played. Mustafa is in his second year. Diomino Lenore is in his fourth full season. Okay. Upton Stout, he's a rookie. Guys, this defense, oh my God. This defense is so bad now.
I mean, it wasn't great before, but now,
I know.
But now it's even worse.
I mean, they have no established players. Bryce Huff is hands down the most established player outside of Diomino Lenore.
I mean, not only are you losing your defensive players or studs, I mean, your number one wide receiver last season has 5 broken ribs.
Yeah, I got 5 broken ribs.
Is your plan to just do pain tolerance?
Oh, yeah, it's football. I love pain. I wouldn't be playing this sport if I didn't. You know, it's part of it, man. You got to enjoy every little thing that comes with it, and pain is one of those.
Juwan Jennings yesterday after the game, and this is what Shanahan had to say about Jennings struggling with his health.
Bad ankle, some issues with his ribs. Hasn't had some full-speed practices. I was pumped that he was able to go today, but no, he's struggling to go every week right now.
One of the beat reporters had put out something basically saying that Jennings has only had 2 full go practices all year.
That's incredible. And not in like the good way. Like that's bad.
Yeah.
And he hasn't been there in the entirety of training camp. This is a guy that wanted more money, talked about trade me or pay me. And you're not getting, I don't even know what your trade value is, but you're definitely not getting paid.
What I want now is I want Jordan Watkins to get healthy so that he can get on the field. I want to see the 4th-round pick that they drafted.
Well, I would like to see him and Jordan James, the rookie.
Yeah, I would too. They have to elevate him. Well,
Like-
if Garendo's not going to get a touch and you're only going to use him on special teams, just move on.
And also, Robinson didn't even get a carry yesterday.
Yeah, well, he had 1 catch.
He didn't get a carry.
He had a kick return. He looked so tentative doing it, too.
Oh, my God. Just...
I know.
The special teams, I'm not even going to get mad at. Like, that's the one thing I'm not even... they've been fine. Making your kicks. I thought the kicker got stepped on. I thought the kicker might have had to leave the game. And then you got the running into the punter for Morstead. I mean, Vita Vea is like 375 million pounds falling on the punter. All of a sudden, you might have lost your punter. I guess he's fine. We'll see. Oh, God.
You know, the fact that they're 4-2, I get it. Like, they're 4-2. Just look at the roster.
I know. James, San Mateo. What's up, James? You're on the Morning Roast.
Hey, gentlemen, good morning. First of all, once I moved to this country, my friends were saying, oh, you got to like the Niners or the Raiders because you're in the Bay Area now. And originally I started liking the Oilers, but I'm a Seahawks fan since 83.
Wait, James, where are you from?
Wait a minute. You've named 4 teams in like 10 seconds. You're an Oilers fan?
No, I was born in Ireland.
Oh, okay.
When I came here when I was 10 years old, I didn't know anything about American football.
Oh, okay.
And my little friends were telling me, "Oh, you got to be a Raider or Niner fan because you live in the Bay Area now." And I said, "No, I want to, learn about the game and pick a team that I like." And I originally liked the Oilers with Earl Campbell just running people over. And then after that, I'm like, "Oh, look at Steve Largent, Kurt Warner." Spelled differently.
Yeah, the running back.
The running back.
Yeah,
running back, and Jim Zorn. So I've been a fan of the Seahawks since '83. And now, since years ago, we're in the division with the Niners instead of the AFC West. It kills me to watch the Niners, even though I'm not a fan. It kills me to see all these injuries, and the reason why is I consider myself like a football purist. I hate to see my team win on a bad call like happened. I forget you guys' great linebackers back in the day when it was a fumble, which would have won the Niners the game. And
Patrick Willis and Navarro Bowman stripping Ahmed Brooks.
Yeah. I was so disappointed, and my wife's like, shouldn't you be happy you won the game? I'm like, I don't want to win like that. I don't want to win off a bad call. And I've noticed off, a bunch of Niner fans, like, they keep saying, well, a win's a win. Not to me. A win is something you earn, not something that, bad call is a bad call. So I'm really disappointed seeing the Niners with so many injuries, with so many great stars. I mean, it's incredible. I mean, I've never seen this for the past 2 years, and it just keeps going and going, especially with Warner yesterday. And I feel so bad for the Niners and Niner fans, and the main reason is selfish. I don't want the Niner fans to have any more excuses why they lose games.
Okay.
Thanks, James and San
That was a
Mateo.
slow play.
I know what he's talking about, though, when it comes to like just being a fan of football, and that's what I was touching on earlier. If you're a fan of football, you're missing Fred Warner. Like, if you're a football purist, like, you want to see the best players. Yeah, me and you could sit here and say we hate Patrick Mahomes because he's so good, and like all the Chiefs get all the calls or whatever. But like, if Patrick Mahomes had like missed the year, that would suck, dude.
No doubt.
That's one of the faces of the NFL. Fred Warner is like Patrick Mahomes on defense.
You know who else is 4-2 right now?
Who?
His Seahawks.
They looked good yesterday, beating the Jaguars. But
Sam Darnold right now is completing 71% of his balls. Thrown for 1,600 yards, 11 touchdowns, 3 interceptions. He has a 116 passer rating. We could argue about how good he is, and a lot of people don't trust him and believe in him. Jackson Smith and Jigba and him look unstoppable.
If you had to guess right now, those two teams play each other on the last game of the season, the regular season.
It probably
January
won't mean
4th.
anything for the Niners.
That's what I was getting. You don't think so?
No.
You think, if anything, it's the Niners playing spoiler on the Seahawks?
Yeah, I don't know.
Oh, Joe, come on. They're not dead. They're 4-2. Maybe you get Brock back this week. Doesn't that help?
Sure.
No?
Look, you got to understand, today's the day where I'm feeling really low, all right? Just let me feel low.
I'm trying to bring you up.
You know, the Jackson Smith and Jigba
Shorty
thing,
got low.
Let me give you something. Ohio State's wide receiver room in 2021. I just want you to hear this out. Chris Olave was a senior. Emeka Egbuka was a freshman. Jackson Smith and Jigba was a sophomore. Garrett Wilson was a junior. And Marvin Harrison Jr. was a freshman.
That's incredible.
Ohio State in 2021. Olave, Egbuka, Smith and Jigba, Wilson, Marvin Harrison Jr.
Oh, my God.
That's
insane. It's insane. No, seriously. CJ Stroud. Yeah, there you go.
Every time I look up, Jackson Smith and Jigba is catching a ball down the middle, wide open. He's got 42 catches, 700 yards, and 3 touchdowns. He's averaging 17 a catch.
Can I rewind real quick? When I said like you're feeling really down and just let you feel down, and I tried to say you got the quarterback you paid all this money to, the guy that took you to a Super Bowl. Yeah. He's coming back potentially this Sunday, and you said great. You didn't really care.
Well,
that's a problem.
I just think he's gonna. He's in a no-win situation with the foot and the offensive line right now.
Like the Ravens have Lamar Jackson coming back. They're 1-5.
They're done.
And they feel like, but
they're done.
But
they're done.
Not according to Vegas.
No, I don't care what Vegas
is saying
says.
It's even money for them to make the playoffs. You know why? Because of that quarterback.
And because of that crappy division.
Yes, but it's not like you got the Cardinals there.
They're 1-5.
The Niners are 3-0 in their division. You can play those teams 3 more times. That's 3 more wins, maybe.
Joe, if I would have told you in August 1st, you're going to lose Bosa and Fred Warner 5 games into the season for the whole year.
Yeah, tough. That sucks.
Yeah, tough.
Yeah.
What would you have said? No, just be real.
I'll say what Shanahan said.
I mean, it is what it is. I mean, of course, everyone knows it's difficult. So when you lose your better players and stuff and your leaders, it's tough. You know, it's huge with Nick, obviously huge with Fred. Hopefully we'll get Kittle back here and some of the other guys, but I mean, that's going to give opportunities to other guys, and these are moments guys got to step it up, and I'm glad that we played some decent football to put us in this position, at least with a record, and we got to find a way to get better everywhere else throughout this year.
Look, I get it. The season's not over. I'm not saying that it is, but there's some guys you just can't lose in sports.
I'm with you.
All right, and these are 2 of them.
Oh, they're 2 future Hall of Famers. Like, that's what you're losing.
Think about this, and I don't think this is a knock on Purdy in any way, but like, you lost Purdy, and there's like, oh, hey, we still got it. We still got action. And because you can also know Purdy's not done for the year. You lose Fred and Bosa, and I'm sorry, there's no way to offset them. The drop-off from those 2 to the next man up is so precipitous. It is like losing Patrick Mahomes or like Lamar Jackson for the Baltimore Ravens. But in those situations, they know that Lamar is possibly coming back.
I do want to talk about the quarterback.
They're not coming back.
I know. I do want to talk about the quarterback play yesterday because that was the talk of the town this past weekend. Last week, Mac Jones. Let's talk about his performance. But before we do that, let's talk
he was fine.
Let's talk to Manny in Union City, who wants to talk about the loss of Fred on the field. What's up, Manny? You're on the Morning Roast.
I wish it could have been a more happier Monday meeting, but it is what it is, man. Losing Warner and Bosa, I equated to having lost Ronnie Lott and Charles Haley. Where do you turn to? Where do you look? I mean, Baker doesn't run for 14 yards if Fred's in that dang game. Johnson and Johnson just scorched the defense, and that's unexcusable for a fifth depth chart wide receiver and a sixth depth chart wide receiver to do that to the defense. I'm really worried about the upcoming games. We're losing we lost the heart of the defense. You guys have said it over and over again. And my only thought to this is, not to knock the linebackers that we have right now. We have who we have. And when you guys say that, at least we still have Lenore there as the veteran, I mean, that's a corner. There's only so much you can ask from a corner to be able to take charge of that defense. But, I mean, now we really have to utilize the trade deadline, or at least is there a street agent or a street free agent we can pick up? I mean, nothing for nothing. I mean, do we want to revisit that whole Eric Kendricks thing? I don't think he's on a squad anytime this year, is he? I mean, we need to find somebody that can see the field even a fourth of how Fred saw it. And again, nothing against when they said, "Oh, Bethune is coming in," I said, "Who?" Nothing against these guys. D. Winters is playing his heart out, and he's playing above his class. Let's put it that way. But we need to find something now and quick. I mean, losing Bosa is one thing. You could rotate that defensive line till the cows come home. But Fred, that's a big question mark.
I mean, he plays every single snap, every single game. He's missed one game in 8 years.
Thanks, Manny.
The other thing, or maybe 9 years, well, however many years he's in the league, everyone's like, he's the heart. He is the heart. He's the heart and soul. He's also the brains.
Yes.
Right?
It's between, years.
You're not just losing the heart and soul, who's also in his prime, who's also a great player, just in general with unbelievable instincts. I mean, he's your Peyton Manning of your defense. Is he not?
He is.
He lines you up every single play.
Joe, I was mentioning earlier the amount of times that Hall of Fame quarterbacks like Tom Brady, Aaron Rodgers, all these guys, Baker Mayfield saying it yesterday, he's not a Hall of Famer, but he's really good. Like, he loves the chess match with guys like Fred Warner because they're so smart.
They don't get the stop against the Rams on that final play if Fred didn't sniff it out from the jump. Oh, they're running the ball, and they're going right here. Yep. And he told everyone.
Yep.
He told everyone. So, he's the heart and soul and the brains.
From the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line, 510, Devondre Campbell's out there.
That's not even funny.
I had to be lighthearted.
It's not funny today.
I had to be hard.
I know. I don't want to hear it today.
That's a wrong answer on that.
I don't want it.
Eric Kendricks, he mentioned, Manny on the Dumbarton Bridge, a.k.a. Union City.
I mean, you want to talk about scraping the barrel.
Isaiah Simmons.
You got to activate Nick Martin.
I'm just telling you, these are the names that are free agents currently. It's not.
There's a reason he's still a free agent.
I would take a flyer on Isaiah Simmons.
He was cool coming out of Clemson.
He didn't even know what position he was.
Well, that was the problem.
But neither did Jimmy Ward before Saleh, and neither did Eric Armstead. So,
it's a bigger hole right now. The line, Nick Bosa on the defensive line or Fred Warner in the linebacking core?
Oh, it's Fred Warner.
Not even close?
Yeah.
Not even close.
Whoever texted to Devondre Campbell, there's a special place for you, and it's not heaven.
Purgatory? Brandon in Vegas.
That's too good.
What's up, Vegas? How we doing, Brandon?
What's up? What's up, guys? Good morning. How we doing?
I'm in the dumps.
Yeah, I know. I think we all are, man. But I'm just going to cut to it. I think Mac played well. The 2 interceptions were bad, but I think it's just all on the offensive line. I think if we had a solid offensive line, he'd be a lot. The play overall, all in all, would have been a lot more better. Last I recall, we had a good old line, 2012, when we had Joe Staley, Mikey Potty, Jonathan Goodwin, Alex Boone, Anthony Davis. Those were contributing players that always had a strong performance for Frank Gore, for guys like Michael Crabtree, Vernon Davis, Anquan Bolden. But I think Kyle Shanahan needs to don't make no trades, save your capital for this year's drafts. Please go all in an offensive line. Don't make no trades. I feel like that's not going to be effective at all this year.
Thanks, Brandon. That's Brandon in Vegas. And he said he thought Mac played well.
I did too.
This is what Kyle Shanahan had to say about the quarterback's performance yesterday.
I thought Mac did a pretty good job. I thought that last turnover, the last pick was a tough one. On the first one on the game, we were hot on a blitz, and we didn't get the right side adjustment. He's got to throw that, and we had a bust on the route. I don't put that one on him. Thought he did some good things today, but nothing on him. It was on everyone collectively. Made too many mistakes offensively, defensively, just not good enough.
I think he's spot on. I thought he did a pretty good job. I thought he made some really nice throws. You also can't turn the ball over. You also have to protect the ball when you're getting sacked. He also looks compromised with the knee. You know, I mean, he's a guy that could use a couple weeks off too, Mac Jones. And he looked like a guy who didn't play a lot in practice this week. And the offensive line does him zero favors. And they don't have a running game. And they're throwing to Jake Tonjes. And they're throwing to Valdez-Scantling. And they're throwing to Kendrick Bourne. I mean, listen to these names.
Kendrick Bourne, 5 receptions, $142. Jake Tonjes, 6 receptions, 58 yards.
They've been great fill-ins.
Christian McCaffrey obviously continuing doing what he's doing as a receiver, 7 receptions, 57 yards. Stop me if you heard that before. Leading the team in receptions is your running back. And your running back on the ground, 17 carries, 54 yards. Did get a touchdown, broke the drought there. So we ended one drought. Can we end the drought of the Niners not being able to get an interception?
It's like the entire engine has fallen into the ground.
You don't have to ask that again.
We put on new tires. It's like we fixed the kicker. Great. Great. A year late, you fixed the kicker.
Here's what Mac Jones had to say about his own performance.
I mean, I feel good. Obviously didn't play my best today, and just proud that we went out there and fought. And it's early in the year, and everyone's dealing with stuff, so feel good. Just want to get out there and get back at practice so I can work on some things.
And he just can't move back there.
That's what I was going to get to.
He can't move.
This is how he had to say about how he feels physically.
Nothing serious, and like I said, everyone's dealing with stuff, and I just really want to get back out there at practice and see what I can do better and really just get ready for next week.
So there you go. And next week is going to be what we're discussing all week long. Sunday Night Football, Levi Stadium. Is it going to be Mac or is it going to be Brock?
I don't know. He ripped a couple of deep balls in like the intermediate to deep range in the middle of the field that were just frozen ropes.
I guess
he throws a good ball.
No, he does. I thought he was impressive at times yesterday, and obviously the 2 picks were killers.
No, they were awful. You just can't. This team can, like, the reality is he has to play perfect for them to have a chance to win.
Do you play Brock this week only if he's 100%? Are you like?
I don't even know.
Is that a performance yesterday from Mac where you're like, oh well, you need to get Brock back out there? See, I don't think it was that kind of a performance.
I think
for
the
me.
performance from the O-line is so bad. I worry about both quarterbacks, regardless of who you favor week to week based on health. I'm not sure either one's going to get through the rest of this year without getting another injury.
I was kind
Am
of
I wrong?
I was kind of not joking yesterday when the game was basically over and they had like a minute plus to go. I was like, just toss Adrian Martinez out there. Like, no, I was serious. Like, just like I don't want Brock or Mac to like be put in harm's way, like unnecessary harms. The game was over. All right, 30-19. You got a couple 3 minutes to go. Let's end it, please. This is what Jones had to say on the interception and the Bucs defense overall.
It's a heavy pressure team, so we have to just be more keyed in together. And KB and I, we have great connection, and we just weren't on the same page on that one. So it's on me. But honestly, we kept playing, so it is what it is. And it just sucks that it was on our side of the red zone or their side of the red zone, so they scored quick. So it puts a lot of stress on the defense. But I mean, really just got to watch the tape and learn from it. And they had a good play called against our play. It is what it is.
Yeah, minute 50, fourth quarter, you're down 11 points. Game's basically over. If you get a quick field goal or something, get the onside kick, sure. But Mac Jones got sacked immediately for 9 yards, and I was just like, oh, God. Like, just take it. That's when I really felt, Joe. I was like, just put in Adrian Martinez, dude. That's the one thing. You already lost Fred.
I hear you.
I don't need to lose my backup on top of that, who's been pretty good for us.
They need to elevate Jordan James and Jordan Watkins ASAP. I want to see the young players play on offense. They need to look for juice in any empty carton that they can find. They need a big play so bad from someone. It's just insane. And they're probably going to end up having to say goodbye to Juwan Jennings because of everything that's gone down in the last 24 hours. It really sucks. I mean, Juwan Jennings went from fan favorite to enemy number one overnight.
Yeah, I got 5 broken ribs.
Is your plan to just do pain tolerance?
Oh, yeah, it's football. I love pain. I wouldn't be playing this sport if I didn't. It's part of it, man. You got to enjoy every little thing that comes with it, and pain is one of those.
And Mac Jones was actually asked. Mac Jones asked about that after the game, and he was talking about Jennings. He's like, dude, he's so hurt. He didn't even have to play, but he battled.
He didn't have to play in this game, and he chose to, and he fought through some stuff, and he's a fighter, and that's the DNA of our team is his personality. So really love him. He did a good job, and like I said, we just missed on a few things, but it wasn't our day, and hopefully we have a lot of good days ahead.
Notice, though, how all the other players talk about the injuries. They don't.
They're vague.
They don't say anything.
Best.
Like, this is literally Mac Jones, while on the podium, asked about, Jennings going out of his way to say, I got 5 broken ribs, I got this, that. Mac?
Nothing serious, and like I said, everyone's dealing with stuff, and I just really want to get back out there at practice and see what I can do better and really just get ready for next week.
Because he knows that no one wants to hear about the quarterback being hurt. They don't want to hear about all this other pain. He doesn't want to, because everyone's dealing with something. Everyone. And you lost Fred Warner for the season. So that's also why I don't want to hear about injuries that aren't season-ending. If you don't have a season-ending injury, I don't want to hear about it, quite frankly. I don't. Trent, Mac, CMC, Juwan, I don't care. We just lost the heart and soul of our defense.
The things that
miss me with the 5 broken ribs.
Yeah, I hear you on that. I can't believe he's yelling at the coach while he's trying to call a 2-minute drive like that. You just can't have that guy on the team.
We've been talking about that, and I know
you just can't be on the team. You can't be yelling. It's one thing if Jerry Rice is yelling at you, all right, and you're George Seifert. Like that's you're Steve Young and you're yelling at George Seifert. Juwan Jennings yelling at Kyle Shanahan.
That's what I brought up. I was like Travis Kelce yelling at Andy Reid in the Super Bowl is one thing.
Kelce's a first ballot Hall of Famer.
Both those guys are Hall of Famers.
And they've won huge games together. Their relationship cannot be questioned.
Juwan, really? As they're trying to do the final 10 seconds of the half, Joe, they're trying to figure out what we're going to do. And he's trying, you have to get the 49ers version of Big Dom out there, trying to separate them. Stop.
The worst part about all this is that I'm now envisioning, it's becoming more and more of a reality. A team I despise is going to be the team representing the Super Bowl winner at Levi's at our home. And
How do you know that? What do you mean?
It's going to be one of the teams I despise. I need Buffalo to win it all for my sanity.
What about the Lions? Lions aren't done yet.
Yeah,
you don't hate the Lions. You like Jared Goff.
Yeah.
You root for him.
Sure.
What about the Bucs, the team you just saw? You don't hate the Bucs.
I don't hate the Bucs, but
right? Come on. You'd feel some type of way.
I would be happy for Baker.
Okay.
I wouldn't lie there. I'd be happy for him. Bosa would be pissed.
Yeah, Bosa was the most angry at home watching that game yesterday. He's like, this freaking guy. His first career win, of course, happens when Bosa's not there. Speaking of the Juwan Jennings and Kyle Shanahan dispute, we'll call it, on the sidelines, this is what Shanahan had to say about it.
Just intense competitive conversation between two people and at the end of the second quarter, but we were good.
And here's Juwan Jennings' version.
Man, you had to ask him.
As we said, it was just a competitive conversation between two people.
Probably. You had to just ask him.
We'll ask Kyle next time about Fast Five, though, Carter. How about that? All right. Time for our final thoughts of the show, boys. There's a lot that happened over the weekend. James Franklin got fired finally from Penn State. Has he been there since 2011?
2014, I think, was his first year.
At Penn State? I want to say he was like he got the job when we were in high school still. He's been there for a long time.
2014
was he the first one after Paterno?
No, Bill O'Brien.
Bill O'Brien, that's right. You're right, 2014. Good call, Sam. He was at Vanderbilt before that. Yeah, Vandy.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. You hate to see it for James Franklin. It's one thing when you lose to UCLA, who was 0-4 heading into that matchup, but then to double down and lose to Northwestern, it's a tough scene. It's a very tough scene. What you got, Joey? What's your final thought?
My final thought is, we went to the pumpkin patch.
Oh, how'd that
up
go?
in Petaluma.
Yeah, we were going to go with Benny
101.
over the weekend. His allergies were kicking up, though, so we passed this week.
I get it.
Yeah.
And there was a little petting farm.
Nice. Little zoo?
Yeah, petting zoo, if you will. I'm way more scared of the animals than my son.
Oh.
Way more scared.
Like goats?
Well, there was a horse. He kept saying, nay. Right? And then there was goats and there was chickens.
Tom Brady was there?
I'm afraid that Tom Brady. Pet Tom Brady. That was an odd thing to say.
Pet Tom Brady.
But I was way more scared than my son was of the animals because I was afraid he would get trampled, even though there was protective, what do they call it, railings for the animals?
Yeah.
There it is. Exactly. I don't know why.
Gamote.
I got so worried that the horse would kick him or that the cow would Buck his head at him. Yeah, and my kid would get punted like a football, and it's just kids are fearless. Sometimes. It's the parents who are the scaredest.
Depends. Benny was always very cautious. Benny does not like chickens. I'll say this. He has like a chicken phobia where they freak the hell out of him. But like
a chicken phobia.
But he'll pet like big like animals, like animals that should be in like Africa.
So he's out on Miami
but,
then,
but
huh?
I actually kind of like I hear him on the chickens are gross. Chickens are like they peck you. Like I'm out on like pigeons. I understand on that one.
So
gross.
Here's where I'm going with this. I asked Michelle, how long do you think you could last on a farm? Like living full time, operating the farm?
None chance.
I said my over under an hour. Like legitimately, I think I'd be a horrible farmer.
But Joe, you know what we have working for us is this show. We can get up early. We've shown that.
I agree.
I'll get up early for here. Early. I'm going home the second I get to the farm.
Exactly.
I'm not doing farm stuff.
Can you smell the manure?
I don't even like driving down I-5 for that reason.
Yeah, I'm not feeding the chickens.
Well, I don't know.
I'm not doing any of that stuff. Nope.
It is what it is.
Well, nope. That's a great drop. We have to deal with the bathroom situation here, which is similar to a farm. So I think we're kind of built for it.
I'm out on the farm.
I would love to dress like a farmer for like a skit or something, but I am 100% out on being a farmer. They're just better men than me and women.
You don't have to be lonely at farmersonly.com.
It is what it is.
City folks just don't get it, right, Sammy?
Oh, I'm a city slicker. I admit it.
Great movie.
Great movie.
Yeah.
Number 2 better than number 1.
I've never seen number 2.
Number 2
Search
is
for
awesome.
Curly's Treasure or whatever?
Yes.
Yeah.
Curly's Gold.
There you go. What do you got, Sammy?
My final thought is I am starting to trend in the direction of just like, Brock, take this year. I do not want Brock Purdy playing behind.
Take the year off?
Just
Hold
the
on.
toe's not getting better. I'm
the Colin
trending in this.
Coward?
No, hold on. This is my
We're
final
good.
thought, not yours.
We're
All right.
good.
We've
Brock,
all been
we're good.
backsliding this team all morning long. I am backsliding on bringing Brock Purdy back right now. I do not need him coming back and Trent Williams turning around, watching Brock get turned into goo by someone else. It's just I'm out on that right now.
Wait, Brock turning into goo? I'm tired of getting pushed around.
I thought.
Exactly. Brock's going to come in his Michael Irvin jersey the next day. He's going to think he's Don Shula. I don't need the Niners trending in that direction.
Dude, I don't want you coming down my road. But when Keyshawn was doing that rant that we played earlier, I was like, is that goo? Or is that Keyshawn? And he's like, Spadoni, not all black guys sound the same, all right, when we're going on rants. I know, but it crossed my mind when Keyshawn was going on that rant.
Spadoni's black.
Well, you know what? So maybe I can talk about it.
Yeah, my final thought of the day is let's get some positive thoughts in for today. One positive thing we can take from that game is I thought Michael Williams balled out, honestly. Like, I'm sorry, you guys can say he didn't. Go watch the tape. The guy balled out, period.
He's an inside guy, though.
Doesn't matter. He
No, I'm
balled
not saying
out,
he's not.
guys.
No.
Watch the tape. Balled out.
Can I throw something at everyone? I love Robert Saleh. I think with the defense they have currently, is a 3-4 out the question? I know Bryce Huff.
I agree with you on this.
I know Bryce Huff is not a good fit for it. Maybe you move on from Bryce Huff. I want to see Michael as a DN in a 3-4.
Well, that's kind of what I'm talking about here, and why I'm underwhelmed if I'm a Niner fan. Like, and I hear you on that, Carter. I hear you. It was the same conversation with Khalil Mack as a rookie. Didn't flash with the sack totals, but dominated in the run. But when you get drafted as a first-round edge
you want to see flash.
Like, you need to see flashes of, like, athleticism. Like, he's not going to be Bosa. We know that. And he's still raw, but that's what you want to see.
There's more to ending plays than just getting sacks, though. It's getting your hand on the ball. It's other things.
Yeah,
like, if we're just going to go over sack numbers, dude, you need a guy who has diversity in his game.
No, I agree. But, like, Jared Verse, and you see what he's doing.
I mean, you're equating him to one of the best pass rushers in the game.
He's drafted as a first-round talent is the thing.
Yeah,
he's a
drafted
first-round
later in the draft.
That's one of the best pass rushers in the
agree.
NFL.
I told you, I'm not trying to do he's on the Hall of Fame. He's just right now, he's one of the better defenders in the NFL.
And that was the Fast
awesome.
Five, brought to you by Xfinity, introducing the 5-year price guarantee. One consistent internet price for the next 5 years, guaranteed. Steiny Guru Evan next, brought to you by Fremont Bank, which is here for you and here for good.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
That's the sound of James adding long-lasting Gain scent boosters to his laundry this morning.
Several hours later, James sniffs the irresistible scent of Gain on his shirt. Gain. Several hours later, James has even caught the attention of his mother-in-law, and she never gives him attention.
Ooh, you smell amazing, James.
Oh, thanks, Mom. I love you too.
I never said that.
Add Gain Scent Boosters to your laundry. Add joy to your day.
For over 70 years, Golden State Lumber and Showroom has developed strong partnerships with top brands like Trex. Leading the way in performance-engineered decking and railing, Trex offers products that won't rot, splinter, or fade. Their sun-comfortable, heat-mitigating technology keeps decks cool underfoot, and Trex marine-grade decking withstands saltwater, sun, and sand. Explore their latest Transcend colors, Hatteras and Salt Flat, featuring a 50-year limited residential warranty. For a link to Trex, visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Golden State, when you succeed, we succeed.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 40-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term life insurance may only cost you about $100 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-352-9239. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-352-9239. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-352-9239. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. For affordable term life insurance, call 800-352-9239. 800-352-9239 or biglou.com.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. Quo, formerly OpenPhone, gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. Quo lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? Quo automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With Quo's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions and use those insights to level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with Quo. Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's quo.com/sports. QUO.com/sports.
Every week on the Moth Podcast, we share stories that are funny, strange, heartbreaking, and above all, true.
I myself have been married for 56 years. Unfortunately, to 4 different women.
It turns out the people I was looking for all my life is what you people would call nerds.
Follow and listen to The Moth on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
There's nothing like when you get that part from eBay and it just fits. Yeah, the first time.
so you can do less of this and get right back to more of this. At eBay, you'll find all the parts you need, guaranteed to fit, at prices you'll love. Sounds good, doesn't it? eBay, things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM in HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
He brings the passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have great points. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow.
Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job. And together, they are Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
Of course, he's got Sterling Shepard out there, his old college teammate. But he's not going to have a chance. Oh, yes, he is. He fights through the sack. Looking for first down yard. Oh, my goodness, he's done it again. Oh, that is pure Baker Mayfield. Absolute Baker at his best. He broke a couple of tackles. They had him for a sack. Then they had him at least 8 yards short of the first. He fought through them all.
Well, that was the play of the game yesterday.
Might be play of the year, Steiny.
Baker Mayfield looks like he's going to get sacked. He gets out of it, gets 14 yards plus. They get a first down. They score on the next play and makes it a 27-19 game. And the 49ers, obviously a devastating loss, not just to the Buccaneers, but they lose Fred Warner.
Yeah, and I'm sitting here telling you this, Steiny, and nobody's asking, Niner fans asking my thoughts. But the bottom line is you lose Bosa, okay, that hurts. I mean, that really hurts. But you could fall back on 5-4, Fred Warner. But, Steiny, to lose him in the fashion that they did with everything that's going on with these rash of injuries, I'm telling you this, guys, and this is just sports related, so don't take this out of context because I respect death. But, Steiny, that game felt like somebody died the whole rest of the way. And I know the Niner players were trying to win it for Fred, but where do you go from here? I mean, damn, you lose Bosa, and now you're telling me Fred's gone for the year, and now these youngsters are there to swim for themselves, Steiny, and we'll see. I'll say this. I'm not a shield. They had a chance to still win the game. So we're talking about so many different things. I know you're like, come on, Goo, did they? But they did. It was 20-19.
They never led in the second half.
I got you. But they didn't get – so you're telling me that game 30-19 felt like it was worse than that? Because they just couldn't stop Tampa Bay, Steiny.
I mean,
I'm trying to find some positives. Help me out. But if you're keeping it real, I got you.
No, I mean, they've won a lot of games that maybe they would have been on the losing end of. And this game, they're hanging on, but they can't really make any plays. As for Fred Warner, I mean, you say, where do you go from here?
That's my thing. Where, Stein? I don't know.
Well, this is where I think we as devastating as it is.
Talk to me.
They got to deal with it. I mean, they have 11 more games left. They're still in first place in the division. So, yeah, now you lost Warner, you lost Bosa. I mean, it's next man up. Now, you're not going to be as good, and you're going to have to figure a lot out. But
this is like Steph going down, Steiny. If Bosa wasn't. You know what I mean? When he went down in that Minnesota series, it was finito. And I know it's different sports, but help me today because that's what it feels like defensively. This was the guy, he was your quarterback that called the plays, stopped the run, snuffed stuff out. And they really didn't get it, Baker. All game, every time they needed something, they got it.
Can they beat the Falcons Sunday?
I don't know.
Well, I think they can. But that's the way the season. Look, that's the way the season's going to go. And say what you want. They're devastated by injury, but they're going to get some players back, you think, in the next couple weeks. And then you just try to win as many games as you can. And if it's got to be gritty, it's got to be gritty. And if it's got to be with second-line players. You got to try to figure it out. But this is where I do think that the NFL, like the players and the coach, not that they don't care. Yeah. Of course they care, right. and losing Warner is going to take its toll. But you got to keep playing. And you're still in first place, and you still have games on the back end of this schedule that are winnable.
But now, I love that you brought that up. You tell me if I'm wrong here, Steiny. The Niners did have the benefit of a lower end or a lower end schedule. Now with these injuries to the guys named Fred Warner and Bosa's and Brock Purdy, we don't know when he's coming back. Now I don't feel like they're layups anymore because I don't know what to expect this Sunday against Atlanta defensively and for the rest of the year with all these youngsters back there. And now Bethune, you got to be the new Fred Warner. Like, this is a big blow is all that I'm saying.
No doubt. But would you rather have Buffalo on the schedule, the Packers on the schedule, the Eagles on the schedule, whoever else is in Washington, if they're, their health? I mean, the schedule came out before the season, and you just got to figure out a way to win without your frontline players. And now they got to figure out what to do next week. Who's going to be the starting quarterback? Thought Mac Jones was gutsy
he
again.
Wasn't bad. Yeah.
I mean,
it's Brock's job, Steiny. When he's healthy, you got to go. But is he going to be healthy this Sunday? Right. Mac Jones was sacked 6 times, Steiny.
Yeah.
This O-line needs to be rebuilt. And you can't do that within the season. But that's my takeaway. The Niners, tell me if I'm wrong or doing too much, Steiny. I felt like defense, and I didn't even have a lot of expectation for Tampa Bay defensively because I thought they could be had with what Seattle did. But I believe Tampa Bay dominated both lines of scrimmage, but yet the Niners were there to, Vita Veda with the stupid running into the punter penalty. I was thinking the magic is still there. Maybe they can pull this thing out, and they couldn't block.
Yeah, I mean, I looked at it as though, there were times in that game where I felt like the Niners, I mean, even Romo talked about, boy, that's like their 8th out of 9 lives. Whether it was the kicker for the Bucs missing the one that could have put them up 2 scores, or whether it was the fumble that Mac Jones had that they reversed that allowed the 49ers to punt deep into the Bucs territory. Whether it was, what was the other play where they had a shot to stop Mayfield.
That was play of the year, and I know we're only through week 6, but Steiny, that was a hell of a play, man.
I mean, it was unbelievable. I mean, they got the break on the Vita Vea, roughing the punter, which gave them another first down where they had a chance to do something, and then Mac Jones throws an interception on a 4th and 5. Should have been a 4th and 1, but Pooney was flagged
big.
With a penalty.
That was big.
Then they throw an interception, and then on that play, Trent Williams.
Did you have a problem with Kyle on that 4th and 6 that culminated in a Brock Purdy, Mac Jones interception? Did you have a problem with him maybe taking the points and then kind of, D'ing up and seeing if you can get a turnover or stop? I know Keyshawn Johnson and all the Monday morning quarterbacks are on Kyle's neck for that, but, at this point when you're down, maybe Kyle was like, we're not going to stop him. Because, Steiny, you're right. The game was close, and I'm like, how is it this close? Because it feels like Tampa can do whatever they want. While Rashad White was running hard, but the Niners, Steiny, they're running game. 17 for 54 yards for McCary, 3.2 a pop. But what has happened to the Niners running game?
Well, it's not good, and it probably has to do with their offensive line mostly, and then a little bit probably has to do with Christian McCaffrey. No, but now that you asked, no, when it went from 4th and 1 to 4th and 6, I was surprised they went for it at that point because a field goal at least keeps it an 8-point game.
Because Panero can't miss right now.
Yeah, exactly. Hey, what's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. 888-957-9570 is the number. Guru asked the question, where do we go from here? And where we go is Santa Clara on Sunday, and you get a game against the Falcons, and you try to get to 5-2. And
what about upstairs? Do you make a trade now? Remember you were thinking maybe we could replace Bosa. Is that off the table?
I don't even know now. I mean, to me, I feel like Warner's so important that can you even replace him? I don't know. And I don't know if you're talking about replacing Warner or replacing Bosa. Hey, this Sunday night, the kickoff show with Lorenzo Neal and Evan Giddings will be live from Laughing Monk in Sunnyvale starting at 3 o'clock. They'll have all the early games on, and the beer garden will be open with a DJ and bartender serving Gold Bar whiskey specials. If you're going to the game, you can sign up for the free shuttle to the stadium right now. First come, first served. So go to the Eventbrite page on our website, 957thegame.com, and sign up now. That's 957thegame.com.
This is Chris Dolan.
And I'm Vanessa Deniston, senior attorney from the Dolan Law Firm. Chris, what's with all these out-of-town personal injury firms coming into the Bay Area with these catchy jingles and funny names?
Unlike the Dolan Law Firm, most of these firms are from out of state or in L.A.
The Dolan Law Firm is headquartered right here in San Francisco, going on 30 years.
We live here, we work here, we win here. The Dolan Law Firm, we're the best lawyers we hope you'll never need. DolanLawFirm.com.
Comcast Business can help turn your small business into a connected, secure, modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How healthcare offices become the data-protecting caregivers that we all depend on. And how wealth management firms become cyber-securing guardians of your information. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, and Wi-Fi backup, your business can stay connected and get threat-ready with Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Now through November 16th, new Comcast Business customers can get started with 150 megabit internet plus security for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig package. Call today. Restrictions apply. Requires enrollment in paperless billing and auto pay with bank account. Early termination fee applies. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
Ragnar the Terrible is interviewing at a big bank. Let's listen.
Everyone, this is 5th century warlord Ragnar the Terrible. He killed it in his first interview. Not literally, but close. Ragnar, what would you do if a customer complained about high loan rates?
I make video presentation.
Star One is nothing like the big banks. We have better rates, minimal fees, and friendly customer service. Star One, in your best interest.
Injured at work? Don't wait. Every day you delay can mean lost wages, delayed medical care, and more stress for your family. At Boxer & Gerson, we fight for people just like you. Construction workers, delivery drivers, factory workers, restaurant staff, hardworking folks who get hurt just trying to earn a living. We won't back down. We get results. You work hard, you deserve real help. Call Boxer & Gerson now at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com. The consultation is free, but waiting could cost you. Boxer & Gerson, justice for workers.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide, our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
When your name's on the paint job, your primer better hold up. Painters trust Kills primers for serious adhesion, stain blocking, and a finish that lasts. Now, the full Kills lineup is available exclusively at the Home Depot. Need it fast? Get same-day or next-day delivery, or order online and pick it up in-store. Kills primers. Pro results. Faster. The Home Depot. If you're a pro, you know.
Honey, that flu keeping you up? Did you take NyQuil Intense Flu?
Nah, I got this. Okay, I don't got this.
Yeah, you need NyQuil Intense Flu.
Undo your flu with NyQuil Intense Flu. NyQuil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms so you can sleep.
You do got this.
NyQuil Intense Flu. The nighttime sniffling, aching fever. Best sleep with the flu medicine. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Red and Gold Game Day starts at Laughing Monk Brewing. Park for free. Enjoy amazing food, ice-cold beer, and every game on TV. Catch 95.7 The Game's pregame show. Then hop on the free shuttle straight to the stadium. Sign up now at 957thegame.com.
Second and 11. Going for a big ball. Down the field. Got an open target. Oh, what a catch! Touchdown, Tampa Bay! Taz Johnson has his first NFL touchdown and a magnificent flip to go with it.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Jim Nance on the call.
They were great, man.
And that was a big play.
It was a hell of a throw and a hell of a catch by Johnson.
And it followed Mayfield's incredible scramble to get a first down. And then 2 plays later, goes into the end zone. And now it's 27-19. Niners lose, and they also lose Fred Warner for the season. Also, a little issue with Juwan Jennings and Kyle Shanahan.
A dust up.
I don't think cameras caught it, but the writers who were at the game were saying that late in that game, Jennings and Shanahan were having words, and we'll get into that a little bit later. But
Jennings said he's playing with 5 broken ribs, Donnie.
Yeah.
You think Bourne getting all those receptions and talent? I'm just saying, we're all human, and tallying up that yardage 2 weeks in a row had something to do with it?
Yeah, I don't know. It probably. Most of the time when receivers are upset, it's probably because they don't get the ball. Mac Jones. Obviously threw an interception in the first series. Felt like he was under pressure all day. And obviously I think this was a game where his immobility showed. So I don't know how he's come out of that game. But
physically, you mean?
Yeah, but I actually was looking at this game, and I'm interested to know if Niner fans were feeling the same way. And I asked Evan this. I said, was there ever a point in that game where you were thinking about Brock Purdy? And I got to admit, I wasn't. I was just feeling like Mac Jones is their starting, as their quarterback, and he's going to quarterback the rest of this game. And I don't know that Purdy could have won that game.
Right.
Maybe he would have been more mobile than Mac Jones, but I don't know. And now we have a week where we got to try to figure out if Mac Jones is going to start or if Brock Purdy's going to start. But, the season just got a lot tougher yesterday.
No doubt. And I didn't think about Brock Steiny, but I've been on, the island of whenever he's healthy, this is his show. And, Mac Jones was slinging it all around the yard. The first series resulted in an interception. That's on his ledger, as Nat said. Looks like miscommunication with Bourne. But the bottom line is when Brock is healthy, that's the $1 million question. It's his show. And I'll say this. It just, again, I can't get past, and I need you to help me, Steiny, because we can't do the whole show on it, but not that he's not worthy. Losing Fred Warner in the way that you lost him, and both teams coming to the midfield and watching him go out with an air cast on, I'm just saying to you, how does this team collectively as a whole get past this because that's all that was on my mind thinking about the best thing going for this year's Niners right now is not the O-line. It's not the run game. It's the 4-2 record that they've earned. But, Steiny, boy, it just feels like they're holding on now. So when you asked me that last segment about Atlanta, I don't know because I don't know what they're going to look like. And then we hadn't talked about it. Defensively, we talked about Robert Saleh, and thank God he's in town. Steiny, this team does not have this defense, does not have a damn interception all year. Like, that's got to change. And I don't know how, but I know it's become much more difficult now that 54 is not out there along with 97. So, you mentioned Purdy. And again, I don't know if he's healthy and if he can go Sunday night, but Steiny, boy, this thing feels like it's teetering now that this injury to Fred, what effect it has on just this whole team as a whole.
Well, we're going to find out. And I know it's.
I'm trying to get the answer now. I needed to hear that.
I know it's trite, but this is how you measure teams: resiliency. I mean, this is it. They're missing Bosa now. They're missing Warner, and those guys. Neither of them are coming back. So that takes away from the optimism of Purdy coming back eventually and Kittle coming back eventually. So, yeah, I mean. Saleh's running the defense. I think the defense has been solid. They haven't been taking the ball away, but I think they played well enough for this team to be 4-2 like they are. And now Robert Saleh's job just got a lot tougher. I mean, I'm not here to tell you that the 49ers should be able to weather this storm. I don't know if they can or they can't, but again, the only thing, the way I'll look at the season from this day on is, all right, see if you can go out and beat the Falcons.
Yeah.
Just see if you can go out and beat the Falcons on Sunday. And maybe you get Brock Purdy back, and there's a little emotional boost there. And obviously, Bosa and Warner aren't coming back, but get to 5-2. And then you got 10 games left to maybe win another 5 or so and see if you can sneak into the playoffs.
No, that's it. And, I'm sitting here scratching my head because I kind of been light in regard to my criticism, and we kind of focused on Trent Williams, Steiny, but it's Dominic Pooney. It's everybody on that O-line. And again, I asked you a question you may not have the answer to, but I'm not used to watching a Kyle Shanahan-led team not be able to just dominate the lines of scrimmage. Now I get, hey, Bosa's down. There's no Warner. But, Steiny, let's put a rat on the table brought to you by Echo Pest Control. This offensive line stunk yesterday, and I believe that's the second week in a row it stunk. And why can't they run? And how big of an impediment is this if this is who they are through 6 weeks? If you're telling me this is the offensive line unit that's going to show up against Atlanta and the teams after that, then this team's got major problems.
Yeah, it does. And what I'm telling people is a good thing you're not 2-4, which you could be. So, I mean, think about that. You lose Warner, and all of a sudden on a day like yesterday, you go 2-4. I mean, then it's you're almost on the verge of night-night.
Yeah.
But you're still 4-2, and you still are going to hopefully get some players back, including your quarterback. But you're right. There's no way around that the battle just got harder. There's no other way to put it. And now you got to look at how it may affect their season, or if they can somehow still get gritty and grimy and win games that maybe look aesthetically unpleasing, but I'm looking at the other side and I'm seeing,
tell me,
they're missing Irving, they're missing Evans, they're missing Godwin, they get their rookie receiver hurt.
He was throwing the third string wide receiver, Steiny, you're right.
So, everybody's dealing with something. The 49ers are probably dealing with more than a lot of teams, but
I'll tell you this.
Here's the other thing I'm thinking. How the hell is the NFL going to go to an 18-game schedule?
Agreed.
Who the hell can play 18 NFL games if you're playing it the right way?
Yeah.
Like, you're going to get hurt. It's like almost 2 seasons from the past. 18 games.
And how are fans, I want to ask 49er fans, diehard ones, Steiny, how are all of them, how they're feeling, because this does change. I know it's about the SF on the side of the helmet, the standard that the Niners have set, the quest. This has to affect the viewing pleasure, right? To watch your team without its guns.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? No, you want to win, Stein. I'm not saying that, but damn, I mean, what are we asking the Niners really to overcome? I mean, Martin Luther King,
Settle.
I'm saying the sport version. There's now no Bosa when you tune in. There was no Brock Purdy. There's no Warner.
Right, you can keep running down the list. What are you going to do?
No Kittle, and I'm not making excuses, but this is something that's starting to bother me for the Niners. They gave away the ball twice. Tampa Bay didn't give the ball away. You're not going to win many games like that, but yet you won 4 out of 6. But this defense has got to step up, Steiny, and that is, I don't know who's going to lead that brigade. Tell me who now can you count on defensively?
You can count on, let's see, maybe the secondary. I like Siegel. Romo likes Siegel. I mean, I don't know.
But they're all learning as they go to.
They got a lot of young players. They tried to improve their depth defensively through the draft, and they may have done it. So now we need players that we haven't really seen a lot or that haven't had a lot of NFL experience. We got to see what they're made of.
And my other biggest takeaway, because I'd be remiss if I didn't bring it up, Steiny, I think we can stop all the calls about Mac Jones and the quarterback controversy. I've never even said it was legit, but I got it. Mac Jones was in a zone. But I'm not saying he was the reason you lost. He almost passed for 400 yards, 347, but 2 picks, Steiny. And even on that last one, I was talking to Evan, Tonjes was behind his intended target. But, it is what it is. This is Brock's show when he can go, right? I think that performance yesterday from Mac Jones kind of quelled that. You would think.
I don't know. Was Mac Jones yesterday worse than Brock Purdy's been when he's had the turf toe? I don't know.
Well, I would say no, because he was bad when he had the turf toe against Jacksonville.
Right. So if we get that Purdy back, he's not better than Mac Jones, I don't think. And so they're going to have to balance that injury with how they think he can play and fight through it. This is from the 415 on the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. The 49ers are still going to make the playoffs. The offense will have to carry them during the second half of the season. Yeah, that sounds logical to me.
All right,
their
offense, ideally, more.
They
got a block.
You think they would when they get some of their guys back. Yeah. So 888-957-9570 is the number. 49er fans, tough loss yesterday, not only to the Bucs, but to Fred Warner. And Guru asked a question. He's just like, Steiny, where do they go from here? And there's only one place to go, and that's to practice and to see if you can beat the I don't know anything else.
There's 2 places.
You're not going to give up. You're not going to quit. Yeah. They're not going to quit. We know that because Kyle. That's the other thing about Shanahan's teams that I have to give him credit for. They're in that game 27-19, and they still think they can win it.
And it was 20-19. At one juncture, when he went on the 3rd and 50 scam. My point, Steiny, is there's 2 ways you can go, and I'm not saying you didn't say that. You can bust your ass, try to play, but you are what you are. But if you're down 2 stars defensively, that's what's scaring me. And this offensive line can't block. I thought what was special about this season and where it was going, and it still may. How about I say that? It still may, is if they wanted to get frisky as they stack more wins, and to that texter's point that they still may make the playoffs, that's still on the bingo card. But the bottom line was, if you had Warner and you were seeing some gains defensively, maybe you go make a move to replace Bosa. But now you got 2 glaring holes, and, Steiny, sometimes injuries to the wrong people, they kill you. And I'm just wondering, is that going to be what happens here defensively for the Niners? And morale.
This is Trent Williams on the injury to Fred Warner.
That's heartbreaking, especially, Fred is not only is he one of the best linebackers that ever played the game, but he the heart and soul of his team, not just heart and soul of his defense. So, it's one thing to see somebody go down and go to the blue 10 and nobody really knows what's going on. And, when you see a guy that's injured like that, it's really like a gut punch, and it truly is really hard to continue the intensity and playing that game like that never happened.
All right, that was Trent Williams talking about the injury, obviously, to Fred Warner. I don't think there's any doubt that when he went down, the air was out of the balloon. I don't think there's any doubt about that. I listened to the first let's say, quarter and a half on the radio, and Tim Ryan was talking about how he could just sense it right after Fred Warner got carted off. Wow. So on the one, like, I can understand why that was a gut punch yesterday.
Yeah.
But now, today you're not playing with Warner and Bosa for the rest of the season. So start making preparation for Sunday's game without both of them, and see if Saleh can design a game plan that can keep them in the game, and you move forward.
Yeah.
With the season.
And hopefully you get Brock Purdy and Kittle back, right, Steiny? So there it is there. Maybe so that's some reinforcements on the offensive side of the ball. But I'm just looking at the Niners yesterday and their inability to run again through 6 weeks. It's like, man, I'm sitting there waiting like Forrest Gump at the bus stop for it to improve. But maybe this is just who they are, and they can't run the ball. And that's not a good omen for this team moving forward, man. Another day of Mac Jones throwing the ball 39 times. And you're right, he got sacked 6 times. I don't know if Brock was under center with that number of went down, I suppose. But, man, you got to find a way, Robert Saleh, and that defense to take the ball away, partner. Because I felt like, I'm like, how is this? Even when Tampa missed a field goal to go up 11 and go up 2 scores, I'm like, this is crazy. Okay, this might be what we've seen, but they couldn't pull a rabbit out of their hat. But, man, Steiny, if it's blitzing and you take chances, and you saw what Baker Mayfield did to that pass, that bomb to Johnson for a touchdown. Great throw and great catch. You just hope more of that is not coming from the opponents you face, as you move down the road here.
888-957-9570 is the number. Niners lose yesterday to the Bucs, 30-19. They lose Fred Warner for the season. Mac Jones, a couple picks, one early, one late. Got the 49ers down 7-0, set up the Bucs' first touchdown, and then, the one with the last one always to me, yes, he's going to take an interception for that, and it was an interception, and that sealed the game, but I always just feel when a guy's got a forced into making a play, sometimes, those happen, and when you're in a desperation situation, they were down 11, trying to get a score and then some, so the first one, obviously, was the one that really hurt because I thought it put him behind the 8 ball early.
I mean, man. Yeah, it could have been a pick 6. It wasn't, but the bottom line is miscommunication. But, Steiny, you talked about it after halftime. They still had chances. And I just felt like, Tampa Bay was without. I keep talking about, what the Niners are without. And Baker Mayfield was throwing the second and third stringers, and they pulled out the victory at home. And now, where do the Niners go from here? Because if Trent Williams was keeping it real, and I believe it, Steiny, about it was hard to even, finish that game, you just hope that was a one-off, and now you get ready for Atlanta.
My question to Niner fans is, when you look at what's happened this year and you lose Brock Purdy, he's missed 4 of 6 games, your starting quarterback, your franchise quarterback. You've lost Nick Bosa early in the season. He's done. Now you lose Fred Warner. Here's what it feels like to me, and I don't know whether it's the timing of the injuries or the actual importance of the player, but I do feel like a lot of the optimism because of the Warner injury obviously has really sapped the 49er fans, but like is this the worst one of the year? I mean, is this the one where if Warner gets hurt now after Purdy, after Pierce, is this the one where you say, well, now there's just too many?
I love that.
Or do you say, no, now forget the other ones. When Warner's the most important no matter what.
And I got to be careful here, Steiny, but I love the question, and I just feel like until one more week, but I feel like this is the death blow. This was your best player on your team on both sides of the ball. And, okay, you could say McCaffrey, you could say Brock, but this was your guy you could count on. And if we're just going to throw superlatives around and you dub a guy, shout out to the Warriors, the heart and soul, and he's also backing that up with the play, how, Steiny, with the defense that's just littered with youth, 1-year, 2-year guys, how can you say that they can sustain or come up with an identity without Fred, the parent, there? So maybe I can be proven wrong and you bend but don't break, but you were that already with Fred. Now I'm thinking about how close is this defense to last year, and there's new personnel, Steiny, where they were 6-11, and a lot of the 6-11 was you couldn't stop anybody defensively. So I hope that's not what we're about to see, and I could be proved wrong. And here we go. If you're going to tell me on the flip side of that coin, Goo, all they got to do is just bend but don't break without Fred and Bosa. That's what they were. Okay. But now you got to tell me that you're going to score 30-35. And I don't know if this O-line can block to, you know what I'm saying, to give you that production offensively.
Well, I mean, so now they've lost Warner. Now they've lost Bosa. So how do you look at the next 11 games?
All I'm doing is giving you my opinion. They can go.
Do you expect the defense to be terrible? Or how much worse is the defense now without Warner and Bosa?
I don't think you can count on it. I think now you just have to coexist and score and hope that they can, get stops and you take advantage of it, Steiny. And maybe I'm wrong. Maybe Mykel Williams recorded his first sack yesterday. Maybe him and the rest of the gang, D. Winters, they take over and shock us. But just on paper, I feel like now the offense has no room for error. Like they got to be your new defense in a sense. You got to score 30 now. And maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they come out and shut out Atlanta next week, Hold them to 10.
888-957-9570 is the number. Niners lose 30-19 yesterday, and they lose Fred Warner for the season. Here's Kyle Shanahan on that loss.
I mean, it is what it is. I mean, of course, everyone knows it's difficult. So when you lose your better players and stuff and your leaders, it's tough. It's huge with Nick, obviously huge with Fred. Hopefully we'll get Kittle back here and some of the other guys. But, I mean, that's going to give opportunities to other guys. And these are moments guys got to step it up. And I'm glad that we played some decent football to put us in this position, at least with a record. And we got to find a way to get better everywhere else throughout this year.
All right, Kyle Shanahan, he's citing their 4-2 record, which it's a good thing they're 4-2 because as bad, I think, as people feel, there would be some kind of finality if they were 2-4 right now.
Yeah, no doubt. And he kind of kept it real, Steiny. It sounded like he was not omitting the fact that they've won a bunch of close games, even when you had Fred, even when you had Bosa. So I don't want to sit here and say the season's over. I'm not. A lot of teams would give their right arm right now to be 4-2. But my thing is, on the offensive side of the ball, we don't even know if Brock's going to be available this Sunday, and maybe you don't need him to beat Atlanta. But if you're still going to have that musical chairs at the quarterback position, I'm just wondering, man, how do you really just gain traction?
Well, you gain traction by looking at the schedule and saying, can we beat the Falcons at home?
And I think you can.
Okay. Could you possibly go down to Houston and beat the Texans?
I think you can. Even without Warner and Bosa.
All right. What about then you come home, or then you go to New York, play the Giants. They're playing better football. That obviously looks like a tougher game.
I think you can.
The Cardinals, who knows where they're going to be in 5 weeks. They have the Panthers at home. They have the Browns on the road. They have the Titans at home, and they have the Bears at home. I get it. There are no automatic wins in the NFL, but if you break it down one game at a time and you only talk about the Atlanta Falcons and you somehow win on Sunday, you're still going to be in first place in the NFC West. And I think that's the key. As long as the 49ers are atop the division or near the top, I think they're going to play hard, and I think they're going to be very, very competitive. What can't happen is them to lose, 3 in a row now. And drop to 4-4, and then the injuries really start to accumulate.
You might call me crazy. We're up against it. I'll save it for the other side.
I got a minute or two.
You might call me crazy on this, but Steiny, I don't know if Brock's coming back, but what if I told you I'm more excited about Kittle coming back? And let me tell you why real quick. This running game has been anemic, and I used to hate, when people would say the best attribute of George Kittle was his ability to block in the run game. I knew it was important, but what if I told you, man, if he really means that and can change the outlook of this run game and improve it and make some holes somehow for McCaffrey and they can win time and possession moving forward, what if I told you Matt can hold it down, and if Kittle was that important to the run game, that I'm excited to see that component to see if it could jumpstart the run game.
I got to believe one of the reasons, and there's obviously a lot of them, but one of the reasons the Niners haven't been able to run the football as well as they normally have, it's probably at least twofold. One is they've been playing without Kittle.
Yeah.
And also, I got to believe that Ayuk's ability to block is being missed too. And so maybe that's all impacting the running game. 49er fans, where are you at? Come on now. You can pick yourself up off the mat. We're only in week 6. You got 11 more games left. We got to keep playing. The Falcons, Penix. You got the Falcons on a short week.
Yeah, they play tonight. They host Buffalo.
Come on. Get the Falcons on a short week. You get to 5-2.
Well, you also had an extra couple days of rest on the Bucs.
Yeah, and that's why we looked a little rusty, Evan. That's why we looked a little rusty. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Guru's question is out there. Where do we go from here if we're the San Francisco 49ers? I think there's only one place to go, and that's just try to win the next game. All right, we'll talk about more of it on 95.7 The Game.
For over 70 years, Golden State Lumber and Showroom has developed strong partnerships with top brands like Trex. Leading the way in performance-engineered decking and railing, Trex offers products that won't rot, splinter, or fade. Their sun-comfortable, heat-mitigating technology keeps decks cool underfoot, and Trex marine-grade decking withstands saltwater, sun, and sand. Explore their latest Transcend colors, Hatteras, and Salt Flat, featuring a 50-year limited residential warranty. For a link to Trex, visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Golden State, when you succeed, we succeed.
What if you had the smartest Wi-Fi? If you did, it'd be Xfinity, of course, and it'd come with their best state-of-the-art equipment. It would boost speeds to the devices that needed them most, prioritizing your most important connections, whether you were streaming, gaming, or gaming while pretending to work. And it would let you stream 4. That's right, 4 games on one screen. It would even power your mobile connection so you could bring faster, secure Wi-Fi speeds with you where you use it most. It would be proactive and fix problems before you knew you had them. Impressive, right? And it would have security features that protect you from threats at home and online. Kinda like a force field for your life. If you had the smartest Wi-Fi, well, everything would work together seamlessly to keep you connected, no matter what. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 40-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term life insurance may only cost you about $100 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-352-9239. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-352-9239. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-352-9239. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. For affordable term life insurance, call 800-352-9239. 800-352-9239 or biglou.com.
At Alameda County Probation Department, we're more than a team. We're a community working with purpose. As a juvenile institutional officer associate, you'll change lives, build hope, and create opportunities. Join ACPD today, a mission that matters working with purpose.
It's here, Lazy Boy's Mega Sale. Take 25% off store-wide on sofas, sectionals, recliners, and more. Transform your home with the comfort and quality of an American icon. Hurry, when the Mega Sale ends, so do the savings. Only at your local Bay Area Lazy Boy store.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. Quo, formerly OpenPhone, gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. Quo lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? Quo automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With Quo's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions and use those insights to level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with Quo. Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's quo.com/sports. QUO.com/sports.
Hi, I'm Nancy Cartwright. You may know me better as the voice of Bart Simpson. On Simpsons Declassified, we're diving into the mysteries that keep the Simpsons forever young. Have you ever wondered how the Simpsons regularly predicts future events? Who better to ask than the show's creators, performers, and writers, the celebrity guests? Be sure to follow and listen to Simpsons Declassified wherever you get your podcasts.
Morning, Zoe. Got donuts.
Jeff Bridges, why are you still living above our garage?
Well, I dig the mattress, and I want to be in a T-Mobile commercial like you. Teach me, Saldana.
Oh, no, I'm not really prepared. I couldn't possibly. At T-Mobile, get the new iPhone 17 Pro on them. It's designed to be the most powerful iPhone yet and has the ultimate pro camera system.
Wow, impressive. Let me try. T-Mobile is the best place to get iPhone 17 Pro because they've got the best network.
Nice, Jeffrey.
You heard them. T-Mobile is the best place to get the new iPhone 17 Pro on us with eligible trade-in in any condition.
So, what are we having for lunch?
Dude, my work here is done.
The 24 monthly bill credits on experience beyond for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits ended, balance due if you pay off earlier. Cancel. Finance agreement iPhone 17 Pro, 256 gigs, $1,099.99 and new line minimum $100 plus a month plan with auto pay plus taxes and fees required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data 1H2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Warriors basketball is back. Don't miss your chance to cheer on your Doves at Chase Center as they make another run for the postseason. And be sure to listen to the Morning Roast all this week for your chance to score a Best Buddies bobblehead. For more info, visit 957thegame.com.
Here is Eddie Pinheiro from 52 yards, and he's good. Perfect 12 for 12 field goal attempts as a Niner since being signed week 2, 7-3.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Will the dude ever miss?
They grow on trees. Can we finally acknowledge that?
On a day
but if they cut Moody, where are they going to find?
Yeah.
I don't know. Pick names out of a hat.
Well, I'll say this. Kyle has, and in the grand scheme of things right now, no Niner fans are like, whatever, Goo. But you talk about finding deodorant for gaffes. I mean, one, you get Brock Purdy for the gaffe that was Trey Lance to save you, right?
Yeah.
And then you have this thing to where, my man, I was defending him. Jake Moody was on a scholarship, and that was allowing him not to get cut. In comes money, Fetty Pinheiro, and he can't miss. Dude can't miss. Go figure, Steiny.
I mean, if you don't have a kicker that can make kicks like that, then you're already in the hole because a lot of teams now have kickers that can do that. So you better have one that can do it. I
want to come for somebody. Go ahead. Said it all.
No, go ahead.
What is Sky Moore doing when he's fielding punts? Dude, you don't field punts inside the 3, the 5. You let it go in the end zone. Like, did you notice that yesterday? Even Nance was like, what are you doing? Use your noggin.
I feel like he's done that all year.
Dude, like, correct it. It ain't like you – I mean, man. Now, he got some yards on, I believe, the second one. But, Stein, like, come on, man. You got to be buttoned up. Niners look good in their red. That was the best part of yesterday. Them red unis were popping.
So, I got an email.
Uh-oh.
From Harry.
Yeah.
Here's another reason why it's not me. Because I would never write, this is not who I am.
I don't like that. I got broken up with
you're gonna
It's not me.
Like, this is.
It's not you. It's not.
And if he's listening, he's already put me on now. What do they call it? Blast?
Yeah.
He goes, now, it's a fairly long email. He starts out, turn out the lights. The season's over. Yeah, they snuck by the Rams. That was a fluke. Niners have a terrible offensive line. They don't have a running game, no pass rush, missing their 2 top defensive players for the year. However, they do have a kicker now, but you can't win with that. I don't blame Jones, as he had no time all day and actually did pretty well. First interception, he says, was not his fault. I believe he's better than Purdy. Jones is not as mobile as Purdy, but better in other departments. But here's the thing. Here's what he says. Now I know what you guys are going to say tomorrow. You're going to say, hey, guys, the Niners are 4-2, and they have players coming back. Niners have beaten the 3 teams in their division. There's room for optimism. To me, that would all be BS. Is the line going to get better? No. Is Warner and Bosa coming back? No. Are those young defensive backs going to get better? No. Well, I would assume they would if they're younger. You can throw on them all day. Blah, blah, blah. He said, nope, it's on to the old guys on the Warriors. Okay.
Man.
But that's my point is, yes, I get it. It all looks bleak, and nobody wants Warner hurt. Nobody wants Bosa hurt. But you got a game Sunday.
Oh, no doubt.
Like, you telling me you can't look at this schedule and still, like, claw out? Like, right now it's about staying relevant.
But what part of this Niner team scares you, partner?
Well, we're getting some players back offensively.
But you lost some players.
Well, what do you
want to do?
Players.
Like,
okay,
I hear you.
So are we going to go through the whole season, and if they go 8-9, just lament they have to keep playing. That's all I'm saying.
But to Harry's point, you can understand any Niner fan out there wondering, what does this do for the future as well with these injuries to 2 of your mainstays? I mean, like, you got to keep that real. And I get you got players coming back, Steiny, but the constant has been the formula. You've been pulling games out. But you know and I know, and there are 11 guys on the field when it comes to football. But you lose Steph, you lose LeBron, you're done. And I'm hoping that's not the case with the Niners.
I don't believe in football there's a player as important as Steph Curry or the best player on a basketball team. I just don't. I don't think there's a Steph Curry equivalent on the 49ers. They got a lot of good players, and they've lost a lot of good players. That hurts, obviously. But I mean.
So you expect him to
I expect him to be competitive. Absolutely. Do you not expect him to be competitive?
Well, they've been that. That's different than winning.
No, the first thing you got to do is stay competitive. You stay in games. You try to steal some, and you just got to grind.
I mean, Steiny, this team doesn't have an interception on the season.
Good, they're due.
And now you lose 54. So now you have no pass rush. To Harry's point, you have no run game. Like, there's reason to be like, I understand the concern. You asked me a question.
I understand the concern too.
I
don't understand saying there's no way this team can win 9 or 10 games this year. I'm not there yet. Are you telling me that most 49er fans are now saying we can't get to 9 or 10 wins? And maybe 9 or 10 wins won't get it done. But no, I still think they can win 9 or 10 games.
But I'm just telling you, Steiny, now when you say to me, and we have the exercise of, hey, you could beat Atlanta, right, Goo? Like, you might be Atlanta. Atlanta, you know what I'm saying? Everybody has injuries. I'm just saying, let's say they do get to 10 wins. This injury, it makes it that much more difficult.
If you get to 10 wins, I might join you on, his greatest coaching job Kyle Shanahan's ever done. So allow him that opportunity. Why wouldn't we allow him and Saleh that opportunity?
I haven't said the season's over, Steiny, and I don't think there's many Niner fans saying that, but it's going to be a whole hell of a lot harder to do what you've been doing. And I think yesterday was Exhibit A. You talked about the things that went the Niners' way in the second half. Vita Vea running into the punter. You got a fresh new set of downs. The fumble that wasn't. And at some point, you're not going to be able to pull a rabbit out of your hat every week. But I was sitting there like, they're about to steal this. They didn't.
Okay.
And I'm not saying the season's over, but partner, what Harry wrote, the first part of that, and we're under discussing it. Steiny, they have no running game right now, and Mac Jones had no time to throw. If that's got to improve no matter who you're playing.
Yeah, it does. And, it was interesting because, the Niners lost to Jacksonville, and the week going into the Rams game, we're like, oh, my God, how can Trevor Lawrence picked them apart. Like, how can you possibly go to L.A.? And they went to L.A. and won. Yeah. So let's go to Steve in San Francisco, see where he's at. Hey, Steve, how you doing, man?
Hey, how's it going, fellas?
Hey.
All right.
This team is depressing in spectacular fashion. A couple things. As far as initially with Warner and the defense, I think this defense was already wildly overachieving and was sorely lacking in veteran depth and talent with Warner and Bosa. Now they're truly bereft of it outside of Demo Lenore. Like, that's just what it is. And not only is Warner the physical and emotional leader of the defense and the team and an all-pro talent on the field, but I think the biggest loss in all of this is that he's the on-field coach and commander to that back seven wearing the green dot. He recognizes what the offense is doing. Now he's directing these younger guys, which is perhaps why they looked better than we expected them to be in the beginning. Who the heck even fulfills that role now? They don't have a single person to do it. On the offensive side, you said it. The Niners can't run the ball. They can't protect the quarterback whatsoever. I think Purdy's toe is going to be an issue all season based on the nature of it and what they've said. That seems like a time bomb. Can they steal some wins against bad teams? I really don't know anymore. I honestly don't think you can favor them against anybody right now. Think about it. If you can't run the ball, you can't protect the quarterback, you can't rush the quarterback on the defense, and now you're going to have problems protecting the middle, and we saw a lot of shoddy tackling yesterday. Who can you favor them against? The Giants are playing a lot better now with Dadaboo and with Dart. You take the Niners based on all that? I mean, I admire how hard this team is playing this year, but effort can only get you so far. And they just don't have the weapons and the personnel. So I think, yeah, they're 4-2, but they easily could have lost 3 of those wins, maybe all of them, honestly. Like, they came down to the wire with those guys in place. So I mean, yeah, it's not all doom and gloom. I mean, it feels doom and gloom. They're going to play through the strain of the season, but I just don't know how you can reasonably expect them to really succeed or go beyond kind of middle of the pack at best.
Fair enough, Steve.
Yeah,
that's fair, and that's why, sometimes you got to let the year play out, and who knows? Maybe they put together a couple wins and they stay a game or two over 500, which is going to keep them relevant.
Yeah.
Get a couple players back, find a little connection on defense with Saleh.
I mean,
see what
that's
happens. That's all you can do. See what happens.
And I'll say this. If this team now, Steiny, qualifies somehow, and I know we're getting down the road, we'll talk about the game yesterday, but the bottom line is if they make the playoffs this year, that'll feel like, to me personally, the Super Bowl. And I'm looking at yesterday, the third quarter without Warner, Steiny, the Niners, I wrote it down, 14-play drive, 65 yards, take 8 minutes off the clock almost. You get a field goal, you're within 1, and then you let Tampa Bay with Baker, who's throwing the third-string receiver, Steiny, go 8 plays, 66 yards for a touchdown. And I felt like every time he was back there, and that was the 3rd and 15 was in that was just like, that's why that play was just such a killer. But it was only one play, and the Niners could have converted that 4th and 6, and Pooney with the false start at 4th and 1. That's why I'm just saying to you, partner, they're going to fight. They've been fighting. They fought yesterday, but the margin of error is just so razor thin, man.
Well, do we have an early line on the 49ers-Falcons game?
I'm going to get it
Sunday? I got to believe the Niners are favored.
Now, I always thought that's weird because Atlanta plays tonight. What if Penix gets hurt? Well, when you put the line together, but I'll get that for you.
Let's go to...
I was trying to see what Dibs' record because
hold on one sec here. You're listening.
Definitely wasn't on my bingo card.
To 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. An Odyssey sports station in the home of the Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app. Now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco.
I'm giving the O-line an F, and I don't give too many Fs, Donnie. I really thought they were bad. With that, what would you give Mac Jones? Because I'm going to shock you with my grade.
I actually thought he was okay.
Me too. He was under duress the whole game. I'm not giving scholarships, Donnie. The dude almost threw for 400 yards. He didn't. Was he perfect? No. But you said
he can't move. That's a problem.
Okay, all right.
He cannot move, and they have a bad offensive line right now.
Not a good combo, man. Not a good combo. So but can Brock be able to move to his fullest capabilities when he does come back with that toe?
Well, don't put him out there if he can't. How about that? How about that? Don't put Brock Purdy out there if he can't move. If he looks like Mac Jones, then don't put him back out there. Let's go to Waterman. Waterman's in Corte Madera. What's going on, Waterman?
Oh, it's just a depressing Monday after what was such a high kind of 10 days over that Rams game. It's just the highs and lows of this season, man. I tell you, the football season is literally week to week. It's just brutal. Seeing Warner go down, and Steiny, I'm going to disagree with you just a little bit here.
It's fine.
Warner is the Steph Curry of the Niners with what he does in lining guys up. I know that was kind of mentioned. I don't want to spend a bunch of time on that because the previous caller pretty much said everything I wanted to say. But the emotional loss was so evident from that team.
No doubt.
Because even when it was 19-20, I felt like it was 30-19 already.
Right.
I really did. And then the nail in the coffin was that incredible Baker Mayfield scramble to get that first down, and of course the next play is the touchdown pass. So it's such a brutal thing because I was sitting there watching the game with my dad, and I'm fortunate enough to still have my dad with me, and we both were quiet for probably 5 or 10 minutes, and I just blurted it out. I had a Guru moment, apologize Guru for saying it, but I was very emotional. Why? What is it with this team? The injuries, what is up with this team? And my dad looked at me calmly and just said, wait, you think that's going to be the last injury of the season? And he started throwing out, McCaffrey will be the next one. Who says Purdy comes back and stays healthy? Who says Kittle's going to come back and stay healthy? So just the devastation from a fan standpoint is it's just hard. It's hard to watch. And because the last thing I'm going to ask you guys, if you can just give me 1 second on, is when the Niners aren't, slated to be a Super Bowl representative, the thing as a fan, I always lock onto is Warner playing and Bosa. Yeah. And now both those guys are gone, and I don't have as a fan nothing to lock in on, even if things aren't going good.
I got you.
So yeah. So anyway, it's just let's hope the young guys can do what they can. And I mean, to me, the record is, I think, what is giving us still hope.
Right.
I think it's the lost season, personally.
Fair enough. Thanks,
let
Waterman.
it out, brother. Let it out, Steiny.
Yeah, and I also think this is
viewing part of it means something too, Steiny.
We're going to get over that, and I'll tell you why. Is because by the time the Falcons game comes up next week, we're going to have it's going to have settled in more that they are going to have to play without Warner and Bosa, and I still allow for the fact that
the game being meaningful,
because sports are sports, that maybe you can overcome this.
All right.
Does that mean they're going to go 14-3? Probably not. Does it mean they have a big time postseason run in them? Probably not. But can they stay relevant?
But you don't get the pleasure of watching one of the best players, but the heart and soul. Right. That's all he was saying that hit me.
But there's another kind of enjoyment that you can get as a fan when your expectations have been lowered, and that is, all right, let's see what they can do. All right, let's see what happens. And I'll tell you right now, just because football's the way it is, if you beat Atlanta on Sunday,
you're 5-2.
You're going to be still hurting about the injuries, but you're going to have won another game. And then you go take your chances the following week against Houston.
All right.
Like, nobody's saying it's going to be easier.
But
I'm not there's no such thing as just, the season's over.
Nobody's saying that. But
that's what Waterman said. Waterman's basically, I just feel like the season's over.
But you got to know where he's starting from, Steiny. Kittle went out the first game. Brock Purdy hurt his toe the first game. Nobody's quit, and I'm not saying it's over. It's just going to be a whole hell of a lot of more difficult. But from a viewer standpoint, Steiny, you're missing the guys that you gravitate to.
So you're not going to watch the game?
No, I'm not saying that. But
so let's see who's going to play for Warner. What's his name?
Bethune. I mean, he was in there yesterday.
All right. That's all you can do. See if Bethune can do anything.
Yeah.
And
they played Tampa tough. I mean, they were in the game, but Steiny, they were playing hard, but that doesn't mean they were playing well. Brock, outside of the 3rd and 15, Baker had all day to run. White was running the ball hard. He didn't accumulate 200 yards, but you just felt like the team in red can't get that stop when need be.
I am willing to give the 49ers more games than just the one in which Fred Warner got hurt. There's no doubt that
so you're not taking the 10 wins off the table.
No, I'm not. But to me, it's about, I get why they emotionally were shot after that injury. They can't be shot next week. They'll have a week to understand that this sucks, but we're not going to have Fred Warner, and we better learn to deal with it. Otherwise, you are going to get just probably overwhelmed. But I don't expect the Niners to all of a sudden get overwhelmed. They've played, 6 games? 5 have been 1-score games, and this last one was, a 2-score game. So they've been competitive. Can they stay competitive and squeak out some wins and just kind of milk the season and keep yourself somehow in it?
I love my theory of, okay, let's just say you take a step back, Steiny, or 2, or a step and a half defensively without Fred Warner. I love the fact that if it were a different team, I could sit here and say, okay, your offense, which is getting Kittle back, and let's just say Purdy comes back. I like, okay, we need more production from your offense, but to Harry's email that hit me, Steiny, the O-line and running game got to get better, and if they don't, then you don't get that benefit of, okay, we could just ask for more production offensively, because that's where the game, that's what Mac needs time, and so does Brock. And right now, for whatever reason, Steiny, they just can't figure it out. And were they horrible in the red zone yesterday? No, 1 for 2. You'd like to get there more, but man, 9 penalties on the day, that's not going to help. But, if you could look through a crystal ball and tell me, Goo, when Kittle comes back, man, everything is going to, this running game and blocking is going to get better, I would feel better for Niner fan, but right now I just don't. So if defensively you're taking your 2 best, superstars, that's what they are, 2 superstars out that lineup, and it was already touch and go with Warner in there with no Bosa. I got to see it, partner, before, and I'm with you. I'm all over. It's not over. They could have won that game, but, man, if I'm Atlanta, I might be licking my chops to go up against this Niner team right now.
What happens if Kittle comes back and the running game doesn't noticeably improve? Well, then, as a football fan, I say their offensive line is not good enough to protect the quarterback or to run. So then that becomes the issue that's going to prevent us from one of the issues that's going to prevent us from being successful. But the way I look at it is, if Kittle comes back and you still can't run the ball, then that's a problem that was so big, you weren't going to overcome it anyway. If you can't get protection for the quarterback.
And you've won 4 out of 6 games with it being substandard,
888-957-9570 is the number.
Talk to me about Jawan Jennings, Donnie.
How many Niner fans are feeling like it's a lost cause? And, I kind of am curious what that looks like when you have 11 games left and you're 4-2.
Well, it's not because the players, like you said, are not going to quit. What if I'm not saying it's going to be, but what if I said, Steiny, rewind to last year when they went 6-11 and you had that feeling of they're going to try their asses off. The talent's just not there.
Okay, well, then it won't be there. Let's see who these subs are who are playing. Let's see if.
But how fun is that? How much fun is that for a team that's 4-2 and has opportunity, to your point, to go 5-2?
Well, here's the problem. What you can't even fathom is that something could emerge from this year that makes it exciting to watch this team, even if they're undermanned, because maybe they're going to be so scrappy that they galvanize the team and the fan base. I get it. That
I'm shocked that's coming from you.
You took one on the chin. You lost another player. You're still 4-2.
You lost another great player.
Okay. Well, then, you know what? And maybe you lose so many great players, you're not going to be able to overcome it.
Well, that was last year.
But let's not worry about that now. Let's try to overcome it. And if they can't overcome it, then 3 or 4 weeks from now, we'll be saying they're just not good enough to overcome all these injuries, particularly to Bosa and to Warner. But your big phrase is we can't rob somebody. So why? Right. Of course it looks bleak, but I can't rob the Niners from allowing them to win the game on Sunday against the Atlanta Falcons, who, by the way, are playing tonight.
I can appreciate that. I swear I can as a fan. I do. And I do wonder if they do beat Atlanta, which is not impossible by any stretch, and let's say they win the game after that and they're somehow 6-2, I do wonder if John Lynch would spend any capital, or at this point he knows he needs to rebuild this O-line in the draft. I don't have capital, Guru, to waste on a year that we don't have Bosa and Warner, so I'm being realistic. I played the game, and I'm not spending. Or that could be so far from what he's thinking. If somehow, Steiny, this team added to the win total and they're 6-2, do you roll the dice and try to go get something to replace or get as close to a replacement for Bosa or Fred Warner?
I'm just
I find that highly unlikely, but if they keep winning, who's to say?
49er fans, how do you view that loss yesterday, and how do you view where this team goes from here? Again, I'll say it'd be one thing if they lost yesterday and they were 2-4 and they'd lost a couple of those games early. And I know you can look at those early games and say, boy, they could beat, but they're not. They're 4-2, and they got Atlanta. So how are we feeling? Is it possible? Have your expectations totally changed now? 888-957-9570 is the number. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. And this Sunday night, the kickoff show with Lo Neal and Evan Giddings will be live from Laughing Monk in Sunnyvale, starting at 3 o'clock. They'll have all the early games on, and the beer garden's going to be rocking with a DJ, bartender serving Gold Bar whiskey specials. And if you're going to the game, you can sign up for the free shuttle to the stadium right now. First come, first served. So go to the Eventbrite page on our website, 957thegame.com, and sign up now. That's 957thegame.com.
When it comes to affordable term life insurance, everyone's whistling the Big Lou tune. If you're over 50, maybe a bit porky, or have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost about $200 a month. Even if you're not in perfect health, call Big Lou, because he specializes in finding big chunks of affordable term life insurance for just about everyone. Don't let diabetes or other health glitches keep you from owning $500,000 to $1 million or more of term life insurance. For affordable term life insurance, call Big Lou. Don't hesitate. Call 800-700-6898, 800-700-6898, or visit biglou.com.
Call Big Lou, don't hesitate, 800-700-6898. Call Big Lou, don't hesitate, 800-700-6898. Visit biglou.com.
Calling all basketball fans. Make your game day experience unforgettable with a stay at Hotel Via, just steps away from the action. Enjoy chic accommodations, stunning rooftop views, and the ultimate convenience for catching all the action. Skip the traffic and relax in style before and after the game. Whether you're celebrating a big win or just want a perfect night out in San Francisco, Hotel Via is your MVP choice. Book now at hotelviasf.com and make your game day a slam dunk at Hotel Via.
Hey, it's Mark Willard from 95.7 The Game. Look, when life hits you hard, and it happens, could be an accident, an injury, you need to hit back harder. You need a fierce team that knows the insurance game and refuses